Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Traitor's face in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 71, The Dream Catchers. So many things were buzzing around in Aang's head, every single one demanding his full attention. But before he was the world's savior, the Avatar, or even a brother, he had been an air nomad, and there were certain responsibilities that had to take priority. So despite his recent discussion in the spirit world with his past lives, or the new Water Tribe faction that had appeared to save his life, or even the Fire Nation fortress where two of his friends had gone missing, right now he had to check on his sky bison. He popped out of the top of the igloo Katara had fashioned for shelter, finding that the Arctic tundra was still being whipped by a windy snowfall. As he rode those winds down to a soft landing in front of the second, larger igloo, he spotted the spirit creature that Mai had warned him about. As she had described, it looked like a big walking catfish with skin the color of a moonless night. And for a moment, he thought that was the only other thing out here besides him. Then he spotted the shapes, only vaguely human but impossible to mistake for an animal or spirit, arranged in a defensive circle that encompassed the two igloos. Their coats and even their spears were as white as their surroundings, making the figures almost invisible in this weather, but he could feel their gazes on him as his boots touched down on the snow. A quick water-bending swipe opened the front of the igloo up, and Appa stared out from within the cramped space. Aang could see a fog of anxiety immediately clear from Appa's eyes as the confinement gave way to a glimpse of the sky. The bison lurched to his feet and pushed the rest of the way out of the igloo, destroying it, and making Momo chatter angrily up in the saddle when the roof splatted on the lemur's head, and bringing himself fully out into the open. Aang wrapped his arms around Appa's nose and cheeks as the sky bison nuzzled him. "Yeah, sorry you had to hide like that. But I'm better now. Are you cold?" Appa sniffed a negative and lowered his readiness to face the next adventure. "Good." Aang gave Appa's nose a pat. "We have to go save Sokka and Ty Lee, now. Katara says they went into that weird base where I got hurt." Appa lowered again, confirming his dedication. Aang knew that the Sky Bison really liked Ty Lee, and had an odd but deep friendship with Sokka. But then a new voice said, "I would recommend against that, Avatar." Aang let go of Appa and turned. One of the Water Tribe men, the Dream Catchers, the healer Yugoda had called them, came forward and bowed in greeting. He was long-haired and bearded beneath the hood of his white coat, his just starting to gray hair standing out sharply from his snow-covered clothes. Han was standing next to the man as if they were already familiar. Aang gave a quick bow in return. Thanks, but my friends are within Fire Lord Iroha's control, now," the man finished for him. "We must leave this place, right away, if you hope to someday help them." "Rafa's right," Han added. "He's been telling me about what's going on up here, or at least what these guys have been able to piece together and And we're not leaving without Sokka and Ty Lee," Katara interrupted. She had emerged from the first igloo, trailed by Mai and the healer woman Yugoda. "We can't abandon them." "I won't." Aang shrugged at the Water Tribe man Rafa, Han had called him. "I'm with her. It's what we do. Our friends go into an enemy base and get in trouble, and then we rescue them." Mai snorted, hugging herself and pulling her fur coat tighter around her in defense against the wind. "It usually works out. More or less. Eventually." "That's right." Katara put her fists on her hips. "That's what makes us family." Rafa sighed. "That's what makes you predictable." "What do you mean?" Aang felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winds. Rafa motioned with his hands and spear at the rest of the Dream Catchers. They had formed a defensive circle, with Aang and his friends at the center. "How do you think we knew to look for you? Iroh is a dream walker, and spies where no living person can hide secrets. He learned the art from ancient scrolls, and we learn from watching him." Yugoda stepped forward. "That's the true danger of Admiral Iroh. Not in the forces he commands, but the mind that directs them. We can protect ourselves from his dream walking, but even so, all of us had to cut ourselves off from our families to oppose him. I lost my children and grandchildren. I lost my students." Rafa's gaze fell to the fallen snow. "I have a sister. She thinks me dead." Yugoda turned to Katara. "Iroh has set a trap for you, and he won't kill your brother or friend because he knows you will come for them. Or he might find a way to send them after you. If you go for them now, you will fail. And then you will die. We have lost people this way, and cannot lose any more. Aang looked to Katara. He saw his own sympathetic sorrow reflected in her eyes, but also his reluctance. It felt wrong to abandon Sokka and Ty Lee. Then Mai said, "Well, it looks we're past the point where we could sneak in, anyway." Everyone turned as one to find her pointing the spyglass Sokka had given her earlier in the direction of the Fire Nation base. Mai squinted through the spyglass. A group of enclosed crawlers just left with a big team of firebenders escorting on some kind of ski vehicles. There's also plenty of soldiers moving in and out of the buildings, now. There's probably a search going on. They know there's a danger and I bet they have surprises planned. Aang looked to Katara again. She gave him a nod, but her shoulders drooped in disappointment. With the situation, or maybe herself. Or maybe she was disappointed in Aang. He'd barely even approached that Fire Nation base and had been taken out with one hit from a weapon he still didn't understand at all. He gave his own nod. Okay. But we come back for our friends as soon as possible. Katara put a hand on his shoulder. Of course. And then there was a weight on his other shoulder, and he turned to find Mai giving him a smile that was almost lost in the snowfall. Ty Lee and Sokka are tough. Things worse than Iroh have tried to kill them before, and they were both already kind of brain damaged, so we'll probably barely notice anymore. And you won't, said Rafa, be completely abandoning them. We have learned how to avoid Iroh's attention, and still keep an eye on him. I will leave warriors to see what they can find of your friends. In the meantime, come to our village, and learn what is needed to defeat Iroh. Aang let out a heavy breath, and turned to Appa. Is it okay if you take some extra people flying? Appa roared his agreement. Barely a minute later they were flying away, Aang on his glider, and his friends with Rafa and Yugoda and some of the other dream catchers in Appa's saddle. The warriors Rafa left behind had already disappeared into the storm with their white coats, and the catfish spirit was loping over the snowdrifts even faster than Appa could fly. All that was left to see was the armored crawlers and the warriors on their motorized ski vehicles, traveling off into the storm. It was so tempting for Aang to reach into himself and trace his spiritual connections to his friends, to follow the trails of light to a daring rescue. But he'd done that with Mai's brother, before, and now Iroh knew that trick. He made himself fly away. This wasn't the first time Ty Lee had woken up with a concussion. It just wasn't possible to spar with 6 sisters, all of them having mastered the art of hitting people with blunt objects, without some skull-rattling oopsies. It was part of why she preferred to fight with her fists and aim for chi clusters. The only damage done was exactly what she wanted to inflict. She didn't open her eyes right away, and she definitely didn't try to get up. She was laying on something soft, which was good, but her dizziness made it feel like everything around her was vibrating. That was bad. And she still felt so tired, even though she'd been sleeping, and probably didn't have the strength to flip to her feet and cartwheel around a dozen firebenders while punching their unarmored joints. Wait. Dizziness usually didn't make things feel like they were vibrating. Ty Lee opened her eyes. She was in a metal carriage. A bench was beneath her, with a purple stretch of fur, a coat, providing padding. The walls were cold and shining, and the only light came from a dull green lamp hanging and swaying on the ceiling. The way the shadows played over the steel threatened to make the world start spinning, and Ty Lee closed her eyes against it. But no. Sokka had been captured, too. And Mai and Katara and Aang and Momo and Appa were still out there waiting for them. Han, too. She couldn't just be a big dumb sleepyhead. She opened her eyes again. This time, a woman was leaning over her. Her aura was such a royal shade of blue that it made Ty Lee want to immediately drop into a kowtow, but there were waves of dark cloudiness that revealed a troubled mind. It was an aura that Ty Lee had seen before, and she recognized it before the woman's face registered. You're that water tribe noble. With the pretty white hair. The one with Iroh. I'm you. She offered a smile that struggled to reach her set eyes. How are you feeling? Ty Lee thought about getting up, but only for just a moment. Like I got a big ouchie on my head. Did I puke? No. Yu leaned back, and Ty Lee could see that she was crouching on the floor in front of the bench. Her skirt was stained from the slush on the floor. I think you'll be okay. But you need to rest. Ty Lee couldn't argue with that, because her body agreed, and fighting your body didn't ever lead to good things. Okay. Thank you for taking care of me. I'm laying on your coat, right? Yu's smile brightened for just a moment. Yes, and you are perfectly welcome. Ty Lee was happy enough with the exchange to hum a few notes of a song that didn't exist, and then closed her eyes again. She was tired. Getting your head slammed repeatedly into a Fire Lord's knee could really take it out of you. But that reminded her of something. She opened her eyes again to find Yu still beside her, but staring into space as the carriage, or vehicle, rattled on. Are you Fire Lord Iroha's friend? Yu blinked and turned back to look at her. In a way, I suppose I am. Oh. Ty Lee tried to work that out. I always thought that was a yes/no kind of thing. I have a duty to his son. Yu frowned, and there was a flash of brownish-orange in her aura, right over her head, that revealed a ready hesitation in her emotions. And I can admit that there are many things about Iroha to like. But we have our disagreements. It's no secret that some of them are quite profound. His gaze sharpened, and the brown tried to overtake the orange. How familiar are you with him? Me? Oh, he's my friend's uncle, except she's not my friend anymore because she thinks I'm dead, and if she found out that I'm alive she'd kill me, so now I hate her. Iroha used to do magic tricks for me when I was a little girl and I loved them. And just now he hit my head with his knee. Twice. It really hurt. And he gave me a concussion, and I don't think he's sorry at all. Yu blinked. Yu blinked again. You said, you're a weapon of the Fire Nation, right? Ty Lee had to give a little giggle at the question. I don't know that there's such a thing anymore, but I used to be. Why? Yu's head tilted to the side. I must admit that my expectations for the title were perhaps ill-informed. You're just like some of the girls of the tribe. Ty Lee smiled at what she was taking as a compliment. She was getting really tired, so she let her eyes drift closed. Thanks. You're really nice, too. As sleep began to overtake her, a new thought floated up from the depths of her imagination. I think Sokka likes you. Are you married to Lu Ten? The last thing she heard, before she was once again lost to the waking world, was Yu say, no. I'm afraid it's quite a bit worse than that. The snowstorm stopped right at the edge of the spirit forest. The forest itself sat in a valley like a round bowl, surrounded by snow-covered mountains, making the circle of green leaves look like a stain on the landscape from above. But Aang knew that the real stain was the Fire Nation base situated in the pass leading to the forest through the ring of mountains, the place that had eaten Sokka and Ty Lee. Aang on his glider, and Appa with the rest of the group as his passengers, both passed over the forest and emerged from the windy snowfall. In an instant, the sky had become peaceful. Aang had wondered, earlier, if the snowstorm was natural, but now he had to wonder the same thing about this calm. Over on Appa's head, seated beside Katara and Mai, Rafa waved to Aang and pointed to a specific spot down in the forest. The center of the forest was the North Pole itself, and so every point in the forest in all directions was technically south of it, but the place Rafa was pointing to was about 90 degrees from the Fire Nation base, roughly in the middle between the forest's edge and its center. Aang dove with his glider into the forest, Appa following him closely. They passed through the soft green canopy and emerged to find a world of black and white. The trees were tall and only grew branches at the top, the rest of each tree was simply a dark and twisted trunk, not unlike the gnarled forest he'd just visited in the spirit world while he was unconscious. The ground was covered in snow, although here it was merely a thin coating. Perhaps the canopy protected the floor from much of the snowfall? But if that was the case, wouldn't the green leaves all be covered? Aang decided, as he came in for a landing, that he didn't need to worry about it. The village he'd landed next to was much more interesting. It was unmistakably a water tribe village, not unlike what the Faceless tribe had built much further south. Animal skins and bones figured more prominently in this construction than wood, despite the forest around the village, but Aang approved of the choice of materials. He was a vegetarian and respected animal life on the same level as human life, but he knew the water tribes gave great honor to the animals they hunted, and if the other option was to cut down a tree from a spirit forest, well, he wouldn't have been surprised if the trees would have responded by cutting down people in return. Of course, the trees probably wouldn't have to bother, what with the giant spirit monsters hanging around the village. But monster was probably too harsh a word. As Aang watched, the spirits solemnly came forward to greet the new arrivals. They all had the same catfish-like features as the one Mai had encountered, and all of them glowed with a blue light that reminded Aang of dreams he had forgotten years ago. They lifted clawed arms that shifted into smooth tentacles, and wrapped them lightly, for a moment, around the shoulders of each of the various dream catchers who disembarked from Appa. A greeting? One of the spirits approached Appa himself. The sky bison snorted and then opened his mouth to lick the spirit, but the catfish thing suddenly lost its coherency, becoming nothing more than an amorphous blob of night and glow that stretched and snapped a distance away. Then it became a catfish creature once more and turned a luminescent glare on Appa. Aang laughed as Momo scurried over to perch on his shoulders. I guess Appa's too friendly for them. Yogoda waved to him. Come, Avatar. We can talk and eat in the gathering house. He joined Katara and Mai, and together they followed the dream catchers into the village. Han was already mixing and talking with some of the warriors like they were old friends, and they probably were. A pair of women brought over bales of what looked like dried kelp and laid them in front of Appa, who immediately began eating. Something Aang immediately noticed was that this village was a lot smaller than the faceless tribes. Also, there were boxes of clearly labeled Fire Navy supplies stacked up in places. So, you guys are some sort of rebellion? That's neat. Yogoda came over to a solitary longhouse and pulled aside the flap covering the doorway. Our existence is an act of rebellion against our conquerors, yes. But we have yet to strike at them in violence. She ducked and passed through the doorway. Mai looked at Aang. Ah, no violence? That's no fun. He had heard about how she'd laid down her weapon rather than fight the catfish spirit, before, so he could safely take that as a joke. Good one. With a chuckle, he led the way into the longhouse. The dream catchers were all gathering around a fire over which a large pot of bubbling stew was suspended. A smaller pot had been placed next to the fire, and when Rafa caught Aang looking at it, he nodded and said, "This one is for you, Avatar. The scrolls say that the air nomads of old forsook flesh as food, so we prepared this for you. I hope you like kelp and Fire Nation spices." Aang blinked. You knew I was coming. Yogoda sat down next to the fire, and other dream catchers took seats around her. Iroh knew you were coming, and so did his minions, and thus it was in their dreams that we saw the signs. We have prepared a meat-free broth for you every day for the last week, but none of them have gone to waste. It is our pleasure to finally share our cooking with you. Wow. Aang was impressed. So you can visit people in dreams, too? That's amazing. Not with the same skill and power as the new Fire Lord, I'm afraid. We have to take special steps to enter an elevated state of dreaming, and then the glimpses we manage to get of our praised dreams can be just as confusing as our own real dreams. Master Adlertok here. Yogoda motioned to an old man seated near her with the bushiest eyebrows Aang had ever seen. Was a spiritualist in our tribe, and he has greatly aided us in interpreting what we find. Rafa handed Aang a bowl of the special soup they'd prepared for him. He sat down across from Yogoda and took a sip, finding that it was indeed an odd mix of flavors, very sharp, but not quite what he would call bad. Mai was given a bowl of the stew after she had sat down, which she tasted with obvious caution, and then put on a neutral expression. Katara was likewise given a bowl, but she just stared at it as she plopped to the ground beside Aang. I don't know if I can eat while Sokka and Ty Lee are in trouble. How is talk about dreams going to help us? Yogoda blinked at her. Something about you is familiar. Have we met before? Katara shook her head. This is my first visit to the north. I was born into the Southern Water Tribe. We have heard of the hardships faced by our sister tribe, and the wisdom you have been made to forget. Right now, eating is the best thing you can do, so that you will have the strength later to fight. Mai put her bowl of stew, barely touched, aside. Momo immediately zipped over and began helping himself to it. I thought you people were pacifists. Rafa shook his head. I'll happily jam a spear into Admiral Iroha's neck the first chance I get. We simply don't fight because we wish to survive. Iroha only knows that some of his supplies sometimes go missing, but nothing of us specifically. Secrecy is our greatest weapon. A short distance away, Han lowered his own bowl of stew to frown. But he has to know about you. You were one of the greatest fighters in our tribe, Rafa, and Master Yugoda taught all the healers. You two couldn't just go missing. Rafa nodded. Now you know why we cut ourselves off from our families. As far as the Fire Nation conquerors know, every single person in this village is dead. We recruit one by one, spirit them away with deception and theater, and let the tribe think our bodies have been sunk to the bottom of the waters. Yugoda added, we hide here where even Iroha's minions can't go. They steal from the forest, both its energies and cuttings from the trees. When they enter the forest, they stay at the edge and must bring substantial defenses. Their theft poisons what they take, making it hostile. The energies themselves have become corrosive to everyone in that base, but they seem to have found a defense against that. We, on the other hand, live in harmony with the forest. The spirits accept us here, as long as we don't approach the very center, and don't carry the white gold medal. Aang saw the corner of Mai's lips twist at that, but only because he knew what to look for. Just thinking about her choosing pacifism while he was unconscious made him feel warmer, even if it was probably a one-time thing. And now they were making friends with people who weren't just enemies of the Fire Nation, but people who truly understood about living in harmony with the world. And the forest protects you from Iroha's dream walking. Rafa finished the last of his stew and belched. In a way. Dream catchers are what we call a kind of protective charm made of broken branches from the trees here. We all sleep beneath them. The sages could probably tell us more of their origins, but the tribe uses them to extend the care of a spider spirit over our babies, with the father coming to gather fallen branches and the mother weaving them together. We happened to discover that they can protect us from dream walking, as well. Yugoda sighed. Everything we have has been corrupted by Iroha. Aang didn't like the sound of that. What do you mean? Yugoda looked across the fire at him. We have seen images of a spider in the dreams of his people. But to us, it looks like a nightmare. Sokka wouldn't have guessed that he'd be most interested in a room filled with plants, but then, the fact that it also contained a mechanical spider with scary needle legs probably had something to do with it. Lien, the maker, and Admiral Zhao, the jerk, had already shown him the platinum casting room, and the electrical power room, and even the heated but barely big enough to do your business bathroom, on request. All of them had their charms, but they were also exactly what Sokka expected. He knew they were working with platinum here, so they had to have some way to melt it down and shape it in different way, just because the techniques and tools for doing so were more advanced than anything he'd seen before didn't make it a big deal. Likewise the machines they had for generating electricity here at the North Pole. And when you had to go, you had to go. But he couldn't even guess the purpose behind what Lien called the Han Nanbo room. The maker led Sokka into the wide space through the simple swinging door, Zhao bringing up the rear as a guard. She didn't say anything at first, simply letting Sokka take in the rows and rows of potted trees no bigger than his forearm. They had all been cultivated to mimic the shape and proportions of a fully grown specimen. Except for colors that usually didn't belong on trees, a blue so bright it was literally glowing seemed to be a favorite around here. It could have any old man's Penzei hobby. But then there was the miniature scale swamp sitting in a big pool in the center of the room, a mess of tiny vines and bubbling water and moss and slow-moving mud and even some buzzing insects. From the center of it all rose a single fat tree with a triangular leafy top of almost mathematical precision. That's where the mechanical spider came in. The shining device, clearly made of platinum, sat on top of that central tree. The main body was a riot of links and hinges that somehow gave the metal form considerable flexibility, allowing it to curl in a stable position on the tree's foliage. The legs came in a variety of sizes with various amounts of joints, and every single one of them tapered off into a long needle that was plunged into the tree trunk. Sokka noticed that there were marks drawn in chalk on the trunk right where the needles were piercing the smooth bark. He turned to Lien. Let me guess, you guys just couldn't get used to kelp chewies, so you figured you'd grow your own apples, and things got really out of hand. Lien chuckled and smoothed her long green coat. I'd be worried about eating the fruit of these trees. Tell me, have you seen the spirit forest that covers the North Pole? You know, I was thinking of making a stop, but then I tripped over a weird scientific outpost and I somehow wound up captured by freaky mad scientists and racist conquerors. Sokka shrugged. It's odd how often that happens to me. Zhao snorted. It gets old for the rest of us, too. Well, Lien said, all of the plants in this room are made from samples taken from the spirit forest. Retrieving them were a degree of engineering and security problems to solve. But these samples have been very valuable for allowing us to simulate working on larger and more robust entities. And they've led to some bonuses, such as the burrs we use at the perimeter to fight off spirit monsters. Sokka looked at the miniature trees. And the miniature swamp. And the metal spider with needle legs. Tell me there isn't a giant platinum death spider hidden somewhere around here that I'm going to have to destroy with my friends. Oh, no. That's ridiculous. Lien shook her head. We had it assembled at the Northern Air Temple base by a specialist in large-scale mechanics. And it's already being moved to a station closer to its mission. Wait. A simulated swamp. Mission? Northern Air Temple. Sokka sucked in a breath of humid, mosquito-flavored air. This is it. The thing. The thing that the map that jet passed to Katara. That weird invasion that didn't make any sense because you guys already conquered that part of the Earth Kingdom. It's all to move a weird mechanical insect into a swamp so that it can get freaky with a big tree. Spiders aren't insects. They're arachnids. Lien's eyebrows rose. And now I know how much you know about it. The Avatar hasn't yet discovered the map's true meaning. See, Admiral? There's no need to interrogate a smart man like Sokka when we can just put a problem in front of him and watch how he solves it. Sokka could feel his teeth grinding together. He was tempted to fire back with an assertion that now he knew how much she knew about how much he knew, but he was too angry at himself to make it work. He'd let his guard down because Lien was revealing things about Iroh and being polite, but she was still an enemy and working against him. He wasn't so angry that he missed the surprise in Zhao's voice, though. You're after a tree. Whatever for? Lien gave Zhao a look out of the side of her eye. I expect that Fire Lord Iroh will brief you at the appropriate time, now that you've been given command of special operations. She looked back at Sokka and her smile returned. So what do you suppose the spider does? Remember, there are no wrong answers here. This is a place for encouraging thought. Sure, thoughts that resulted in playing with severed monster heads. I'm going to think out loud for a moment. Sokka looked at how the spider's legs pierced the trunk at the center of the various clusters of chalk markings. You said that platinum disrupts spiritual energies by conducting them straight out of their natural structure. You're stabbing spooky ghost plants, or whatever they are, in precise patterns. The plants have energies, and your platinum it leaches the energies out. You're turning them into batteries. Lien's eyes narrowed in a sly way. She apparently thought herself to be a clever girl. Not a bad guess. That is possible, but there are a number of problems that keep it from being viable, yet. Perhaps you could help solve them for us. But no, that's not the purpose behind this. Was she telling the truth? The experiment with the Unskull head that Sokka had watched before seemed to be about reducing spirit vines to their fundamental energy, so Lien was definitely thinking along those lines. But what if the thing with the swamp and the platinum spider machine was following a different track? The same fundamental principles could be informing completely different explorations, as he well knew from his time working in Fire Nation labs. That was how science worked. And clearly there was something about this specific swamp, and this specific tree, that had them building scale models using actual cuttings from a spirit forest. Sokka shrugged. I clearly don't have enough information to really say. Maybe if you told me more about the swamp. Maybe you'll figure out yourself. Wouldn't that be more interesting? Lien winked the eye that had the half-gear tattooed under it. For now, I think you'll enjoy seeing the siphon we have set up to direct the energies we're stealing from the spirit forest. She led the way out of the humid tree lab, and Sokka made sure to follow. He noticed, though, that Zhao didn't fall into line right away. The Admiral lingered for a moment, looking at the fake swamp and its central tree. Then he turned and stalked along in Sokka's wake. Katara was truly interested in learning about the dream catchers. After seeing her own tribe yoked under the Fire Nation's control for so long, it was heartening to see that even here in the heart of Iroha's conquests, the Northern Water Tribe had found a way to resist his tyranny. But she would have liked to rescue her brother first. He had come across the world for her, held on to hope that she lived for a whole decade. She would never be able to match that kind of loyalty. At least, she hoped she'd never have to. And Ty Lee. Katara had been traveling with Ty Lee ever since Ba Sing Se, relying only on each other and surrounded by enemies. They'd shared food, rooms, beds, clothes, and a mission. They'd fought together and talked together and laughed together. It was strange to think that someone from the Fire Nation, a noble and a weapon on top of that, could be such a great friend, but Katara couldn't imagine life with Ty Lee, now. She wanted to learn more about auras, about how Ty Lee saw the world. She let the talking and explanations go on for as long as she could until everyone's stew was long gone. Now it was time for action. So, she said to the gathering in the longhouse, what are we actually going to do about rescuing our friends? Might whirled one of her knives without looking at it. I was wondering about that, myself. Aang frowned, and Katara could see that he'd really been enjoying all this discussion about spirits and forests and dreams, but he was easily distractible that way. She knew he was someone who could be counted on, as long as he got reminded of the problem at hand every so often, and now he took a breath and nodded. Katara's right. I came here to do something about Iroh, and it sounds like you can really help me. The entire world is suffering because of the Fire Lord, but what's going on up here is especially dangerous. I need to find a way to stop him. Rafa grinned in a way that reminded Katara of a wolf. Then don't bother with the laboratory. That has defenses made to fight the forest, and Iroh knows you're interested in that now. You want the spirit oasis in the city. Han groaned. The garden? I was going to use that to sneak them into the city. I knew we should have just gone straight there. Rafa gave a low chuckle. It wouldn't have given you what you want. Iroh has built a full fortress over it. No one has seen the inside of the oasis since he conquered us. Katara couldn't help but roll her eyes. So you want us to go to another fortress, except this one doesn't have Sokka or Ty Lee. Maybe someone could explain this strategy to me so that it makes sense. Mai leaned over and whispered, you might want to tone it down. You're sounding like me, and no one likes me. I like you, Aang whispered back, but Katara didn't bother to respond to any of it. Yogoda looked over to Katara. It makes sense when you know that Iroh's son, the Prince Luten, is somewhere in that fortress, and no one has seen him either since the Fire Nation conquered the Northern Water Tribe. Iroh's son? The Fire Lord had struck at Katara's family, and now she could strike at his. She leaned forward. Okay, I can work with this. Rafa stood up. Then it's agreed. Come, Avatar. My warriors and I will show you the battle plans we've drawn up. We've been waiting for years for this chance, and now, with you, we can not only find out what's going on, but bring balance back to the North Pole. Katara stood up to join them, but Rafa glanced over at her and then his eyes fall to the ground. The women can see to softer matters while we make our plans. Katara's fists clenched. This garbage again. Yogoda put a hand on her shoulder, and leaned in with a smile to whisper, let them have their fun. I've been around long enough to have seen all their plans. I can see that you and the Fire Nation lady are warriors, and I'll make sure you get to take part in the fight. Katara made herself exhale. All right. I guess this isn't the time or place to fix all this dumb water tribe sexism. Yogoda nodded. It's an enemy that's eaten away at us for much longer than the Fire Nation. I don't know if it's true, but the accepted wisdom amongst the healers has always been that the Word of Avatar Kyoshi has always been the thinnest book in our sages' archives because most of what she said about us wasn't fit to be recorded. Katara had to bite down on a laugh. I'd like to think that, too. I'm sure. But Yogoda leaned back. You seem so familiar, especially this kind of anger. You're obviously a warrior. I may not be a fighter myself, but have taught water healing for longer than most of my tribe has been alive. I've seen the way the men move when they use their fighting styles. The way you walk, you understand the flow of water. But you understand it the same way Master Paku does. Oh. Katara wondered how to explain this. I learned from Paku, yes. Aang thought Iroh was an ally for a while, and Paku he offered me help, and I accepted. But then he Yogoda waved that away. I can tell that it's painful. So first, explain to me how Paku was convinced to train a girl in his style. I can't imagine even Iroh had that much control of him. Ha. It was a laugh without humor, but Katara felt that it was needed, anyway. No, it was a favor to someone else. I had already been taught waterbending forms by a master of the south, but I grew up in a Fire Nation prison. I didn't know how to really feel the water I was bending. And I'm damaged by what I went through. Paku saw that feeling the water could help me, and well, I think he and my gran were an item when they were young. She came from the north. Kunna. Yogoda's jaw dropped. I knew you and your attitude were familiar. You're the spitting image of Kunna. Katara gave a smile, a real one. Thank you. But, then I found out that Paku and Iroh were up to no good, so I had to run away. And then not that long ago Paku died, but it wasn't because I beat him again, it was this spirit monster, and You beat Paku in a fight, Yogoda said. There was no question in it, but her eyes were wide. You must have been quite a student. You have done Kunna proud. Katara looked down at her boots. I didn't really beat him. I had to use a trick. Master Hama, my first master, from the south, she had this idea of waterbending a person's blood, and she looked to see if Yogoda would interrupt her again, but the old woman was just staring at her. I know it's bad. But before I did it, I was scared of the sky. I hadn't seen it while I was in that prison, and it always looked so big. But with blood bending, I knew I had power, and even though I'm still afraid, I can when I'm feeling good. I know being afraid doesn't really matter, but what I was doing to Paku looked so awful, and With no interruption to save her, Katara just shrugged and stopped trying to put it all in words. Yogoda was silent for a long moment. I cannot say whether bloodbending is an art that should be condemned. Perhaps it is. But I think it is your path, Katara of the South, to find the answer. Many a new technique has been created that seems evil at first glance. That is the way of violence. That is why the women of our tribe are asked to shun it. Men do not think we have the wisdom to see the correct path. Katara looked up again. Really? Yogoda nodded. But now that you have used this bloodbending, it is upon you to find whether it should be left to sink beneath the waves and be forgotten, or if it is like the more acceptable forms of violence, something to be used in defense of tribe and balance. It is a question that may destroy you. Despite her words, she smiled. But I think Kunna's granddaughter is more than up to the task. Katara smiled back. Thank you. You must have been an amazing friend to my gran. Yogoda snorted. I said no one could blame her for not wanting to marry Paku, but only a crazy person would run away across the world over it. I was mostly right. Katara laughed. When the echoes of her amusement faded, she saw Aang coming back over to the fire pit with Rafa and Han. Aang looked to her. We know what we need to do. Are you ready? Katara stood up and gave him a grin that she put more than a little wolf into. Just try to stop me. Zhao's thoughts were still on that strange miniature swamp, and Lien's vague insinuations about it, as the ridiculous tour of the laboratory for the Sokka tribal continued on. Lien was currently showing off some of the experiments with using words written in platinum to create protective wards. It was a better briefing than Zhao had gotten, when he was put in charge of it all. And yet the tribal was clearly distracted. He responded to Lien's questions, and was saying things clever enough to please the maker, but Zhao knew that something was wrong. The tribal had stopped throwing out barbs and insults, never mind trying to make everything he said into a demonstration of his supposed cleverness. And it had been happening since the tribal got a look at that miniature swamp and the mechanical spider wrapped around the central tree. And if it had the tribal distracted, then Zhao wanted to know what was going on with it, too. As Lien babbled on about how etymology might play into the effectiveness of the magical wards, Zhao spotted a lieutenant signaling from the lab's door. Zhao discreetly took his leave and stepped outside the room where they couldn't be heard. "What report?" The lieutenant gave a quick bow. "Admiral, the Jorogamo project sent word via telegraph. They're on station and ready to deploy as soon as you send the command." And this was why Zhao was so worried about the miniature swamp. The Jorogamo project, Lien's fancy name for the bigger version of the mechanical platinum spider machine, was well underway and already aimed at the real version of that very swamp. Fire Lord Iroh had declared it the most important and critical program in the entire world, shortly before putting it under Zhao's command. It had been just after Iroh was crowned, and the assembly of military high command members and fire sages had retired to rest before their trip back to the homeland. Iroh had sat on a throne of ice in what seemed to be a tribal banquet hall, a fur cloak beneath him, and said, "Zhao, I think we both know that you've disappointed me as often as you've managed to do as I ask." Zhao had said nothing. He knew it was true, but he hadn't been commanded to admit it, and he saw no reason to incriminate himself. Iroh sighed. "But you did complete your critical tasks in delivering the Fire Nation to me. And, thanks to your efforts, the Avatar does live. He might not be my ally any longer, but that is hardly your fault alone." Zhao had decided, then, that he could venture an opinion, as long as he kept it neutral. The Avatar is a very troublesome individual. A disobedient child, when it comes right down to it. A ghost of a smile flickered across Iroh's bearded face. "You are not a parent, are you?" "I'm sure you know I am not, my lord." "Yes." Iroh slumped, and motioned to one of the fire marine guards standing at ready at the edge of the throne room. "We are entering a very dangerous stage. My becoming Fire Lord is just the beginning. I need to heal the world in order to help my son Dash." And here some further explanation would have been very much appreciated, as Lu Ten had been indisposed for as long as Zhao had been at the North Pole. "But if something goes wrong, I have only my most desperate plan left," Iroh continued. "Lien is making marvelous progress in understanding the nature of his affliction, but there is still so much for us to learn, and the Avatar is coming. I'm afraid he promised me that himself." The guard returned, carrying a teapot and an empty cup. He set the cup on the arm of Iroh's throne and filled it with steaming tea, and then retreated back to his station. With the pot. Well, when in doubt, Zhao had never found that flattery could be misplaced. "You have succeeded where many men throughout history have failed, my lord. You have conquered the unconquerable and rose up despite the many enemies who tried to take what is rightfully yours. I have no doubt that you will succeed in this pursuit, too. Now, as to the affliction of Prince Lu Ten Dash. That matter is classified, Commander," Iroh cut in, his voice as hard as a battleship hull and as cold as the ice of his throne. He took a sip of his tea. "But I appreciate your confidence. Desperation has driven me to great heights, and perhaps it has driven you, too. But the truth, Zhao, is that I don't need you anymore." That's never a good thing to hear from one's tyrant lord. It had chilled Zhao to the bone, worse than any of the cold and ice of this forsaken wasteland. "My liege, I assure you that I dash. Please, do not be afraid. I certainly have no intention of punishing you. But if you want to make yourself useful, perhaps you can help with the matter of my son." Zhao had shut his mouth and listened very carefully. Iroh had smiled. "My northern fleet has been stretched thin, given all my activities of late, but I will need to extend great strength to the southern Earth Kingdom. The Avatar is on his way for a confrontation, and that might very well go poorly for me. Zhao, I offer you a promotion to Admiral, with a position on the personal military staff of the Fire Lord, and direct command of my special operations military security here and throughout the colonial continent." Zhao's blood had flared at the word Admiral, but he was too good at staying alive to jump for it yet. "And why would you offer me this, my lord? I barely know the nature of your special projects." Iroh took another sip of his tea. "Well, you do have the most direct experience with the Avatar and his allies. And, as I said before, you've fed well on your own desperation. Perhaps giving you a mission that, if failed, will destroy not only you but everything you have worked for since entering my service, well, that is quite the incentive, is it not?" An unpleasantly dramatic, but I think we are well past the point of no return on that mark. Zhao wasn't so sure. But if Iroh went down, then Zhao had no doubts about what would happen to him. If the Fire Nation even survived, whoever wound up in charge of it would hardly be well disposed to Iroh as direct allies. And if the Avatar was the one who carried the day, it would probably go even worse for Zhao. Exile would be the best he could hope for in any scenario. So wouldn't it be in his best interest to make sure Iroh's strange little projects succeeded? And get a promotion to Admiral while he was at it. My lord, it is my honor to accept your most generous offer. Zhao dropped to his knees and kowtowed on the icy floor. I will serve you to the best of my strength and abilities. And sure enough, Zhao had been officially promoted and given command of the Special Operations Security Division of the Northern Fleet. But that had come with so little information, including about Prince Lu Ten. Even when the tribal task force sent to find and capture the Avatar had returned with the Unskull ahead, and Lien had gotten so excited about the theories she could then attempt to prove, Zhao was left in the dark about why these theories were so important. He couldn't help but suspect that he was being played for a patsy. Well, as the Fire Lord had said, desperation was Zhao's greatest ally. He nodded to the lieutenant. Tell them to remain on high alert, and send the confirmations to the colonial divisions that we marked to serve as defensive reinforcements. Yes, sir. And, he said as he made sure to keep his face neutral, I have concerns about the security here with the Avatar and his allies running around. Put the Unskull lab on security level 5, and prepare for an evacuation of all sensitive materials. We wouldn't want something so important to be damaged in any fighting, now would we? Yes, sir. Once the lieutenant was running off to pass on the orders, Zhao allowed himself a smile. Iroh might value all the skills and knowledge Zhao had picked up since leaving his backwater assignment at South Pole, all that time ago, but he had learned some things before then, too. And if there was one thing being stuck in a backwater could teach a man, it was how to play petty games with the limited resources at hand. So the Unskull was important to Lu Ten, eh? Time to find out how important. Chapter 72, The Bastion. Ty Lee's first view of the Northern Water Tribe chilled her more than the weather, and the weather was really cold. It was night when the metal vehicle thing brought her and the Water Tribe Princess Yu into the city. Ty Lee had been asleep at the time, or at least in a kind of concussed not quite wakey state that was pretty close. The sudden lack of vibration through the metal floor and walls and bench-turned bed jolted her enough to get her eyes open, and from there it was just a matter to deciding to return to reality. Yu was leaning over her, her glorious and slightly tarnished blue aura fighting against the dull green light of the crystal lantern hanging from the ceiling. Can you walk? I can have them bring a stretcher. I can walk. Ty Lee decided this was true and sat up on the bench. The world remained stable around her, and while there was still fatigue in her body, it wasn't enough to keep her down. Being carried sounds fun, but my feet want to feel like they're contributing again. Okay. Use dark eyebrows, and why were her eyebrows dark when her hair was white, drew together like she was confused about something. Here, I'll help you walk. Ty Lee was used to walking on a tightrope, sometimes even on her fingers, although she'd never managed to make it work with her ring fingers, just the other 4, but she still allowed Yu to take most of her weight as they made their way out of the passenger compartment, where a door folded down to become a tiny set of steps. Neat. After all, Ty Lee might need her strength later if she had to fight meanies again. An arctic wind greeted her as she emerged from the vehicle, and she raised her eyes to see where she had been brought. That's when she saw it. An entire city made of ice. Well, mostly ice. It had started as all ice, at least. It reflected the light of the full moon so brightly that not a single torch was needed to fight back the night. But, appropriately for a water tribe, all the ice didn't make the city feel frozen or locked in place. Ty Lee felt like she was standing at the top of the world's biggest, widest waterfall, looking down. Water was even pouring from a fountain somewhere behind her to feed wide canals that spread through the city in place of streets. Most of the canal water, though, came from portholes around the city's walled borders that released shimmering jets to fall like curtains. They reflected the stars above to project the illusion of movement over the buildings and walls. With the gentle downward slope of the expanse, it seemed like the tribe here was living on top of a flowing river into forever. Too bad all the added metal clashed so badly. Amidst the buildings sculpted from pure white ice, boxy outposts made from dull black metal clashed with the artistic architecture around them. Trebuchets and ballista poked up across each little neighborhood and pointed out to face the iceberg-pocked ocean. And the defensive walls of ice had been covered with big metal plates, forcing all access through portals that Tai Li knew, from science and engineering history for the glory of our nation, class back at the Royal Academy, could be shut with mechanical strength in the event of an invasion. Soldiers in the armor of the Fire Navy patrolled those walls, regularly checking the ocean ahead and the sky above. They were expecting an invasion from something that could swim or fly. Strangely, the city streets themselves seemed to be empty of guards. Tai Li was used to the sight of a city under occupation, thanks to her time touring the colonies with the circus, and one constant was heavy patrolling in civilian areas to prevent trouble. Tai Li knew now how many innocent things could be called trouble, thanks to Sokka's stories. But here, people in blue parkas moved around without any supervision. Yet, despite the lack of soldiers in their midst, the people all had auras of drab lifeless shades. They were dying while they were living. Even the poorest, most unfortunate people in the colonies hadn't been this bad, they at least had anger, even if it left them unbalanced. But these people had auras like they had given up all hope and were just waiting for the rest of the world to catch up. Tai Li decided that these people badly needed a circus. Unfortunately, she was too busy to start one right now, and besides, she was concussed. But she did say, "What has Iroh done to you?" You sighed. So much. And all of it with genuine care and concern. Come, let's get you into the palace. I had them wire ahead for a healer, and if you are not feeling sleepy again when she finishes, I can try to explain. Tai Li nodded her agreement. She'd make sure she was awake for this gossip, and let you lead her around the vehicle that had brought them here. And that's when she saw what had to be the Northern Water Tribe's royal palace. It was, of course, made of ice. It reminded Tai Li of a fountain, each floor layered with flaring eaves that glistened in the moonlight as if water was running over them. Water had to be coming from somewhere, because a series of small waterfalls were coming out from beneath the palace to join the canal feeders, but she couldn't see anything. She did notice how the Fire Nation flag covered some kind of sculpture on the top of the palace, though. And she also saw the big, black, vertical fortress that rose up behind the palace, built into the icy cliffs that bordered the city's rear. That was where Han had been intending to take Tai Li and her friends, to sneak them into the city. But there would be no entry here. It rose like a dam to hold back the natural world, with a building like an Imperial battleship plopped on top to block out the view of the sky. Tai Li stared as she and Yu mounted the palace steps together. Wow, I guess Iroh really redecorated. Actually, came a smug voice, I designed and oversaw the construction of the bastion. The Fire Lord merely requested something to protect his two greatest treasures. Coming down the steps was a bespectacled man, a Water Tribe man, judging by his features, in the uniform of a Fire Navy officer. He grinned down at Tai Li, and his green aura swirled darkly. Welcome back, Princess Yu. I see you're bringing a guest into my palace. Yu's blue aura became tinged with red, but she bowed her head as though to a superior. Chief Malik, thank you for receiving me. I wired ahead dash. Yes, your message was passed on to me. He strolled down the stairs and leaned directly in Tai Li's face. A weapon of the Fire Nation to take care of, eh? But you didn't say how beautiful she'd be. Tai Li was glad that Yu was holding her up. Thanks, but I got a big ouchie on my head so I'm not very good company right now. Sorry. Malik smiled. Yes, I've asked my sister Malina to prepare to receive you. You might be a traitor to the Fire Nation, but I greatly admire your culture, and you will be treated with the utmost politeness, Lady Caldera Yu Tai Li. Yu, without raising her head, said, Chief Malik was educated in the finest universities in the Fire Nation colonies, before Iroh appointed him to lead us. She finally did stand straight, meeting Malik's eyes. And while I appreciate your special attention on this matter, I think Misa would be a better healer for Tai Li. She has more experience with head injuries. Malik stared at Yu for a moment, face as frosty as the air, but then looked back to Tai Li and put a smile back on. Well, only the best for a noble of the Fire Nation. I think you'll find that we've adapted quite well to the rule of your nation. The water tribe's primitive days are behind them. Wow. Ty Lee hoped that Sokka and Katara wouldn't have to meet this guy. She didn't want to see what it did to their auras. Great. So, nice meeting you, and dash. That's when the alarms started. Someone started beating a gong in a steady danger pattern, and soon horns and additional gongs joined in with the noise. Ty Lee saw the more metal portions of the Water Tribe city come to life, the massive weapon emplacements swinging upward. And she followed their movement to see a cloud moving against the wind. But she knew it wasn't a cloud. It was a sky bison, and he was her friend. Malik lost his smile. Get in the palace. It seems the Avatar has come for my bastion. I hope he won't make us hurt him. Come on, you said, and began moving Ty Lee up the steps to the palace again. Ty Lee let herself be led away, but she was no longer focused on taking in the scenery. She'd seen enough to know what was going on. And how to fight here. So instead, she cleared her mind and steadied her breathing. She sank into something like a meditation, focusing on the chi that flowed within her body. It was disrupted in her head, where she'd taken an injury from Iroha's attack, and would need real healing. Hopefully, you would be able to arrange for that, but Ty Lee couldn't rely on it. Not with her friends about to go into battle. So she discreetly poked herself in a few specific places, increasing the flow of chi to her head. It wouldn't be as good as water healing, and would take a little longer, but maybe it would be enough for Ty Lee to fight if she had to. Just because she didn't like being a weapon didn't mean she wasn't still the most dangerous person in this entire city. At least, for the sake of her friends, she hoped so. Katara looked over the northern Water Tribe city, at the beautiful ice buildings hidden behind an array of defenses, weapons, and soldiers. All of it was assembled to kill her and everyone else up on Appa right now, a force ready and waiting for them, a force created by arguably the world's greatest living strategic genius. She frowned. Are we sure we don't want to try attacking the city? Maybe that will be easier. Rafa leaned over the edge of the saddle beside her, gazing with clear yearning at the city, at the people he had to abandon to join the Dreamcatcher rebellion against the Fire Nation. The critical part of my plan is to get through the bastion to Iroha's sun and the Spirit Oasis. There are considerable defenses at the top, and I'd rather not fight through my city, but I will do what I must to liberate it. Katara winced at the thought of bringing harm to the people, the families of her sister tribe, in a pitched battle against a Fire Nation army. But the alternative was this plan of Aang's, and that plan relied on, among other things, Katara herself. Yeah, but are we really sure about this? Over on Appa's head, Aang turned around and grinned at her. Now you're sounding like Sokka. I do not. I'm just being practical. Be pessimistic and back me up. Across the saddle, surrounded by more of Rafa's waterbender warriors, Mai looked up from the chunk of machinery she was familiarizing herself with. Actually, I like Aang's crazy daring stupid plan. Our team has a high rate of success on those. But dash. Mai looked straight at Katara with eyes that glistened silver gold in the light of the moon. I really think you can do this. Even with all my cynical lack of hope. Take that for what it is. Stupid Mai being a stupid good friend. Katara sighed and looked up at the sky, at the full moon shining down on the world. The view made her skin crawl, but she took that nervous energy and welcomed it, let it fill her body without granting it even a little bit of control. She'd need all the energy she could get to shove an ocean out of the way. Appa was passing out over that ocean right now, leaving the city behind. Aang steered him over the waters, over the floating icebergs, where the Fire Navy patrol ships were swinging to a defensive array. And then he had Appa turn around and point them all straight at the city. Katara breathed in. She breathed out. Then she moved forward to the front of the saddle, along with Mai, who brought along the device she was borrowing from the Dreamcatchers, and together they climbed up onto Appa's head and took the reins from Aang. Aang himself climbed down onto Appa's face so that he was perched right above the Sky Bison's nose. Okay, I'm ready. Mai whipped the reins as Katara stood up and began swinging her arms to summon the attention of the lapping waves below. The waterbenders who Rafa had recruited for this adventure all stood in the saddle as well, synchronizing their movements with hers. They'd been skeptical at having a girl lead this part of the plan, until Aang had described how she'd thrown a rainstorm at the Faceless Tribe's waterbender warriors. "My," drawled, "yip yip." Appa snapped his tail and shot forward, diving down on a steep angle towards the outer wall of the city. Or, more specifically, where the lapping waves met the wall. Katara closed her eyes as the catapults and trebuchets and ballista all began firing at them. There was nothing she could do about any of it, and she needed to concentrate. She reached out with her mind and body and emotion and spirit to the ocean, just as Pakku had taught her. She didn't need to see the water to feel it, not anymore. Pakku might have betrayed her to Iroh, but she knew, at least, that he hadn't liked it. Now his lessons would help liberate his tribe. Katara leaned forward and pushed with her arms. Behind her, the other waterbenders would be doing the same thing. She could feel the ocean respond, curving away even as Appa continued his dive, but it was so vast, so heavy, and it pushed back against her. But that was okay. Master Hamma might have been forced to teach waterbending, back in that dry Crescent Island prison, without the benefit of any water around, but Katara had made sure to learn the principles. Waterbending was push and pull, transference of momentum, motion redirected along the path of least effort. So when the ocean pushed back against her, Katara went ahead and started pulling along with it. And that created more motion, more energy. The ocean rose, the surface cresting. Then Katara got back to pushing. She kept this cycle up for a few seconds, and at last opened her eyes. She barely saw the flaming projectile headed right towards Appa before Aang took care of it. He leaped ahead off of Appa's nose, kicked a wind at the ball of fire to knock it off course, and rode that wind over to a ballista bolt that was angling too close. Katara let Aang work, let him dance in the open space ahead of Appa's dive to clear the way for them all, and focused on the ocean below. It was moving. The water right in front of the Northern Water Tribe city's outer wall was rising up to soak the ramparts and then falling again to expose the wall's foundations, and then rising again, and then falling again, and so on. Katara kept up her motion, working with the other waterbenders in the saddle, adding energy and movement to the unnatural lapping of the waves. She was doing it. Katara was moving the ocean enough for Aang's plan. Appa diving was bringing them close to that wall, now. They had passed beneath the range of the Fire Nation's weaponry, but they weren't out of danger yet. The water receded again, exposing the solid wall of ice and the frozen rock it had been built upon. In a second, they'd crash into that rock with the full force of Appa's flight, enough force to kill them all instantly. But Aang was going to take care of that, too. Trusting the Avatar was even easier than trusting herself. Aang knew what he needed to do, and knew that he'd need a lot of help to do it. Good thing his previous lives were also willing to help him out. Katara had done her job, exposing the rocky foundations of the Northern Water Tribe's city. Getting to them normally would have required swimming down through dangerously frigid waters, and while Appa was capable of such a thing, it wasn't something a sky bison could do quickly. They'd run out of air before Aang could do his part, never mind what the Fire Nation would manage to put together as a defense. If they had collaborator waterbenders working for them. So Aang had decided that this was a good place to be an earthbender. A second before Appa crashed into the stone beneath the outer ice wall, Aang reached within himself, emptied himself of everything but the gentle breeze that was the universe's breathing, and sought for company. Roku answered him. As did Kyoshi. And Kuruk. Plus Yanshin. Along with Jafar and Kyuaju and Shonshin and Changchub and Jimyu and Taiguai and Urei and Sempa and everyone else. Aang paid particularly close attention to Kyoshi, but he didn't forget that he himself was part of the group, and that his own earthbending teacher was a particularly clever and subtle warrior. Together and alone, Aang reached out to the stone just ahead to yank it apart into a tunnel wide enough to accommodate a sky bison and passengers. The stone pushed back against him, of course, but he took on the power that all the other avatars offered him, and rooted himself on Appa's steady and very reliable head. It was a strange thing, to feel his own eyes glowing. And so the rock parted just as the ocean had done for Katara, and they all passed into the tunnel as the waves crashed back down behind them and cut them off from their enemies outside. Aang had done it. And Katara had done it. And even Mai had called it right. Up on top of Appa's head, Mai activated the bright spotlight lantern that they'd brought along with the crack of the mechanical lever, stolen by the Dreamcatchers from one of the Fire Navy facilities up here. It lit up the tunnel ahead of them, allowing Appa to fly along easily and Aang to keep extending the shaft. He didn't know exactly where they were going, but he knew the general direction he wanted. Under the city, towards the fortress called the Bastion. It was as Rafa was going over the defenses of the fortress, of the metal plating and mechanical gates and ready soldiers and overwhelming weaponry, that Aang had gotten the idea to come at it like an earthbender. Iroh would be used to dealing with waterbenders, up here, and any collaborators would naturally be most familiar with those abilities. The Fire Nation in general knew all about fighting conventional incursions, so a direct assault was likely to be fatal. But coming up from underground, where the stone was buried so deep that most people had forgotten it was there, Aang had liked that idea. Now, he broke apart another layer of rock, but instead of echoes and shadow, the stone revealed an undulating chamber that seemed to shift to regard him as Appa banked into the space. But it wasn't the walls that were looking at him, that would be creepy, it was a whole bunch of slippery creatures with flexible necks and big shells on their backs. They barked in either alarm or welcome as the spotlight played over them, and Aang realized that he'd just found the vacation hideaway of a herd of turtle seals. Neat. He leaped down off of Appa's nose, almost landed in a pool of water before he caught himself with his airbending and floated over to solid ground. Mai brought Appa down next to him, and everybody in the saddle quickly disembarked in stances ready for battle. But only the turtle seals seemed to care that they were down here. Rafa lowered his spear. These caverns must have been carved by the shifting ice over the years. I wonder how extensive they are. Aang shrugged before trying to pet one of the turtle seals. Well, if they don't take us to the bastion, I can just use my earthbending to get us the rest of the way. The turtle seal angled its head away and flopped towards one of the small pools that dotted the cavern floor. Come on, Aang, Katara said. We can't stop and play. The sooner we find Prince Luten, the sooner we get Sokka and Ty Lee back. Aang knew she was right, and hoped there would be a chance later to come back. He'd never ridden a turtle seal before. But he had friends in danger, and a world that needed saving. He knelt down on the ground and swept his hands over it to melt the icy coating and push the resulting water away. He put both of his hands on the dry, bare rock, reaching out just as Toph had taught him back on the island of the Sun Warriors. He'd been able to feel the disturbance there that had destroyed their eternal flame, and used that same sense now to trace the extensions of this cavern and find out where they led. He knew he wasn't as good as Toph, who could see by the vibrations carried through the earth, but he didn't need to be for this. He just needed to find the big empty gaps heading in the direction he wanted to go. Satisfied, he stood up and pointed down a particular tunnel. This is our best path for now. I'll lead the way with my earthbending. Katara, can you keep Appa calm as we go? He doesn't like being underground. Rafa, if you or any of your warriors recognize anything, go ahead and shout. And my dash. She stepped into place right beside him. I'm here. Let's go see what Iroh has locked away in that fortress of his. Aang nodded. Keep any eye out. We probably surprised Iroh's army just now, but he's good at surprising us, too. Sokka's tour of the laboratory ended, as these things always should, with food. And also Fire Lord Iroh, which completely ruined it. Lien, the Maker, because some people just couldn't stand possibly sharing a name with other human beings, led the way into an office, where Iroh was seated at a table laid out with a full tea service and plates of steaming food. The smell of grilled meat immediately reminded Sokka that he hadn't eaten in roughly forever, and so he almost missed the other table in the office, despite it being much bigger than the dinner table and also dominating the center of the room. But then he saw the painted canvas spread across it, and recognized a pretty close copy of the map that Jet had stolen from the Northern Air Temple to pass on to Katara. You might as well come and eat first, Iroh said, pouring some tea into cups. If your friends haven't come to rescue you, yet, then I expect they're in no rush. We'll have time to talk business later. Oh, great. First they do the whole, come gaze upon all my wonderful evil facilities because I don't fear you, thing, and now it was the, let us dine together despite being enemies because we are both civilized people and also you're my prisoner so haha you stink, routine. This was also probably part of the psychological games they were playing, trying to force Sokka to keep compromising his resistance, all to brainwash him or something. He almost preferred how Long Feng and the Dai Li had tried real brainwashing, with isolation and hypnotism and all that. It had been unpleasant before King Toph rescued them, but he and Mai had resisted that well enough, and at least it was honest. But Sokka was hungry, so he figured he could indulge his captors on this point. Well, if you insist. Iroh laughed. I do. Lien, please join us. You've been working so hard, and I know intellectuals often forget to properly nourish themselves. Lien's smile grew a bit tight, to Sokka's eye, as they came over and took seats. Thank you, Fire Lord. It would be my pleasure to join you. But I actually keep close track of my nutritional needs. A healthy mind comes from a healthy body. Well said. Iroh placed cups of tea in front of them. Zhao, you're invited, too. I don't want anyone standing around hungry. Zhao? Sokka whipped around, and found old Sideburns standing at attention by the office's door. Where had that jerk come from? He'd ducked out of the tour at some point, when Sokka was paying more attention to all the science and wondering how it would be used to destroy the world. Judging by Lien's face, she was surprised at Zhao's reappearance, too. So he hadn't been off on her business, then. Thank you, Fire Lord, but I will decline. Zhao dipped his head and kept his position by the door. I could not bring myself to eat while executing such important duty as providing your security. Iroh shrugged. Whatever makes you happy, then. Sokka, please, try some of this. It's a variant of a local crab dish, but with Fire Nation spices. I asked the cook to go easy on those, since I expect you are not used to quite that much fire, but there's still enough to add quite a nice flavor. He held up a steaming dish with delicious-looking contents. Sokka reached out to take it, already thinking of an insult he could deliver to the Fire Lord to ease his guilt at eating the man's succulent, wonderful-smelling food. And then alarms started going off. Harsh, mechanical, and unending, the sound made Sokka and Lien both jump, although Iroh remained stone still. The brass message tubing on the ceiling shook, and a tinny voice announced, Wire from the Bastion, they are under attack. The Avatar is at the Bastion. Repeat, the Avatar is at the Bastion. Wait, the Avatar? But the last Sokka had seen, Aang was stuck in a glowy nap time. Was he awake again? Sokka wasn't sure how to feel about the idea that this whole excursion into an evil laboratory might have been a waste of effort. But at least he had gotten some good information out of it. The alarms continued ringing, and for a moment, no one moved. And then Iroh snarled, flung the whole table away, including the dish of seasoned crab, and hopped up to stalk towards the door. Zhao, bring the tribal. We're leaving. Sokka was hauled out of his seat by Zhao, arms being twisted behind his back, and force marched out of the office. Over the sounds of the alarms, he heard Lien mumble, I'll have this all cleaned up, I guess. Oh, well. At least now he wouldn't have to feel guilty about eating Water Tribe food with Fire Nation spices on it. Zhao pushed Sokka through the halls of the laboratory at a run, Iroh close behind them despite his shorter legs. Sokka tried digging his heels in to see if he could at least slow the parade down, but Zhao responded with a smack to the back of his head that left his ears ringing almost as bad as the alarms. The mandatory journey continued straight out of the laboratory, where an enclosed snow crawler, motorized ski vehicles, and even a tank were being brought together in the whipping snow. Night had fallen, but Sokka could see soldiers hurrying about, but most seemed to be taking positions around the laboratory grounds. So they were staying here, then, instead of going to whatever this bastion was. Good to know. As Sokka tried to take in as many details as possible, he let himself be dragged into the mechanized crawler, where he was actually chained to the rear bench. Zhao gave him one last smack on the head and then hurried off. Goodbye to you, too, Sokka muttered. But overall, he was thinking that his situation might have improved. Zhao was gone now, and Aang and company seemed to be running something. Sokka might be due for a rescue any moment, now. Then Fire Lord Iroh got into the crawler with a pair of armored firebender guards. One sat down next to Sokka, while Iroh and the other took the front bench. Oh. Sure. The crawler jolted into motion. Zhao was still mustering reinforcements to bring to the bastion when Lien found him. And, for the first time, he got to see her absolutely furious. "Why," she spat, marching out of the lab with her green long coat flaring out in snowy wind, "am I not being allowed in my biggest lab? I have work to do." Zhao didn't have long to deal with this. Iroh was going ahead to help deal with the Avatar if necessary, and the Fire Lord would not be pleased if things went bad because Zhao was late with reinforcements. But Lien had been acting so smug, it would be a shame not to enjoy this moment. Zhao smirked at her. "It is called a lockdown, and it is part of the security necessities for dealing with the emergency of the Avatar's attack. The Unskull ahead is one of our most important assets. Considering the threat the Avatar poses and how little we understand his plans, I will do what I must to protect the Fire Lord's projects, no matter how important you think your work is." Lien's face scrunched, turning the gear tattoo beneath her left eye into a jagged smudge. "You're contradicting yourself, you simpleton. If you think my work isn't important, then there's no reason to lock down the lab. You're playing petty games with my science that you couldn't possibly understand and dash." "Then why not," Zhao interrupted, "help me understand. Tell me the purpose behind your experiments, and their importance to Prince Lu Ten. Then I can accurately judge the needs of security against the needs of the project." Lien pressed her lips together so tightly they lost their color. "Do you really think you can manipulate the Fire Lord? Accept your place, do your job, and I won't bring this to his attention later. Don't you military types have a thing called need to know? You don't need." Zhao could acknowledge that she had a point, but not one that would sway him. It was true that, under normal circumstances, he would have to accept that some information simply could not be spread around, and a proper soldier would have to be content to follow orders. But Zhao was not a simple soldier, and Iroh. Well, part of the resilience of the chain of command was the trust that the people at the top were truly serving their nation to the best of their ability. And, when it came down to it, Zhao didn't trust Iroh. Who could? The man had hidden up here at the North Pole for years, only reaching out make deals with enemies and plunge the Fire Nation into civil war. Yes, he had been crowned Fire Lord, and Zhao had happily, more or less, gone along with everything for the sake of survival and profit. But Iroh wasn't even pretending this was all for the greater good. It was to save his son. And Iroh still wanted to make a deal with the Avatar, if at all possible. He was still keeping secrets, even as he promoted Zhao. And more important than the greater good was Zhao's good, which was even more questionable at this point. Iroh's secrets involved toying with supernatural forces that had the Avatar's companions spooked. Perhaps Zhao would be the next to be burned as fuel for Iroh's strange ambitions. And, when it came down to it, Iroh was still being stymied by his enemies refusing to be manipulated. If Zhao was good at anything, it was stealing a good strategy when he saw one. "Very well," he said to Lien, "I will do my job. As head of security here at the North Pole, I have decided that this entire location is compromised by the Avatar's arrival and infiltration of our facilities. I need to evacuate the important materials elsewhere, until security can be re-established or a new location made functional." Lien's jaw dropped. "Evacuate? You stupid man. We'll see." Zhao turned in the snow to give the proper orders, leaving Lien to gape like a fish. Then he'd have to hurry to catch up to Iroh at the bastion, where he'd have to somehow deal with the Avatar's assault. Perhaps the solutions to all these problems were related. That would be gratifying. Sokka would have liked to say that the worst part of his trip in the crawler was the awkward silence, but he was also chained to his bench and the heating seemed to be on the fritz. And then there was the fact that the Fire Lord, the baddest man on the planet and maybe the most dangerous firebender alive, was acting kind of antsy. Sokka, of course, had no real desire to want to speak to his captors. The guards did their usual unmoving glowering presence thing, but with their faces covered by their helmets they might have been napping, and that kind of killed the sense of dread. It was Iroh who was making the whole thing awkward. He shifted in his seat. He leaned forward to look through the little window at the front of the cabin into what was probably the driver compartment. He tapped his fingers on the bench and stroked his pointed chin beard and then started the whole routine over again. Eventually, Iroh sighed and turned around to face Sokka. "I'm sorry about this. I wanted the chance to have a nice conversation." Sokka shrugged in his chains. I don't suppose you brought along some leftovers. He expected Iroh to act amused again, to keep up the routine of an eccentric uncle hosting an insolent nephew, but the Fire Lord's face remained grim. The skin around his eyes was tight, and his fingers twitched. Do you know what the Avatar is attempting? Sorry. Our plans hadn't gotten any further than infiltrating the lab. I'm guessing that me and Ty Lee not coming back out has set things off. He had no reason to hold back the truth, and hoped the Fire Lord wouldn't want to go all flaming interrogation to confirm it. Iroh gave a nod, eyes shifting across the cabin. As can only be expected. But I did not anticipate the form of the response. He tapped his fingers against the bench again. The Avatar is strangely difficult for me to predict. Well, sure. Sokka couldn't believe he had to explain this to the most accomplished military leader in the world. He's 13. And he eats way too many sweets. Iroh's lip might have twitched. I am a father. I know what young boys can be like. But this dash, he gave a dismissive wave of his hand. That's what it is really all about. Did the Avatar tell you? I just want to save my son. Sokka decided to risk a nod. Yes, he's mentioned that. But you know, I don't mean to be rude or disrespectful, especially being your captive and all, but none of us are clear on how most of what you're doing relates to your son. Like that House of Horrors you had Lien show me dash. You didn't like it? I thought it would appeal to the intellectual in you. Oh, it did. But the intellectual also has to hang out with the me in me who was terrorized by spirit monsters a few times. Sokka cleared his throat. And that's what's really worrying us. You keep saying, it's fine, everything's good, just saving my sick son, la-da-da, but then you have a head mounted on a machine which eats spirit vines and that kind of thing just looks kind of shady, you know? We trust our guts on Team Avatar, and frankly your methods are giving us all tummy aches. I suppose that is fair. Iroh's gaze lost its focus, and he leaned back. I have been pursuing this for years. At one time, I suppose I would have been horrified as well. Some of it did scare me, but I made myself endure. I must have gotten used to horrors, and now they are just part of everyday business. His eyes focused on Sokka again. War is like that, as well. Sokka snorted. So is being colonized by foreign invaders. The trick is to not get used to awful things, and actually do something about them. Iroh raised an eyebrow. And sometimes, the only way to do something is to first become inured to the horror. He paused and then hissed and gave a wave of his hand. But we are becoming distracted by matters of philosophy. You have questions, don't you? Ask me. We have a little time before we get back to the bastion, and we might arrive to find a war in progress. What can I clarify for you? Sokka thought it over, wary of a trap. He didn't trust this any more than Lien's happy fun tour. Let's start with the Unskala. Why are using it to convert weird vines into energy? Simple. My son, Lu Ten is his name, is suffering from a spiritual affliction, and it drains him of his chi. It is like how the Unskala itself kills its victims. The methods we are using to help Lu Ten now are crude and inefficient, and we hope to find a way to more directly give him the energy he needs to stay healthy. Imagine Iroh's gaze lost focus, and he mumbled something before his voice rose again to say, imagine if we could take a meal of spirit vines and process it into a form he could consume. Yes, that would be the greatest help, aside from a cure. Ew. That sounded worse than being a vegetarian. But Iroh seemed to like the idea. He mumbled some more, and Sokka caught the mention of scrolls of some kind, and the Kuida crystal, whatever that was. Sokka took advantage of the Fire Lord's distraction to attack the logic of the explanation from several different angles, trying to see where any traps might be. It seemed reasonable when explained like that, give or take a giant monster head, but maybe the lack of traps was the trap? Was it an innocuous piece of information to lead up to something more awful? Sokka waved for Iroh's attention. But what does that have to do with the swamp and the weird platinum spider machine? The what? The Fire Lord blinked, and then his expression brightened. Oh. Yes. I wish we had more time to spend on this subject. You saw the map I had set up beside our dinner? I explained to the Avatar that it wasn't what it looked like, but he had already decided that he couldn't trust me. But you've seen the model of the swamp, and the experiments with the trees. Yes, Sokka had. Lien said the spider was already being deployed. He didn't mention that King Toph and her Earth Kingdom resistance were on their way to check things out, if they weren't there already. Iroh smacked a pair of fingers on his bench, as if squashing a bug. I could have shown you their exact progress on my copy of the map. It details my plans for getting the mechanical spider to a certain spiritual nexus in the swamp, and how it will deal with opposition from either Fire Nation or rebel forces. That's it. Once that is completed, I will be happy to honor my agreement with the Avatar and begin freeing the colonies. Sokka leaned back and tried to look as shrewd as possible with chains wrapped around him. And what's the point? Assuming you're telling the truth, why are you doing it? Iroh shook his head. I don't even know that I'll have to. It's a contingency, in case no other efforts to save Lu Ten succeed. I wouldn't even have deployed the spider, yet, if the Avatar hadn't announced his intention to come after me here. I need to be prepared in case he brings matters to a head. Right, sure, but let's go back to what you're actually hoping to accomplish. I wish Lien were here to fully explain, but essentially I want to freeze the spiritual energies passing through that nexus in the swamp. Then I can continue working to help Lu Ten at my leisure, although of course I would still want to minimize his time spent suffering. Iroh smiled, and he lowered his voice as if imparting a great secret. I even suspect that the action might help restore balance to the world, to help undo some of the damage caused by the Ashlands. Not bad, eh? Huh. Sokka remembered how the little model of the platinum spider had been perched on the miniature tree with its needle legs sunk into the trunk. Freeze the energies, huh? That it kind of made sense. If platinum disrupted spirit mojo, then some precisely placed needles could disrupt an existing flow and knot it up. But a lot of trial and error would be needed, and slush, all those other trees. An entire laboratory full of them. There had been a lot trial and error. He recalled the chalk markings on the trunk of the scale model of the swamp tree. They'd worked out the calculations, and tried them on the closest they could get to the real thing. So that part made a kind of sense, or at least matched what Sokka had been shown. But where was the catch? Of course, if anyone with an army took exception to Iroh holding onto that swamp, then his time would still be limited to however long he could protect his big spider machine. Was that it? He wouldn't let go of the colonies until his son was cured, because he needed to be able to secure his swamp. But surely fixing the Ashlands, or at least dehaunting them or whatever, was worth trading away some useless swampland. In terms of recovered territory, the Earth Kingdom would be gaining land through the trade. Unless the Ashland thing was more of a remote possibility than Iroh was hinting? Sokka decided to circle back to the beginning. So what does a swamp on the other side of the world have to do with your son? Iroh grinned. It was not a nice grin. And how much do you know about the spiritual balance of the world? Sokka sat up as straight as he could. Lots. I spiritually balance all the time since I started traveling with Aang. As bluffs go, it probably wasn't his best. Iroh's golden eyes had the look of a wolf that had just found its dinner. Then surely you'll understand what I mean when I say that the nature of this nexus hangs over us all. Yeah, surely. But what dash? The crawler shuddered to a stop. Ah, we're here. Iroh stood up. Let's hope I can stop the Avatar from doing something that will force me to destroy him. Yeah, Sokka sighed as the guard next to him took hold of his chains. Let's. Mai did a slow walk around Aang's body where it was silently maintaining a lotus position on the icy floor of the cavern. She didn't really feel the need to move right now, despite how the cold managed to chill her bones even through her thick parka. But she knew that people got a little freaked out when she spun a knife in a hand and otherwise stayed as still as a statue, and she didn't want to disturb her allies. For now. Aang had already frightened them a bit with this trick, and even Mai wasn't entirely comfortable with it, yet. Sure, it had helped her to rescue her little brother from Iroh's clutches, but she just wasn't used to people exiting their bodies and leaving them behind like dirty clothes. Mai continued her circle around Aang's body, letting her gaze travel over the cavern. It was no different from the others they'd passed through over the last hour, except that Aang was sure that Iroh's mysterious bastion fortress was above this one, A fortress that supposedly had a garden and a prince at its center. I keep hearing about this spirit garden or oasis. What kind of place, exactly, should I be expecting? Across the cavern, next to where Appa was resting, Rafa and his waterbender warriors were chewing some jerky. Rafa swallowed and shrugged. Hard to say. The chief and his most trusted advisors were the only ones allowed in. When Iroh killed Chief Arnook, the others were imprisoned and never seen again. I just know that it's a sacred place, and it is the duty of the Northern Water Tribe to protect it. It's why we're here at the North Pole. It's one of the most important places in the material world. Katara petted Appa as she said, "Is that how Iroh has kept the Northern Tribe under his control? By threatening the oasis." Rafa spat on the icy ground. "He holds us hostage with our own duty. He killed our chief and imprisons our princess, but we would still fight against that. The oasis, though? We may not know what is there, but none of us would dare risk it. That's what fuels the Dreamcatcher's secrecy. Until now." "You don't say." Mai didn't much care about the political significance of the oasis. She just wanted to know if she'd have room to throw her knives. Apple let out a groan of greeting, and there was a glow of blue light from above them all, reflected by the ice that covered so much of the cavern rock around them. Aang's ghost? Spirit? Aang's essence descended from out of the ceiling and floated down into his body. Then he opened his eyes, apparently whole once again. "We were right, the fortress is directly above us." Across the cavern, Rafa and his waterbender warriors swallowed the last of their and jumped to their feet. Katara gave Appa one last pat and hurried over. Mai just stood still. She'd already been prepared for a fight. "What are we looking at?" Aang looked over at Rafa. "You were right. It's a Fire Nation fortress, but it's layered. There's a series of walls, and the only way through them is mechanical doors. And at the center is a last layer of platinum that I couldn't get through." Rafa nodded. "That's how it was built. I don't know if the platinum was at the center from the beginning, but the bastion started as a little fort around the garden. They just kept building shell upon shell until it covered the entire cliffside, including the waterfall. But thanks to you, we can bypass all those layers." Katara straightened the water skins she had strapped over her parka. "Did anyone see you, Aang? Your spirit self?" Aang's lip twitched, and it was clear to Mai that he wanted to laugh but was trying to seem professional. "A few. I accidentally scared them, and they set off some alarms." Mai sighed. "So they know we're coming." "But they knew that anyway," Rafa said. "And they don't know exactly how. So let's show them. But remember." Aang lifted his staff and gave it a quick twirl. "We're not here to fight the whole fortress. We push through to the center as fast as we can, get to Prince Luten and the Spirit Oasis, and find out what's going on. We're doing this to get our friends back and force Iroh to deal with us honestly." Katara nodded. "We're ready." Mai pulled the hood of her parka back to expose her head. It was cold, but she'd need her full range of vision. "Ready, I guess." Rafa and his waterbenders arranged themselves into formation. "Ready. For the tribe." Aang looked over to Appa. "We're going now, buddy. Thanks to helping us get this far. Go back the way we came, swim back up to the surface, and you know where to meet the rest of the Dreamcatchers. We're going to be counting on you." He waited for Appa's grunt of acknowledgement, and then jumped straight up at the ceiling and smashed through the rock. Katara went into action immediately, liquefying the ice around her and throwing the water right where Aang had just been. It absorbed the falling rubble and then froze into a spiral that she rode up through the hole in the ceiling. Rafa's waterbenders followed, expanding and stabilizing the ice into something like a staircase. Mai put aside her distaste for ice, there was just no getting away from it, lately, and ran up after them. She felt her boots slip on one of the steps, but Rafa was right behind her and a quick hand on her back kept her up and moving into the dark of the hole in the ceiling. Stuck behind all the waterbenders, she didn't get to see what Aang's earthbending was doing to the metal floor of the fortress, but she did hear it. Rock pressed against steel, and it sounded like Iroh would have to completely replace the plates. Good. The dark and the ice came to an end, and the waterbenders ahead of her were vaulting up into a hallway lit by the red gas lanterns that the Fire Nation liked so much. Mai jumped up after them and plucked a pair of razor discs from within the sleeves. She already had the discs ready to throw before her boots touched the floor, and she scanned for threats in the dim light. She saw thin pipes and insulated wiring and caged lamps and bolted air vents, all the typical decor that characterized fortresses and warships, but no enemies. Aang had picked his spot well. But then, he'd already had a look at it. The only odd thing was the sunken panels in the walls that might have been covers of some kind, features Mai hadn't seen anywhere else. They weren't sliding open and unleashing any attack, so she pushed them back into the part of her perception that kept track of passive threats. The alarms Aang mentioned, ringing, electrical in sound, echoed through the hallway. "This way," he said. He pointed his staff down the hallway, and the stale, cold air picked up in a breeze that followed him as he started to run. Mai ran along with him, Katara, and the dream catchers, trying to shoulder her way to the front so that she could more easily protect Aang, now that she could trust her footing on proper metal floors. She heard the soldiers before she saw them, the sound of clanking boots ahead, but she wasn't yet at the front of the line. Aang could probably handle them, and there was no reason any of the others in the group couldn't help out, but well. Mai vaulted to her left, kicked off the wall, hooked her arm around one of the pipelines running overhead, and threw her razor discs. They sped ahead into the blood-colored murk. Twin cries of surprise were followed immediately by the sound of armor crashing into a wall. And Mai swung herself to land right next to Aang. "Hey." He smiled at her, his eyes shining even in the dim light, as they ran past a pair of guards pinned to the wall by a razor disc each stuck in their scarves. "Hey. Nice shot." "Of course." They came up on a doorway that someone was trying to close on them. "Yours." Aang didn't slow as he swung his staff, sending a burst of wind at the door. It whipped back the other way, crashing into whoever was trying to close it. They passed through, finding another Fire Nation soldier struggling to his feet. Rafa fell on that guy with his spear, and the rest of them continued running. Into a chamber with grated flooring and a high ceiling, tall enough that the alarms echoed back onto themselves to create an endless din. The red light of the lamps struggled to illuminate the space, leaving swaths of shadow, but Mai's eyes were drawn to the series of walkways snaking across the space above. They shook and clanked with the impact of more boots, heralding the arrival of additional soldiers. Firebenders emerged from the shadows to send fireballs down to the group, but Katara and the waterbenders intercepted them with streams of water that became bursts of steam. More soldiers surged out onto the looming walkways from the darkness. It was a real party up there. Mai kept pace with Aang as they ran on. Soldiers with spears rushed across their own floor to meet them, but Aang could manage those with his airbending before they even got close. Mai focused her attention upward, since the waterbenders would eventually run out of their element. She had a limited supply of her own element, glistening death, a fundamental force in the universe, so maybe they could help each other. Mai raised her arms and shot a pair of bolts from her wrist launchers up through the grated walkway at a cluster of firebenders. One of them cried out and tripped over a bolt, while another cried out and fell onto his face from the bolt that had pierced through his boot, and a bunch behind them cried out and proceeded to trip over the first two. Cry, cry, cry. It was a nice effect. As Aang led them past the spearmen he'd wiped the floor with towards an opening into yet another hallway, Mai produced a pair of razor discs that she could curve around to the top of the walkway. And with a grind of machinery, panels beneath the latticed flooring slid aside to reveal a red glow. Katara shrieked and cried, "No, no, 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 not this, not again dash." And Mai was nearly knocked off her feet by a blast of hot air coming from below. And then they all reached the next hallway and hurried around the first corner to escape the suffocating heat. Aang slowed and came to a stop, looking back at the group with wide eyes. "Is everyone okay?" Mai didn't bother answering him, instead scanning for threats. It seemed clear, but more soldiers would be here soon, and those alarms were still going. "We need to dash." "They have a drying engine," Katara hissed. "Just like at Crescent Island." "What?" Rafa peeked his head back around the corner. "What is a drying engine?" "They powered it with lava," Katara continued as if she hadn't heard him. "They must be doing something else here, but our supply of water is going to run out a lot quicker. And we'll get tired. And weaker. And dash. Firebenders are on their way, Rafa barked. We need to move. But Katara hesitated, and Aang in turn hesitated out of worry for her. Mai rolled her eyes, grabbed Katara by her parka and Aang by his robes, and shoved them both into motion. Then she ran, too. The Dreamcatchers moved right along with them. I think the platinum wall is around the next corner, Aang said. But there's a guard station right dash. A section of the wall opened to reveal a door, and a dozen swordsmen spilled out to block the path. There, Aang finished. The group skidded to a stop. And then the sunken panels in the walls, the weird things Mai couldn't identify that ran up and down the whole hallway, whined with the sound of gears and slid away to reveal glowing hot metal that radiated dry heat. Ah! Iroh was really worried about waterbenders getting in here. He hadn't expected an earthbender to come up through the floor, but it might not matter if they got stopped here. Well, Mai wasn't at all inconvenienced by a little dry heat. In fact, it was her preferred climate. She quickly unfastened her parka and threw it to the floor. Then she reached into her loose, flowing sleeves and filled her hands with as many sharp, intimidating pieces of metal as she could fit between her steady fingers. She had time to give a contented smile to Aang before she dashed towards the dozen swordsmen and filled the air with blades. The swordsmen actually faltered against her charge, intimidated by a teenage girl with a thing for knives, but then, they had good reason. They were fighting with Dao blades, big chopping swords that were the preferred weapon of regular soldiers. Mai usually operated best at a distance, but in these cramped quarters, in the middle of a group of soldiers who hadn't taken the time to properly space themselves out, knives were the ideal weapon. They were small and quick, and in the hands of someone who knew what they were doing, they could strike where armor couldn't cover. Mai knew what she was doing. She had taken down half of the swordsmen with debilitating and bleeding injuries when Aang and Katara joined her. The other half went down even quicker. But that didn't help at all with the firebenders who came up from the other end of the hallway. Mai heard Rafa's cry of pain first, and turned to find his dreamcatchers struggling. They were fighting well, but even she could see how each water whip, each thrown ice shard, each shielding splash diminished the water supply that each one was working with. Rafa and his spear might be the last man standing, among the good guys. There would be about 20 men standing on the other side but that point, judging from the sounds of boots echoing down the hall. Mai could see the reinforcements' shadows stretching into view, extended to giant proportions by the red glow coming from that big room with the walkways and burning floor. Slushing ash. Mai might be able to fight all these soldiers, but that sounded dreadfully inefficient. When faced with a tricky knot, she preferred to go ahead and cut it. Actually, that was her solution for most problems. So she grabbed Aang and Katara and yanked them along down the hallway. If they could get to Lu Ten, they would automatically win. It was the surprise that enabled Mai to get her friends to the next turn without them resisting, and then they rounded the corner to nearly collide with a trio of firebenders. Katara threw a wave of water that washed all three into the nearest wall, and the chilly breath that followed froze them in place. But the glowing panels were here, too, and Mai hoped that the ice would last long enough for them to. "This is the door," Aang said. "Oh. Good." Mai turned to see that it wasn't an impressive door at all, although it was unique. It was circular, just a bit taller than her, and covered by a spiral metal shutter. Platinum, of course. Even in this red light, it gleamed differently than other metals. Katara shook her head. "I don't know how to get that open." Mai didn't either. "I forgot my blasting jelly at home." But Aang skipped forward. "I have this. I've been thinking about it since I did my spirit exploring, and well, it's faster to show you." He landed right in front of the door in an arrow stance that he used to shift his body back and forth, extending one leg even as he bent the other. He moved his arms with his body, almost as if he was pulling a cord, and the big shutter shook as air began leaking out through the metal slats. Aang kept it up, speeding his movements up, and the big door rattled as if being battered by a storm. It was impressive, but Mai doubted that Iroh had built a door that could be knocked over by a wind, no matter how strong. But Aang was apparently more clever than her. He suddenly snapped forward, making a shoving motion that he transitioned into the circular hand motions he used to create his air scooter. And a ball of air ballooned into being at the center of spiral shutter, pushing the slats apart to create an opening into what seemed like a royal garden lit by starlight as something mechanical emitted a sharp angry buzz. "Go," Aang cried. Mai made a flying leap, passed through a tornado, and landed on soft, sweet-smelling grass. "Okay." She rose and turned back for her friends. And saw one of the firebenders iced to the hallway wall smash through the weakened ice to throw a fireball at Katara. Who shoved Aang? Who landed on Mai, ruining the shot with the needle she'd been lining up. And the airball died. And the door slammed shut. For the first time in what seemed like forever, Mai couldn't hear any alarms. Aang leaped up and over to the door, launching back into the airbending form he'd just been using on the other side. Mai could feel the wind he was working up, but this time, the door didn't so much as twitch. "That probably won't work again," a familiar voice said. "If you trip the tampering detector, a mechanical lock activates that can only be removed by a key Dad has." That voice. Mai got to her feet and turned. She was in a garden, all right, but one that somehow existed in a shell of platinum. They were at the bottom of a shaft of some kind, faint light coming from somewhere above, but here in this dark, isolated metal space there was grass and a puddle that looked like a koi pond and a wooden spirit gate and lush bushes covered in flowers and berries. The oasis. And in a plush chair right next to the koi pond was a man in the dress uniform of a Fire Navy commander and a precise topknot with a golden crown nestled into it. The man, a man Mai recognized, stood up and smiled. It was a smile she knew well, a smile of reassurance and confidence. He wanted the person he was smiling at to feel okay, and he had no fear that the situation at hand was anything but okay. He smiled that way at her when he was first introduced as the man she was lawfully bound to marry. That betrothal was broken, now, but it was still the same smile. And the same man. Fire Prince Lu Ten. "Hello," he said, bowing low at the waist. "I recognize Mai. You've grown older, but you still very much look like you, if you take my meaning." He lifted his head for a moment, eyes shifting over to Aang, and fell to his knees to push his forehead against the grassy ground. "And you must be the Avatar. It is an honor to welcome you into my home, such as it is." Mai looked around. This had to be the spirit oasis, right? About that dash. "Yes, it's quite a story," he interrupted her, rising to his feet again. His smile quirked into something bitter, and his brow drew together. "But it all comes down to one fact, and it has me very worried. I'm actually hoping for your help with it. You see, well, I'm afraid my father has taken an odd turn." Chapter 73, The Crown Prince. Katara's blood was thundering in her veins. It wasn't just the exertion, not just the weariness of battle. It was the taste in the air, that sharp flavor of metal not quite at its melting point. It was the oppressive blanket of dryness that made her body twice as heavy. It was the way those sensations put her back in a cage that would always be in her memory, a cage that had taken away a decade of her life. It made her heart pound and her breath grow shallow and her blood thunder. But blood wasn't really the problem. Water was what truly had her worried, or rather the lack of it. As she fought back against the firebenders and spearfighters and swordsmen, deep in this fortress of metal and heat, the arid air of the bastion's deepest passages was sucking the moisture from her water whips and skin and eyes and tongue. But if she didn't solve that problem, then she'd be back to worrying about blood. Specifically, the Fire Nation spilling hers all over the place as they took her life away from her. Took her life away again. Permanently, this time. She knew she wouldn't simply be locked up, not for this. At least she had people fighting with her. Here, in the heart of the fortress called the Bastion, the rebel Dreamcatcher stood at her side. To her left, burly Tolok raised his hands to create another shield of water, half it ice thanks to nimble Scylla's work behind them, and it did the job of blocking the latest wave of fireballs. But the impacts created bursts of steam that were slurped up by the dry air, splattered the water into droplets that never got a chance to land anywhere. The Bastion was a lesser version of the dryness engine that had kept her captive on Crescent Island for her whole childhood, but it was still effective. Katara and the others were running out of water. And with the alarms echoing through the metal halls, the army here wasn't running out of soldiers to throw into the fray. But Katara wasn't going to give up. Aang had reached the inner sanctum where Iroha's son was supposed to be, and Mai had gone with them. She believed in those two. They had helped her brother find and rescue her, even though they had no practical reason to. She believed in them so much she was willing to die for their cause. But she would like to stay alive, if possible. Rafa's gravelly voice rang out with, "Fall back. Fall back to the door." The Dreamcatcher waterbenders responded instantly to their leader, and Katara followed them back down the hallway to the next, and the last, corner. Fire and spears and even a few arrows nipped at their heels. Once they turned the corner, they had the cover they needed to catch their breath and prepare another defense, but no path of escape. The hallway here led straight to a wall and a spiral shutter door that they couldn't get open. Aang and Mai had gone through that door, maybe a minute ago, or maybe it was 1,000 years, but there was no way to follow them, now. Rafa strode past them, a machete in each hand and a grim look on his grey-bearded face, to peek around the corner. "The soldiers are realizing that we're not coming out again." He turned back to look at them. "Water supply." Katara corked her last water skin before shaking it. "I have 1 minute's worth of fighting left and I'm going to need to be very accurate." She leaned against the wall next to her, between glowing red panels that were cooking the air, wincing at the heat but needing to not be standing for a moment. "Same," said Tarkik. Yuka, Tolok, and the others gave similar reports. Scylla added, "I regret going to the bathroom before heading out on this mission." "Then at least we'd have dash." "Don't care," Rafa grunted. "Unless the Avatar saves us, this is our last stand." Katara felt tears welling in her eyes, but she squeezed them shut to preserve the moisture. She wished Sokka and Ty Lee were here. This was all to rescue them, and maybe save the world from Fire Lord Iroh if things went well. Would she even live to see if it succeeded? Her blood thundered in her veins. And in that thunder was the whisper of an answer. A way to survive. A way to win. "Cover me for a few seconds." She tossed her water skin to Tarkik and stretched her arms. "Then I'll hold the hallway for us." Everyone stared at her. Rafa said, "You found something?" "A trick." Katara shook her head. "No trick. It's something I was talking about with Yagoda. I know a way to hold back the soldiers. But I need a little time to concentrate. Can you manage?" Rafa looked at her. Then he snorted. "You remind me of my sister Missa. When she sets her mind to something, yes, Katara of the South. We can give you your time. I am honored by your faith." Katara brought her hands together and bowed. "Thank you." Rafa turned to the others. "Get your water ready. The hotheads are closing in. We wait, I take out the scouts, and then you all bring the last of the water." "Ready." The Dreamcatchers all raised their fists and roared. Katara raised her arms with them, but her mind was already drifting away from this horrible place, away from the heat that choked the metal halls. She was reaching out and up, to the full moon that was shining down on the North Pole. She had seen it when their group had flown over the city on Appa, before heading underground to infiltrate the bastion. She had used its power to push the ocean out of the way for Aang's earthbending, had let it help her lift and push and pull and flow. Now she would need that power for something else. Katara heard the vague din of battle start up again, but she was still focused on the moon. She could feel its draw, just as she could feel her blood thundering in her veins. It was almost like the moon's influence was a part of her. She had joined with it. And it would now let her join with all those Fire Nation soldiers trying to kill her. She shrugged off her parka and stepped out around the corner. Her boot bumped against a body, an armored figure leaking blood from wounds the width of a water tribe machete. She was set at the loss of life, but her attention was captured by the blood. She could feel her blood within her, and this blood on the floor. And she could feel the networks of blood flowing amidst the firebenders massing to attack her allies. Katara stepped out past the line of the Dreamcatchers, reaching out as though beckoning all that blood toward her. And she didn't need to open her eyes to know that the firebenders had suddenly stopped, their limbs no longer obeying them. But it wasn't their limbs, not really. It was the flowing blood within them that refused to move. Their muscles tightened against it, the veins and arteries shivered, the meat of the bodies struggled to exert control, but the blood resisted. The blood was Katara's. So she used it. She swung her arms to one side, shoving the blood, and with it the bodies of the group of firebenders, in the same direction to crash into the wall. Then she swung to the other side, arms loose and curled, slamming the firebenders into the other wall. She let them drop, and they did so, no longer even trying to stand. That was good. If they didn't try to stand, she wouldn't try to do worse to them. The wave of soldiers behind the fallen were now exposed, and Katara opened her eyes to stare at them, the blue eyes of the little girl their nation had tried to lock away forever. They were all staring back at her. And they all retreated. Katara watched them flee down the hallway, into the darker innards of the bastion. When was sure that they weren't coming back anytime soon, she turned to see if the dream catchers were all right, and saw that the spilled blood, the liquid that had leaked from the soldier Rafa killed, had formed concentric rings around her on the floor. Rafa and the dreamcatcher waterbenders were staring at her the same as the soldiers who had retreated. She nodded in acknowledgement of their fear. I hate doing this, but I can hold the hallway. Please see if you can get us through that door. I don't know what Aang and Mai are facing in there, and I'm worried it's something worse than what's out here. She wasn't sure if she meant the soldiers or herself. Aang stood in the spirit oasis of the North Pole, and knew that he had felt something like this before. When he had returned to the Southern Air Temple 101 years after running away, he found the place abandoned and dusty and dead, but still the same temple that was part of his heart. It had once been a place of peace and tranquility, a place for cultivating balance, with the layout of the paths and shape of the buildings designed to help people slip free of the shackles of the material world and get in touch with something greater. But over that, like a layer of dust, had been a wrongness, a rot that existed beyond the physical senses. Aang found, 101 years after his people were all murdered by the Fire Nation, that those unjust deaths had corrupted their resting place. The feeling had poisoned the whole experience of his return home. Poisoned it even before the fall of night brought the walking corpses of his people to terrorize him and his friends. So he wasn't feeling very good about this spirit oasis, even if it was a lot warmer than the rest of the North Pole. With that in mind, Aang looked at the Fire Nation man in the Navy uniform with the gold crown in his top knot. "You're Prince Lu Ten." A smile and a nod met his non-question, although the good cheer didn't quite reach Lu Ten's eyes. "I hope you weren't expecting to find someone else down here. This is awkward enough already." "You have no idea," Mai mumbled. Aang chose to ignore the fact that Mai was betrothed to Lu Ten at one point in their shared history. "It's fine, we came to see you." Fire Lord Iroh didn't make it easy, but you said he's been odd." Lu Ten began ambling around the koi pond at the center of the garden, leaving his chair, and a small pile of books next to it, standing out oddly. It was a beautiful place, an island of fluffy grass bordered by leafy bushes and even the occasional smooth white stone. It could have been a spot anywhere in the Earth Kingdom but for the spirit gate just behind the koi pond with the ancient character for elemental water on its crest. Aang would have thought this place a little piece of the spirit world left behind, were it not for the curved walls of platinum that enclosed it and rose up into darkness. Something like starlight twinkled down to light the space, not the harsh red lantern light of the rest of the bastion. "My father means well, I'm sure." Lu Ten looked down at the pair of koi, one black with a white spot on its head, the other white with a black spot, that circled each other in the pond. He thinks I'm sick, and he loves me very much. He just wants me to be well." He looked up, and his eyes met Aang's. "But he's going about it the wrong way." Aang sighed with relief. "Yes, he is. He's planning to hurt people, and we need to find a way to stop the fighting. I'm so glad we're on the same page." Lu Ten's face stretched with a wide grin. "I'll do whatever I can to help you, but first we're going to have to find a way out of this place." Aang began looking around. The door he'd come in through was shut tight with mechanical strength, and according to Lu Ten, a bolt had been activated to keep him from using his airbending to force it open again. The platinum walls were smooth and thick, the plates welded together until they were one. Fresh air was coming down from somewhere above, but he'd left his glider outside in the hallway with Katara and the dream catchers. Maybe he could jump and float his way up to a perch where he could find a vent. As an airbender, he also had very good hearing, and he thought he detected something rumbling or roaring through the platinum walls. Some machinery, maybe? He was still thinking it all over when Mai said, "So why are you locked up in here?" Iroh said, "You're sick." "Oh, yeah." Aang snapped his fingers at the reminder. "This place feels kind of weird, as nice as it looks, and I'm not sure it's good to be here for very long. And then there's the platinum walls. What's with that?" Lu Ten meandered away from the koi pond, to one of the two pillars of the spirit gate, and raised his hands to touch it. His posture slumped. "Well, my betrothed is right. I am sick. Don't worry, you can't catch it." He looked over at Aang, and for a moment, there was a twinkle in his eye, but then the weariness returned. "My father thinks this place is good for me, but he turned to Mai, making an obvious effort to smile. "He thought us marrying would be good for me, too." Aang forced a laugh out. "Well, Mai said that Iroh broke the betrothal, so, sorry about that." Her eyes flickered to Aang, and he thought she might have been scowling a little. Did she not want the betrothal broken? But she said, "Aang's right." Shortly after the North Pole fell, Iroh sent word that the wedding was off. Rather than looking upset, Lu Ten's smile finally reached his eyes, and he stood a little straighter and chuckled. "That must have been a relief for you. I tried to make you comfortable at our meetings, but you were just 10 years old. When Father conquered the North, you must have been barely 13. I had a long wait for you to be anything but a child to try to protect. A little sister who would become a wife, maybe, just like in the stories. Although, you were never quite like the little girls in the stories, were you? I was 11 and 14. I'm a year older than Azula." Mai's face never changed, the whole time he was speaking, and her hands were folded together in her sleeves. "And I never needed your protection." Aang wondered what Mai had looked like back then, at 11. She seemed so grown up now, even more than Sokka, who was the same age. Imagining her as a little girl was hard. Aang's thoughts were brought back to the present when Lu Ten shuddered, moaned, and collapsed to his knees against the pillar. Aang immediately jumped over the koi pond on a breeze to catch the prince before he could tumble. "Are you okay?" Hungry." "So hungry," Lu Ten hissed. Aang frowned. Lu Ten didn't seem emaciated at all. I think the dream catchers have some jerky, if we get out of here." "I didn't bring food." "I know you didn't." Lu Ten looked up at him, and a wild smile twisted his face for a moment before settling into a grimace again. "I'm sorry. I just need a moment. If only I could get out of here. Aang looked up again, into the darkness above the garden. "I was thinking I could see if there's an air vent up there we can get out of. But that's going to be tricky, especially with you and Mai. You don't know of anything like that down here, do you?" Lu Ten blinked. "Why not just use your avatar power to break through the walls? There's earth and water and air here. And we carry fire in our hearts at all times." "Yeah, about that." Aang looked around the garden, at this place that should be so tranquil and in harmony with his spirit. "I can't reach the avatar state while I'm here. There's something wrong about this place. The air is muddy. It'd be worse than trying to meditate while someone is chatting right behind me." "Oh, is that all? Well, this isn't just a garden. It's nice enough, but the thing to really pay attention to is the koi pond. Surely you know of the positive influence that koi fish can invoke." He pulled himself up and stumbled over to his chair, practically falling into it, but looking more comfortable. Mai leaned over the koi pond. "Those are some funny-looking fish. But unless they do tricks, I'm not getting it." Lu Ten abruptly stood up from the chair and motioned theatrically at the pond. "Please, show some respect. You are in the presence of the moon and the ocean spirits themselves." "The moon and the ocean?" Aang looked down into the pond, at the black and white fish circling each other endlessly. "Here? With Lu Ten? Why?" Sokka was tired of being a prisoner. Sometimes, it seemed like he spent most of his adventures in the custody of one tyrannical entity or another. But at least he was moving up in the world. A couple of years ago, he was just another resident of the Fire Nation's South Pole labor camp. Now, he was the personal chained-up prisoner of the Fire Lord, and was being dragged around to see all kinds of interesting things, like monster heads mounted on freaky electric machinery, and mechanical spiders made of platinum, and magic trees grown from clippings of ghost vines. His autobiography was going to be amazing, if he lived long enough to write it. A pair of Royal Fire Crimson Guards marched him out of the snow crawler that had brought them all from the Spirit Forest Laboratory to wherever this was. It obviously wasn't the Northern Water Tribe city, not in the light of the full moon, not even with a little snowfall to obscure things. Sokka made himself look up past Fire Lord Iroh to find a fortress in the shape of a warship looming over them. It was pretty impressive, as far as these things went, not quite a mile-deep armor-plated sinkhole, but still showing some unique style. He wondered why it had been made to resemble a ship, unless perhaps it really was a ship? Somehow moved up here to serve as a fortress? Interesting idea. Waterbenders could manage it, and for some reason Iroh had command of quite a few. And, apparently, not just waterbenders. A water tribe man in a Fire Navy uniform and oversized glasses was scurrying through the moonlit snow to meet them. Fire Lord Iroh. They're in the bottom level. We're closing in and we'll have them captured soon, but the Oasis lock activated. That is, we think one or more of them might have dash. Lieutenant, Iroh hissed, the heat in his words almost enough to fight off the wind. You let them get to Lieutenant. They fought through this whole fortress. I made you Chief, Malik, so you could protect my son. Chief Malik, in his pressed Fire Navy uniform, dropped to his knees in the snow and kowtowed. I apologize, my lord. But the Avatar did not fight through the fortress. It is still as secure as designed. But well, it was conceptualized to keep my tribe mates out, and any Fire Nation defectors. The Avatar is an earthbender, which was outside the design parameters dash. Shut up. Iroh's voice had gone cold. Get me down there. If the Avatar has accessed my son's room dash. Then, Sokka interrupted, it's time to open negotiations. We can talk while we walk. Iroh made a sound like glaciers scraping together and turned to regard him, but it was Malik who managed to speak first, saying, You're a prisoner. Sokka shrugged in his chains. Yes, my release is going to be one of the terms of your surrender. Also, the lives of my sister and Aang and Mai and anyone else down there, and also I think you have Ty Lee stashed somewhere? Yeah, all of that in my release in exchange for Lieutenant's life. For a start. Iroh covered his face with his hands and rubbed at his eyes. Malik snorted and stood back up. You're bluffing. The Avatar is a child and an air nomad. He wouldn't hurt anyone like that. No. Sokka smiled. But Mai would. She's mean. And she carries knives everywhere. Including the bathroom. That's confirmed. And then there's my sister, who the Fire Nation imprisoned for a decade, and she's still working through some issues, if you get me. Never mind whatever other rebels they've managed to scrape together while I've been hanging out with Fire Lord Spooky, here. Malik opened his mouth to say something, but then stopped and looked at Iroh. Sokka followed his gaze to the Fire Lord. Iroh had revealed his face again, and he had the same expression that Gran brought out when she was less than impressed with a child's reasoning. An admirable attempt, Sokka, but you're going to help me for nothing in return. Sokka straightened his back, projecting as much confidence as he could fake. You can't threaten me. I'm expendable. And also none of my friends know where I am, so you can't threaten them with me, either. Ha. Iroh shook his head. We don't have time for this. I'm not threatening you. I'm offering to help you. What? What? Iroh looked at him, really met his gaze, and Sokka was struck by how old and tired the Fire Lord's eyes seemed. I am worried for my son, but not for what the Avatar is going to do to him. Aang is the one in danger from Lieutenant. What? What? Iroh motioned, and the Royal Fire Crimson Jerk Guards pushed Sokka along towards the fortress. Slush. Sokka didn't resist. It all fit together too neatly. You have not been doing nearly as much revealing as you could have been, you know. Well, there's been so much to tell, and so little time. Spotlights projected from somewhere on the fortress's roof. Main deck? The spotlights converged on Sokka and Iroh as they approached the gate built into what seemed to be side hull of the ship. And then big glowing monsters burst out of the snow. They popped up like eel sharks leaping for albatrosses, their bodies expanding in the air from something like a fish shape to hulks with arms and legs, although they didn't apparently feel the need to make all the limbs match. Sokka glimpsed claws and tentacles and feet and fists, and always a face like a catfish with whiskers that wafted independent of the creature's motion. The things were huge, which was weird because the snow here wasn't even as deep as Sokka's knees, but if they could change their limbs then maybe they could alter their size at will, too. He groaned as the Royal Fire Crimson stupid jerk guards shoved him into Malik's arms. This is why you shouldn't mess with spirit stuff. Someone always gets eaten in the end. The guards stepped forward, punched fire out as the monsters came in at them. Sokka angled his head to try to see the fight as Malik yanked him along towards the fortress, but all he saw was flashes of flame and scatterings of snow and those glowing monsters moving like darting fish and the one of the guards getting knocked down by a lashing from a back limb. Black limbs. Somewhere ahead a gong was being rung. The spotlights flashed around, chasing the monsters. And then the snowy air itself materialized an arm that punched Malik in the face and pulled Sokka away. It took him a moment to realize that he wasn't being kidnapped by yet another kind of spirit, but rather liberated by a person wearing white furs and cloaks to obscure their shape and blend into the snow. It took another moment to notice that there were more of the white-clad interlopers with spears and machetes. They moved in towards Iroh, but he held them back with a snapping of his arms and a wave of flame. Sokka dug his heels into the snow to keep his rescuer from carting him around just like the Royal Fire Crimson stupid jerks had been doing. Hold on, who are you people now? This is getting too complex too quickly. The rescuer pulled a hood and scarf away to reveal Han, the guy who Aang had recruited to guide them to the North Pole. Sokka. It's me. I'm rescuing you. Do you have the key to the chains? Sokka blinked. Why would I have the key to the chains? I'm a prisoner. Not anymore. Han grinned and raised his chin as though summoning applause. I rescued you, like a true Water Tribe warrior. Is this what Sokka sounded like when he tried to remind his friends of his considerable competence? Wow. He'd have to remember to tone that down. He looked back at his former captors to find the last of the guards being hammered into the snow by the monsters, who turned their attention to the fortress. Fireballs arced down towards the monsters, but giant catfish with limbs apparently didn't have a problem moving around on land. Meanwhile, Iroh was still holding half a dozen. No, it looked like there might be a full dozen, maybe more. The night and the snow made it really hard to see these guys in their camouflage, of Sokka's rescuers, without so much as shifting his feet. Somehow, there was just always an arc of fire wherever one of the white-clad warriors tried to get in close. The flames died down for a moment, and the Fire Lord stood with his robes whipping in the winds and his hands clenched into fists at his sides. We don't, he growled, have time for this. The weird thing. Iroh was right. They didn't. Katara was somewhere else, fighting for her life. Aang was probably having some kind of trouble with Lu Ten. Even if they killed Iroh right now, the world might be saved, but what about everyone else? I think, Sokka began to say. And then a bright light from a new source flicked on to blind Sokka, and another snowcrawler arrived on the scene spitting fireballs out of its passenger compartment door. Oh, come on. The newly arrived snowcrawler came to a stop, and Zhao of all people ran out leading a dozen firebenders and shouting, "Defend the Fire Lord." Han gave Sokka a shove. Go with Yogoda. We're going to liberate my tribe today, one way or another. He raised a club and rushed at Zhao's troops, along with some of the other snow camo rebels. Before Sokka could ask who Yogoda was supposed to be, another set of hands settled on his shoulder, and Sokka turned to find an old woman in white, of course, with Momo perched on her shoulders smiling at him. You must be Katara's brother. Come along and let's see if I can't freeze these chains so that they'll break. Monsters attacked firebenders. Firebenders attacked ghost-like rebels. Everyone was fighting. And no one was paying attention to what was really going on. Actually, Sokka said to Yogoda, I need a way to talk to everyone. If you're a waterbender, can you make me, like, a big horn I can shout through so everyone can hear me? Yogoda regarded him with an evaluating stare that reminded him a lot of when Gran would patiently listen to some of his more innovative ideas. But she didn't delay too long before nodding. Yes. But it will draw attention to us, so be ready to run. Hopefully, they wouldn't have to. It was the work of only a few moments to turn the snow around them to water and then a sideways whirlpool as tall as Sokka and then freeze it into a big horn. Sokka scuttled over to the tiny end, took a deep breath, and then shouted, "Everyone stop fighting. Aang and Katara are in trouble and only the Fire Lord can get us to them in time." It was louder than Sokka expected, but that was good. It startled everyone into stopping in place, even those in the middle of awkward attack positions. They all looked towards Sokka, including the monsters, which was disconcerting, and then no less than 4 different spotlights were blinding him. He probably made quite a sight, squinting in his chains next to his big horn. And then Iroh barked, "Listen to him. I command all Fire Nation forces to cease attacking. Act in self-defense only." But Han pointed his club at Iroh. "We can kill him now." "No," Sokka began. Then he remembered his horn, and moved to speak into it so that his words would be projected again. "No. You haven't even tagged him yet, right? Fighting is just wasting time. I've seen what's going on and I think we need his help. And he definitely needs ours. Let me go with him to save my people. Sorry for the shouting." There was no immediate response, aside from some growling from the catfish monsters. It was Yagoda, standing just out of the ear-watering glow of the spotlights, who finally said, "This has something to do with the oasis, doesn't it?" Immediately, the mood amongst the warriors in white changed. They didn't quite relax, but they did back away from Iroh and lower their weapons to defensive positions. That, apparently, was all Iroh needed. He pointed at Sokka. "Zhao, get his chains off. Malik, order the defenses inside the fortress to stand down. In fact, order all the soldiers out. Evacuate the place and lock down the lowest floor." Sokka nodded. He liked the sound of getting all the soldiers out of the way. "We'll keep it simple. Just me and you." "No." Iroh motioned some of his soldiers to drag their fallen compatriots away. "Your people are still inside. We'll take Zhao for my security. And we'll need Malik to get us through the fortress, and to handle Lu Ten's room." Sokka swallowed. He'd be outnumbered again, not that he would have been able to fight against Iroh if a betrayal popped up. Still, it was the principle of the matter. He wasn't even sure if taking any of these rebels would be a help at all. But then Yagoda said, "You might need a healer." "I'll come, too." Han began, but dash. "If this relates to the Spirit Oasis," Yagoda cut him off, "then this is more important than freeing out tribe. Besides, I think we'll bring Mashinayak and his shoal if there is truly a danger to the Avatar." "Mashinayak?" 5 of the big catfish spirits lumbered over to Yagoda. "Oh. Okay." Iroh looked up at them with something like awe. "You can command them? Amazing. I wonder how, but we have no more time to argue." "Very well, I accept your terms." Zhao stepped into the spotlights with a key and approached Sokka. "Congratulations, Tribal. You've brokered a small truce with a single conversation." There was a click, and the chains loosened. "But you've failed to get anyone to admit what we're really walking into, specifically." Sokka let the chains fall away, and flexed his arms. "Yeah, that's next. I have some choice questions for Iroh as we walk." Before he joined the Fire Lord's makeshift excursion to save the Avatar from Prince Lu Ten, and how bizarre was that, Zhao gave some last-minute orders to one of his subordinates. "Move the snow crawler with the Unskull ahead into the fortress's garage, and keep it under guard but ready to move." "Your command, not the Crimson Guard." The captain nodded. "You have a plan, sir?" Zhao considered how much to reveal. "No. But I need my most valuable piece ready to play." Then he turned to follow his Fire Lord. Mai looked down at the koi pond and couldn't hold back a snort. "Spirits. The little fish are important spirits. And they just swim in circles while running the moon and the ocean for the world." Lu Ten must have developed a sense of humor since she saw him last, not that this was her idea of real comedy. But neither Lu Ten nor Aang were smiling. Aang came over to crouch over the koi pond. He reached for the surface of the water, but drew his hand back before he disturbed it. Sometimes the most important stuff don't seem that way. Little things can matter. Like him. A kid who could save the world, who had completely twisted the trajectory of Mai's life into something like heroism. Fine, the fish might be big shot spirits, after all. Lu Ten strode, showing something like the proper grace of a firebender, now, to loom over Aang. The Avatar is wise. The moon and the ocean spirits chose fragile, small mortal forms, but their presence is what nourishes this garden. Mai reached out a hand to Lu Ten's shoulder and gave him a slow but firm push. Give Aang some room. Don't you trust me, Mai? He turned his blue eyes to her as he took a step back, and for a brief moment he might have shuddered, but then again this place was shadowy, and maybe it was a truck of the light. Getting in someone's personal space is impolite. She kept her face completely blank, and spoke in a tone she had cultivated under her mother's guidance. I expected better of a prince of the Fire Nation. His face twisted in confusion for a moment, and then settled into a smirk. Of course. My apologies. You've grown into a true lady. He stepped around to the other side of the koi pond. Aang looked up at her with a question in his eyes, but Mai didn't have an answer for him. Something was wrong here, but she couldn't figure out what. She felt watched. Her hands were almost shaking in anticipation of a fight. But that couldn't be right, because her hands never shook, especially not when she might need them to throw sharp things at people. But she was a weapon of the Fire Nation, and if Lu Ten had been training with his father, she was sure she could beat him in a fight with Aang's help. If it came to that. She was sure of it. So she had no reason to be nervous. Obviously. Lu Ten meandered towards the locked-down portal that was keeping them all in here, his shoulders hunched. The spirits give us light in the darkness and the power of waterbending, the richness of the deep seas and the sustenance of their waters. They give us so much, even when we take. His voice grew soft and trailed off as he turned to look at Mai. The intensity of his blue-eyed gaze sent a chill up and down her spine. We take, and they give us, life. Huh. Was a prince of the Fire Nation really praising Water Tribe spear? Wait. Since when did Lu Ten have blue eyes? He was supposed to have golden eyes, just like his father and uncle and cousins. She'd seen them, back when they were betrothed, when he used to crouch in front of her so that their faces were level, speaking softly of how nice she looked and how well his fire-bending practice had gone. She'd tried to avoid spending time with Lu Ten, but she'd failed often enough to get a sense of him. He had been warm and charming and boisterous and all those other things that always scared her. He wasn't like Ty Lee, whose charm was completely lost on Mai. Or Zuko, who was only boisterous when he was angry or sad or frightened. But now Lu Ten was threatening, in a way that had her hands shaking, but he was diminished. And had blue eyes. Maybe Iroh wasn't the only one who had taken an odd turn. Ty Lee had said that the North Pole's aura was wrong, and while auras weren't real, Ty Lee nevertheless could be very insightful in rare cases. Mai reached for her platinum knife. Maybe she'd need to figure out how to gut and clean a fish in the next few minutes. Lu Ten turned and came back over to crouch down beside the pond, directly across from Aang. The spirits can help us access your avatar state. They can provide the harmony you need to join with your past lives. Wow, Aang breathed. His eyes were on the circling koi fish, wide and unblinking. Hey, when had that started? Mai slipped her platinum knife free of its sheath and held it so that it was covered by her sleeve. If you forge a connection with the spirits, you can add their power to your own. Lu Ten held a hand out towards Aang, right over the pond. They've been my roommates for years, so I have my own connection. Explore it, and use it to create one for yourself. Aang reached his own hand out, his eyes still on the circling fish. How, Mai said with the same tone her mother had always used to address misbehaving, do you know all this stuff? Aang blinked. He raised his eyes from the koi pond and pulled his hand back a little. He glanced up at Mai before returning his attention to Lu Ten. Wait, the koi fish are going to put me in the avatar spirit? Are you sure? Lu Ten gasped and dropped his arm. He just managed to catch himself from falling into the koi pond head first. Aang nearly jumped up to go to help, but Mai used a firm hand to put a stop to that. She used the other hand to reveal her platinum knife. He looked up at her, from his side of the water, and actually nodded. I'm fine. It's getting bad. I need to get out of here. If it gets any worse, father or Princess Yu will come, and they really can't do anything for me. They know that. But father doesn't want to admit it. It's killing him. And I'm afraid of what he'll do if he gets any worse. Aang got to his feet to stand beside Mai. Now he was seeing it, too. Prince Lu Ten, I want to do everything I can to help you and your father. But I need to know what's wrong, first. How, exactly, are you sick? Lu Ten curled himself up. I'm empty. I feel empty. What they did wasn't enough. It can't be taken. And maybe a firebender can't even receive it, not the way she did. Mai traded looks with Aang again. What are we talking about? Who is this she? Lu Ten suddenly inhaled, and then he straightened and stood with a polite smile on his face. I'm sorry. I can get a bit dazed. I'll explain everything after we're out of here, but I'm afraid it's long and complicated, and I might not remain coherent the whole time. Let's get the help of the spirits and find my father. Then we can set everything right. It was more nonsense. Lu Ten was dangling what he thought they wanted to hear in front of them. Mai's eyes flickered to Aang, but even he wasn't fooled anymore. He squared his shoulders in defiance, and she let a little bit of a smile curl the corner of her lip as she got a proper stabbing grip on the platinum knife. Aang said, we need to know what's going on. Right now. Spirits can be dangerous, even if they're not evil. As the Avatar, I have to know what I'm dealing with. Please, Prince Lu Ten. Tell us what's wrong. Lu Ten stared back. Then he blinked, and shining tears trailed down his cheeks. That wasn't an exaggeration. Lu Ten's tears were literally shining. How? Mai tensed. I'm so sorry, Lu Ten whispered, leaning forward. And she moved to push Aang out of the way. While Lu Ten splashed down into the koi pond. Despite the fact that it was a pond, somehow it completely absorbed a prince of the Fire Nation and his body was lost to view. But the fish were no longer circling. They were writhing. And then the pond began glowing an oppressive red, and the gentle starlight was completely lost. Ty Lee marveled at the blue light that danced over her head. It's so pretty. Katara heals people with glowy water too, and that's always pretty, but this is the first time I've gotten healing on my head, and it's much prettier up close. It's weird that I've never gotten my head healed, though, because Mai says I must have taken way too many blows to the skull. But she likes being mean. It's a major character flaw, and I put real work into loving her in spite of it. Leaning above her in the pelt-covered bed where she was resting, her two waterbender healers were giving those wide-eyed stares that so many had whenever she tried to be friendly. She had no idea why people had such a problem making friends. It was probably the war. It really hurt the world and made people so much sadder. Behind the waterbenders, Princess Yu pulled her attention back from something either invisible or very far away. She blinked as if seeing the large bedroom around them for the first time, and then focused on Ty Lee. You sound like you're feeling better. My sisters fight with tonfa sticks and we used to train together. Ty Lee smiled as the two waterbenders let their healing water go dull again and together moved it back into a big bowl. This isn't my first concussion. Which might mean Mai is actually right dash. Well, the younger of the waterbenders, Malina, blurted, head injuries can be serious, so we shouldn't make any assumptions. Right, Missa. The older waterbender, Missa, looked straight into Ty Lee's eyes. Ty Lee liked how blue her eyes were. Correct. This one seems surprisingly resilient, but we'd best not take any chances. I'm sure your friend Maya was it? I'm sure she'd make a joke about you having a thick skull. Mean people like that one. Ty Lee giggled. Yeah, she would. You have mean friends, too. Missa leaned back, and her aura, which had been a glorious sky blue, grew dark and muddy for a moment. I had a brother. He liked to laugh at others. Oh. Ty Lee lost her own cheer. Sorry. Missa sighed and shook her head. Thank you. But yes, as well as you seem to be healing, Malina is correct. You should continue to rest. Princess Yu, you will watch over her. Malina frowned and opened her mouth to say something, but Yu spoke up first with, I will. She is my guest. Her welfare is my responsibility. Yu's hands closed into fists at her sides, and her aura went violet. Fire Lord Iroh granted that to me. Malina shut her mouth again when Iroh's name was mentioned. Ty Lee was glad that Yu was staying, because she was nice, but it was also a little worrying. Ty Lee wanted Yu to get a chance to talk to Sokka, not wind up in trouble with all the mean people around here like Zhao and Malik and Iroh and the many soldiers. As Ty Lee settled back to rest on the pelts that formed her bed, 6 of those soldiers hurried into the room and took stations by the door. Their dark armor, black and red, mixed horribly with the carved white walls of ice, the purple stone of the pillars, and the blue banners with their woven scenes of water tribe history. The soldier bowed to Malina and said, "My lady, we are under a lockdown. On the Fire Lord's orders, your brother is evacuating the bastion. We are keeping everyone in the palace under guard. It is a matter with the oasis and the intruders." Malina's blue-green aura emptied into a muddy gray. "The oasis? My brother Dash. The Fire Lord is seeing to the matter." The soldier's voice echoed flatly in his armor. "Please remain calm, and do not attempt to move about the palace. We will keep you safe here." Malina looked around at all the soldiers blocking the room's entrance. "Yes. I see. Thank you for your protection." Malina's aura was shifting colors again, but Ty Lee was paying more attention to Yu, now. The princess's aura had gone black. Yu's whisper was nearly lost in the chilly air, "Lu Ten." Okay. Ty Lee knew who that was. And she knew who the intruders were, too. If guards were running around asking people to remain calm, then that meant important things were happening. Her friends might need her. Good thing her head was feeling better. She got up from the pelts and moved towards the door. The spokesman soldier held up a hand. "Do not approach, or we will use force to subdue you." Well, that was mean. Ty Lee tilted her head to the right and then the left. It felt pretty good. The waterbender said she was doing fine, but should continue to rest. Normally, they'd be right. But Ty Lee had been focusing her chi to her head, energies that would enhance her physical self and take advantage of the water healing. Ty Lee was feeling good enough to have some fun. The soldier didn't speak again. He punched his right fist into the air in her direction and birthed a plume of fire. But Ty Lee was already flipping over it, landing behind the fire and right in front of the soldier to jam a pair of fingers into his armpit. He cried out and his arm went limp, but Ty Lee grabbed it and spun him around to send him crashing into his 5 friends. They didn't catch him, because they were too busy getting ready to fight her. That didn't help them. Ty Lee didn't overwork herself. She kept her moves efficient and effective, letting some of that circus showmanship slide so that she didn't stress her body. It was important to pay attention to your body and live in harmony with its needs. She was feeling very harmonious by the time the 6 soldiers were all on the ground with unresponsive bodies. There was the sound of water moving behind her, and Ty Lee spun to find Malina about to throw out a forming icicle. And then you smashed the empty water bowl down on Malina's head to drop the waterbender to the floor. "Oh my," Misu said. "You dropped the last shards of the bowl. You're good with concussions, Misu. Could you please take care of Malina while we're gone?" Misu bowed deeply at the waist. "My princess." Ty Lee clapped. "Thank you. But I didn't want you to get in trouble, too. We're all in trouble. You're going for your friends, and they'll need my help, too." Yu's aura was royal blue with purple arching over her head. "My tribe, the world needs me, and it is time for me to finally do something about this." "Oh." Ty Lee clapped again. "Wow, that's really brave of you, and you sounded super heroic just now. Are you a trained warrior or acrobat?" Yu frowned. No. That's fine. I just needed to know so I could plan." Ty Lee grabbed the princess's hand and pulled her along as she raced down the corridor of the pretty ice palace. "I don't usually like to plan, but Sokka says it's the only way to make sure things go right when everything is all complicated. See, I was just going to fight my way to the bastion, but since you're here I need to be smart about it, like him." She found a staircase and started following it up. "You'd like Sokka, I think, because he's really smart but he uses it to try to help his family and friends." If his sister wasn't super great, and his aura didn't go all muddy every time I talk about auras, I'd give him a shot. So, you should really consider it. You blinked as she tried to keep up. Why are we dash? She paused to breathe as they ran. Going up. Ty Lee smiled. It's my plan. A pair of soldiers peeked their heads into the stairwell, and Ty Lee unleashed her arts upon them like her sisters on a fruit platter. See, I was saying that we can't just fight our way to the bastion since you're not a real fighter. So we're going to be clever. Somewhere, horns started echoing with a standard Fire Navy alert pattern. Ty Lee huffed. I was hoping to avoid that. Now we run faster. HNNNN, you said as Ty Lee grabbed her hand again and helped her run. They reached top of the staircase soon, and to Ty Lee's delight, found a door in the ceiling with an ice ladder leading up to it. Yay! Now we don't need to climb out a window. The door was locked, but it was just ice, and Ty Lee knew how to punch to shatter solid oak. Ice wasn't much worse than that. She sent you up the ladder first. More soldiers rushed up the stairs to attack them, and Ty Lee gave them a little tappity to get them out of the way again. And then she climbed up. Once she was through the hatch, she gave the ice ladder a very precise, very hard smash. It shattered, stranding them up on the roof of the palace, and she shut the door behind them. The Water Tribe city would no doubt be a beautiful sight from up here, but Ty Lee had no time for it. She instead looked in the opposite direction, at the dam-shaped fortress called the Bastion, looking for something that would do. Ty Lee turned to where Princess Yu was panting for breath. I'm sorry, I know you're tired, but could you help me untie this? This. Yu took a deep breath, looked around, and immediately shut her eyes. We're on the roof and very high up. Very. Ty Lee needed a moment to switch her mind from thinking about her plan to realizing that there were some people in this world who couldn't dance across a tightrope while laughing. She paused in trying to untie the Fire Nation flag from whatever sculpture it was covering. Okay, so why don't you tell me why you need to be the one to help with Lu Ten? I'll do the untying. Yu's eyes opened again, slowly, but they were focused on nothing in particular. My birth did not bring joy to my parents. I did not cry. Did not open my eyes. I had been given just a taste of life, not even enough time to be given a name. But my father, the chief, would not accept it. He brought me to the oasis and pleaded with the spirits. Ty Lee moved to the last knot. The hatch was glowing with a flickering orange light. A firebender was trying to melt through. What's this oasis that everyone is so excited about? Han just knew that it's special. You turned to look at the bastion. The shelter of the incarnate moon and ocean spirits. The tribe protects them. We have an oath, friends, family, tribe, and oasis. We give loyalty to our friends, except when it hurts out family. We sacrifice our family for the tribe, if necessary. But most important of all is the oasis. Iroh built this fortress around it, and held it hostage. My tribe would have even let me perish, rather than serve him, but we could not forsake the moon and the ocean spirits. The actual moon and ocean spirits. Wow. Ty Lee would like to see that. She pulled the Fire Nation flag down, revealing a circular medallion statue made of ice. It had the symbol of the Water Tribe, a crescent moon over the wavy lines of the ocean, at its center. So the moon and the ocean helped you. You nodded. That was when my hair turned white. The moon spirit gave me the life that I had been denied. Even my name is in homage to the moon. I proudly embody the generosity of the spirits we protect. She finally turned to look at Ty Lee. And that is what Iroh saw, and helped him realize what he could force us to do. She blinked. What are you going to do with the flag? Ty Lee smiled her biggest, most reassuring, bestest, don't worry, I'm sure no one will notice, smile. It's just going to help us with something. Could you please close your eyes, not react when I grab you, and promise not to scream? She considered her own words. And please ignore how that sounds like I'm going to do something really bad to you, okay? You blinked again. What dash? That's when the fireball burst through the hatch. Oh, phooey. No time for being nice, anymore. Ty Lee grabbed the flag and ran at Yu, cartwheeled, landed on Yu's shoulders, and then flipped. They went right over the edge of the roof together. Before they could drop, Ty Lee spread her arms so that the Fire Nation flag spread out wide above them. It snapped in the wind, but gravity still had a really firm hold on them. And Ty Lee puffed out her cheeks and blew into the flag with all the air-bending power she could muster. The flag billowed, and gravity's hands fell away from Ty Lee's body. She was rising, with Yu flaying in the iron grip of her legs, the ice palace falling behind them. It made Ty Lee's heart pump in that special way that only the best acrobatics did, but she was a professional and didn't let herself get distracted. She continued blowing air, keeping herself and Yu in the sky, while she watched the front of the bastion flash by. She looked for the spot she'd picked out over on the palace roof. There. And stopped blowing, surprising gravity with the sudden weight of two pretty teenage girls. The flag snapped again, helpfully trying to slow their fall, but they were indeed falling, and if Ty Lee aimed this right. She and Yu dropped onto a platform halfway up the bastion with a railing and a metal door that led inside. She relaxed her legs as soon as Yu touched down and flipped off the princess, landing smoothly right in front of the railing. Yu stumbled on her landing, tripping towards the door that would hopefully be unlocked so that they could get inside and find their friends. And the door popped open and Yu came to a stop in the arms of a very surprised Sokka. Ty Lee. And Princess Yu. Behind Sokka, several more figures emerged from the doorway. Fire Lord Iroh and Admiral Zhao had their arms raised defensively, while behind them Chief Malik cowered and an old woman in a white coat. There were more shapes past the doorway, shapes with glowing eyes that made Ty Lee's skin prickle, but they remained still and the old woman was even reaching to pet one of them. Ty Lee raised her fists. Who's on whose side right now? I just got here. Sokka opened his mouth to answer, but Yu clamped onto him with a hug so tight and forceful that even Ty Lee had wince, hissing, "Never let go of me and do not let her throw me off another building." Okay, Sokka said, looking uncertain whether he was expected to hug her back. Ty Lee tried to give him a nod, but he didn't seem to catch it. And, as for who's on whose side, we're kind of teaming up for a truce for the greater good, or close enough. We need to go save Katara and Aang and Mai. Wanna come? Ty Lee's aura went pink. She'd arrived just in time to save all her favorite friends, and she'd managed to get Sokka and Yu in each other's arms. This was turning out to be a great day. Then the moon turned red. The soft white light that had made the city of ice shine even in the night was replaced in an instant with a red glow that reminded Ty Lee of the gas lamps they used in the ships and fortresses of the Fire Nation. It was a light that was also somehow a darkness, allowing her to see but turning all within her gaze to a mix of shadows. The old woman stopped petting her monster and let out a moan. She stumbled against the doorway, and said, "The ocean. I can no longer feel the ocean." Ty Lee hugged herself, wrapping the Fire Nation flag over her shoulders. "What's going on?" It was Yu who answered, straightening and easing out of Sokka's arms. "Lu Ten. Something has happened with Lu Ten, and that's why you're all working together." Sokka gaped up at the moon. Iroh was just explaining about how he breached the oasis during his final conquest of the north. Yu nodded. "And I was just explaining to Ty Lee about how the spirits gave me life as a baby when it seemed that I would die. The next part, for both our stories, is how Prince Lu Ten of the Fire Nation drowned during his father's siege. And the Prince Admiral, in his mad grief, took the spirits themselves hostage, forcing us all to repeat what had been done with me as a baby." Ty Lee wasn't sure what that meant. If Lu Ten had died, then how could he? "That's it," Zhao gasped. "That's the key. All this about Lu Ten dash." Iroh lowered his head, and even in the red light, his grief blazed across his aura. Yu continued, "The moon spirit pulled Lu Ten back from beyond death itself. But it was too much. When Lu Ten came back, he was wrong." Ty Lee felt like crying. First the Ashlands, and now this. Was there any end to the ways her nation had ruined the world? Aang stepped back from the glowing koi pond, trying to figure out what was going on. Where did Lu Ten go? What's wrong with the fish? Yes, Mai muttered, backing up along with him and holding her platinum knife up in front of her, those are the correct questions. Aang bumped into one of the pillars of the spirit gate and came to a stop. He circle-walked around the pillar, ready to dodge or fight or maybe just scream, but the oasis seemed unchanged except for the red light. Well, it was unchanged as far as Aang could see. But the feel of place had shifted completely, the wrongness increased in pressure so that now it was like a rot. His skin was crawling and the air was thick and foul-tasting. It was all he could do not to gag. The bushes that ringed the oasis garden rustled in the breeze, and... wait. There was no breeze here. Yet the whole ring of foliage was shifting gently, the leaves rubbing to create a chorus of inhuman whispers that nevertheless seemed to singing something that Aang could understand. He stepped away from Mai to prod one of the bushes with a hand. His palm came back wet and sticky. There was a coating on it, something dark, and in this red light, it almost looked like... Aang quickly wiped his hand on the leg of his pants. Okay, we're leaving. I'm going to try get into the avatar state. Mai, can you dash? I'll do everything I can to keep you safe. She gave him a smile, and then let her face fall free of expression as she raised her platinum knife in a high guard with one hand and pulled a hinged razor disc from her sleeve with the other. Aang nodded his thanks, and then, stepped away from the maybe bleeding bush and, closed his eyes as he breathed out slowly, seeking some kind of peace or harmony or maybe just not the feeling that he was being hunted. He asked the universe in his past lives for help. Instead of peace, he was given a low rumble that he first felt in his teeth. He opened his eyes to find that the platinum walls were vibrating along their full length, shaking the bushes and the ground and the very air itself. Aang called the air to keep him upright. But there was a splash and a squeal that could have been from pain or aggression or fear or fury. A shadow passed by Mai and she swiped with her platinum knife. And then everything went calm again. Mai's head whipped from side to side, sending her hair tails flying. Did I get it? Aang tensed his arms and reached for his inner fire. Maybe he'd have to win this fight before he could escape it. Keep an eye in that direction. I'll watch over H-. A shadow passed in front of him, and he chopped a wave of fire out, flame that was almost invisible in this red light. And then Mai cried out. Aang spun to see her stumbling as though shoved, and there was a shadow looming behind her. He let his inner fire fade a bit and instead pulled on a wind to catch Mai. She leaned into it as though expecting it, finding her balance again, and she spun and threw her razor disc at the shadow that was no longer there as she came to a stop right underneath the spirit gate. And then the wooden gate burst into flames, an explosion of light and heat that turned Mai into a mere silhouette. And then even that much was gone, leaving Aang along in the garden with the fire. Mai? Mai? Aang reached for the flames with his fire bending to put them out but found them beyond his control, and he couldn't see Mai anymore and he had to help her. But she was gone. At last, he found the path to the avatar state, but it was not one of harmony and balance. It was one of loss and fire and rage. The flaming spirit gate flared. The waters of the koi pond boiled. The ground shook with the force of an earthquake. And the air thickened and pushed outward and the platinum walls bent and groaned and tore. And then sticky wet hands grabbed him. He was yanked out of the air by arms with a strength surpassing the earth itself, and flung right into the koi pond. He sunk so far down that the water covered him completely even though the pond couldn't be that deep, and when he flailed his arms he found nothing but empty currents. The only light came from somewhere far above him, a little circle that he realized must be the surface of the pond, but when he tried to swim towards it he gained no distance. He tried waterbending, tried beckoning the water to carry him back to where he could breathe, but instead of answering, it pushed him further down. Aang looked up one last time at the circle of light that was the way back to the garden. And then the red light was eclipsed by the blue-lipped, silently screaming face of Lu Ten. And then there was no more light. Chapter 74, The Hunger. Beneath the dark waters, Aang could not see, could not hear. He was removed from the world, or perhaps the world was removed from him. But he could feel. He could feel the tepid waters that engulfed him, could sense the currents within them. Perhaps he was imagining it, a hallucination born of the lack of anything to see or hear, but the currents that flowed over him were almost like the echoes of a scream. Aang wondered, in the cold and the dark, how he might know he was crying, with the waters submerging him and drinking up all his tears. Sokka couldn't say his was enjoying his first ride on a mechanical cargo elevator. Usually, even a mysterious, weirdly warm trip to the bottom levels of the bastion could have some appeal, if just for the chance to speculate on the power source. But then, the story you was telling could have ruined an all-night jerky party, never mind a descent into danger. Her voice echoed in the shaft as the platform creaked downward on its chains. Our tribe was already defeated. The fighting was done. Our city, the palace, our homes, all of it had been taken. My father and I were prepared to declare the final surrender. We expected to meet a conquering hero, perhaps a cruel man, perhaps just one who thought to wipe out our culture and call it progress. What came to us was a confused man carrying frosted body of a youth who had drowned during the fighting. Our conqueror seemed to gaze at nothing until he noticed my hair, and then dash. The group, Sokka, you, Tai Li, the water healer Yugo Da, Zhao, this Malik guy with a fire navy fashion sense, and Iroh himself, had enough room on the platform that they didn't need to crowd, even with Yugo Da's pet catfish spirits slithering around in a convenient shrunken form. No one looked at each other, not even at you. They were all trying to grasp the story being told to them. It was one of those slippery stories, without any convenient handles, not even for someone like Sokka who could understand the desire to save family. He could only see himself balking at the idea of raising anyone from the dead with forbidden power. That never ended well. Case in point, the current situation. Iroh simply kept his eyes closed. Yu's tears traveled down her cheeks and went untouched. It was a choice. Restore life to his son, or watch the moon and the ocean spirits die. I myself carried Lu Ten's body into the spirit oasis and then the koi pond. Her voice wavered, and royal dignity faded with a helpless gesture. It's hard to describe what I experienced next. The pond filled with red light. I'm told by some that the ocean became like blood and the moon glowed the same color. Others disagree, saying that it may have grown darker that night, the seas choppier, but nothing ghostly. Zhao grunted. I've had no reports of any such phenomenon. But, as I found while investigating the eternal snowstorms at the South Pole, there are always those who claim to have some extrasensory insight. Sokka didn't like the sound of that. He'd seen some weird stuff since signing on with Aang's whole epic quest thing, and now some of it could only be seen by especially weird people. It made him feel like prey. He hated to feel like prey. And so he nearly jumped out of his skin when the elevator reached the ground floor of the bastion and jolted to a stop. He did manage to keep from screaming, which was good, because he didn't want to spook his teammates. And he might need his voice for more terrified screaming later. Sokka tried to cover his alarm by stepping forward to unlatch the gate and lead the way off the elevator into an oddly familiar dry heat. I think we can figure out the next part. First it was a miracle, Sonny Boy was alive, hooray, let's eat now, and then came the creepy stares, the frigid wind whenever he showed up at dinner even though the windows were closed, and then poor Captain Firehead's bones were discovered in the prince's closet. After that came the fighting and the screaming and the construction of unholy fortresses to hide the monster away while obscene scientists tortured other monsters in vague hope of a cure. A classic story. The catfish spirits scurried out past Sokka, dashing up and down the hallway in front of them and poking their weird, wide, whiskered heads into every nook and cranny. Hopefully, they were checking for danger or something useful. But Sokka didn't like the way they were hissing. They were also, with their strange dark bodies that somehow had a kind of light shining out from within, casting more effective illumination than was already here. The gas lanterns on the walls were dark, and the only light came from glowing metal panels set into the walls at regular intervals. That seemed like a fairly inefficient way to warm and light this place. The amount of energy it had to be taking was ridiculous, never mind how difficult to regulate it would be. You stepped out beside him, and gave him something like a smile. It was a bit more sudden than that. Iroh had Lu Ten locked in the oasis, and then this fortress was constructed around it. We worried for the spirits, but they proved to be in no danger. The problem came when Lu Ten's hunger was discovered. Sokka's stomach flipped, and he turned as Iroh stepped off the elevator. Please tell me you didn't run some kind of a lottery where random members of the tribe were turned into human sacrifices and now their bones are littering this oasis place. Ew, gagged Tai Li. What? That finally shocked Iroh into opening his eyes, and he stopped short so suddenly that Zhao and Malik nearly collided with him. No. Why would you even think that? Lu Ten merely feeds on chi energy, and we gave him only pirates and criminals. I'm not a monster. I just wanted to save my son. It's still all I want. Oh, because that makes feeding people to your monster kid better, Sokka groaned. He tried not to imagine Aang and Katara and Mai having their breath sucked out by something like those air nomad defooling monsters or the Unskula thing. Instead he focused on the weirdly hot hallways, noticing how it seemed to leach the moisture from his tongue as he talked. Wait. He knew why this was familiar. If Iroh wanted to keep Water Tribe rebels out, including waterbenders. Sokka squeaked, this is a dryness engine. Like at Crescent Island. And Chief Malik, in his Fire Navy uniform, smiled. I like that. We just called it the Waterbending Inhibition System. I toured Crescent Island years ago and was so impressed at its effectiveness with the prisoners that I used all my education and intelligence to implement a version here. Although I don't understand why the lamps dash. Sokka slammed a fist into the Malik's face. Pain exploded in his knuckles as Malik went straight down to the floor, but the satisfaction was worth it. He almost wanted to do it again, but Zhao and Yagoda grabbed his arms and pulled him back. Sokka had been a Fire Nation collaborator, too, once. But he'd never taken pleasure in the damage the work might have done, and never knowingly worked on something as horrible as the device that had tortured his sister for a decade. Malik had seen it in action and still wanted to duplicate it. The catfish spirits hissed even louder than before, a sibilant song that echoed off the metal walls. It was the same sound as the rushing in Sokka's ears. Malik, Iroh said, voice sharp and steady, when you are able, please turn off the dryness engine. We will need the help of any waterbenders still down here, I think. Down on the floor, Malik was trying to stem the flow of blood from his nose and lips. This savage just dash. I gave you an order, Chief Malik. Iroh smiled and added, please, if you would be so kind. Why yes, my lord. Malik crawled over to a console near the elevator, one covered in dials and levers, and leaned on it to haul himself to his feet. He produced a key from within his uniform, put it into a slot on the console, pulled a lever down. There, Iroh said, now everyone is happier. He looked to Sokka. Now, may we proceed? The heat was dying, the glowing panels sliding back into the walls. Covers fell into place over them, and the air immediately cooled, although it still wasn't at all comfortable. And it left them in the dark, the only remaining light coming from the luminescent bodies of the catfish spirits. No, Sokka grunted. Not happier. But he shook the rushing sound out of his ears, and let the tension drain from his body. The catfish spirits stopped their hissing. A burst of light came into being atop Iroh's raised hand, a fire-bending torch that brought something like normality back to the scene. Nevertheless, I fear we must get moving. Reports put the waterbenders near the oasis entrance, but they might have moved after we evacuated the soldiers. Zhao let go of Sokka and gave him a little push. Keep moving, Tribal. Let's find out how necessary you are for this mission. Yagoda let go of Sokka as well, but she patted his shoulder in a way that reminded him of Bato. She and Tai Li, who gave Sokka a smile and a wink and a fist raised in victory, fell into position right behind him as he followed Iroh, with Zhao and Malik bringing up the rear of the group like the practical guys they were. And Princess Yu kept her eyes on Sokka as she walked alongside him. He bowed his head to her and whispered, sorry if punching that guy will make things harder for us. Or your tribe. I couldn't keep the Fire Nation from taking my sister away to that Crescent Island place, with the original heat engine. I still have trouble with it. Yu blinked, and her pink lips parted slightly. She stared at him for a moment, and then bowed her head to him in return and returned her attention to the path ahead. He wondered what that meant. Maybe, if they all didn't get their hearts eaten by a fire prince, he could find out later. The group moved as fast as they could, with just firebenders to light the way. Zhao created his own hand torch, which helped a little. Sokka couldn't keep track of their path, as the halls of this crazy fortress were labyrinthine. But then, that was probably the point, if this was all just to keep people away from Prince Lu Ten. Malik and Iroh at least seemed to know the way, although even they had to stop every so often to confirm where they were with a landmark of some kind. The catfish spirits kept pace with Iroh, and no longer seemed to want to go exploring. That was a shame, as their light would have made them helpful scouts. But Sokka wasn't sure he wanted these strange spirits running ahead beyond his vision to become vague lights bouncing through the darkness. That could get spooky. And then the group started finding the bodies. They were soldiers, firebenders and swordsmen and archers and spear wielders. Most of them were casualties of a war of some kind. Sokka checked them out, once he was sure they weren't going to open their eyes and jump up and try to suck his spirit out through his nostrils or something, and found that most had standard injuries, the kind that would bleed out or send the victim into fatal shock, and could have come from knives or spears. A few larger cuts might have been made by broadswords or angry waterbending. But there were also some bodies that didn't have any injuries. And they were colder than the others. The catfish spirits were hissing again, and more insistently. Sokka glanced at Yagoda. Does that mean anything? I don't know. I've never heard them do that before. She didn't look like she considered a good thing. Great. It was distracting enough that the group didn't hear the attack until it was almost too late. They turned a corner and the catfish spirits turned their hissing into a roar. Sokka froze mid-step and spotted shadowy figures at the edge of Iroha's torchlight, and suddenly Sokka couldn't move his arms or his legs, and it was like he had sticks in his veins and he screamed. A familiar voice said, "Sokka." The tension in his limbs went away in an instant, allowing him to move again. That was freaky. He barely had enough time to wonder what it was when one of those shadowy figures dashed right past Iroha and slammed into Sokka with a crushing hug. A hug as familiar as its voice. He wrapped his arms around his little sister. "Found you." Lien the Maker, the highest-ranking privileged colonial contractor in service to Fire Lord Iroha, was getting fed up with all of this garbage. When the Fire Lord, merely the Crown Prince at the time, had come to her, he'd promised the chance to define a whole new field of scientific knowledge. Iroha's troubles with his son had confounded the sages, wise men, shamans, and other spiritualists, leaving no other choice but to apply science to the situation. Lien had already been studying the phenomenon of bending, how it really worked and if it might be replicated by mechanical constructs, and so Iroha's search had taken him to her doorstep with an offer to explore and classify the very nature of the spirits themselves. She had no love for the brutish ways of the Fire Nation, but Iroha himself was an impressive person and much more enlightened than most of his countrymen. Plus, the gains to science could not be ignored. And for a while, it had been nice. Lien had indeed created a brand new science out of nothing, and Iroha had been every bit as supportive as she needed. Then he became Fire Lord. And now war and politics were interfering with everything. So she was hardly in a good mood when she stepped out of the snow crawler that had brought her to the bastion, into the strange red moonlight, and greeted the guards with a snarled, "I'm here to reclaim all the materials the degenerate Zhao had removed from my lab. Take me to them or the Fire Lord right now." The soldiers were the Crimson Guard types who directly served Iroha, so she couldn't see their expressions beneath their helmets as they all traded glances. One of them said, "Admiral Zhao unloaded no cargo. He went with the Fire Lord into the fortress on an urgent matter regarding Dash." "Yes, an attack by the Avatar," Lien cut the man off. "That's why it's so egregious that Zhao brought my Unskull ahead here. He's endangering valuable, irreplaceable material for the sake of politics. I bet this oddly colored moon is his doing, too. This is impeding my work regarding Prince Lu Ten's cure." The Crimson Guards stiffened. She had said the magic words, and they had their orders about the matter. The lead guard said, "Zhao's snowcrawlers have been parked in the garage. Come with me." They led her to the battleship that had been scuttled at the top of the cliff overlooking the Northern Water Tribe village. Iroha was still using it as the front gate for the Bastion Fortress, but Lien had no idea why. Chief Malik was a good architect and engineer, and could have something more suitable made to replace it. She suspected that Iroha simply liked the look of it, or perhaps wanted a reminder of the early days when he'd needed to cobble together a holding pen for Lu Ten. The garage was a portion of one of the battleship's holds that had been cut open and given a large door. As expected, a squad of snow crawlers was parked within, still dripping with slush, under guard from a squad of Zhao's marines. Their body language became wary as the Crimson Guards led Lien into the hold. She called out, "Which of these contains the Unskull ahead?" I presume Zhao took an inventory of the materials he stole. One of Marines held up a hand. Come no closer. Admiral Zhao has ordered dash. Stand aside, the lead Crimson Guard snarled, on the authority of the Fire Lord. Several of the masked guards raised their arms into fire-bending stances as they walked. Lien waited to see what would happen. Perhaps Zhao had instilled some true loyalty in his crew, but from what she had observed. Okay, the Marine said. He shifted so that he was no longer blocking the path to the snow crawlers and kept his hands down and clearly visible. The other Marines did the same. The chain of command seems clear in this case. Sorry for the trouble. Lien grinned and trotted past the Crimson Guards. It didn't take long to find the snow crawler in which Zhao had stashed the unskull ahead, and Lien was relieved to see that it wasn't damaged in any way. Of course, she'd need to get it back to the lab and run some tests to truly make sure that nothing had gone wrong. But first, she needed to take the opportunity that had been handed to her. She emerged from the snow crawler and went back to the lead Crimson Guard. Luckily, no damage was done that I can't undo, but we've lost valuable time. Admiral Zhao has impeded my work. I think the Fire Lord needs to know about this. The guard gave a shallow bow. A report will be made. Currently, the Fire Lord is seeing to a matter regarding his son, as I tried to explain dash. And then the glow of the moon, reflecting into the garage off the snowfields, flickered. Lien was, thankfully, too much of a professional to feel fear. On the contrary, this was a valuable new opportunity to expand the scope of human knowledge. Forget your mere explanations, she told the lead guard. I need a full briefing. It looks like I'm going to have to divert from my research to save the world. Aang could feel the approach of his friends, their energies traveling along the ethereal connections they shared to send both hope and dread to his heart. He tried to warn them away, tried to warn them of what had found them, but when he opened his mouth, his voice was drowned by the infinite waters into less than a whisper. The salt in the water stung his tongue, and the pressure threatened to burst his lungs. Instead he tried to reach out along the connections, the web of light that bound them all together. But none of his self was able to survive the journey. It was overwhelmed by the hunger that overflowed from another connection, one that had been forced on him. It wasn't a complete connection, as there wasn't a complete person on the other end. Instead, there was a vague remnant of a person, a space that had once been defined as an individual but now was smeared with the glow of the moon and the roar of the ocean in a deep, relentless hunger. That hunger was so terrible that pushed back against Aang, against everything he was, and filled him up with nothingness. He felt his own definition blurring, and through the gaps flowed names like Roku and Kyoshi and Kuruk and Yang Chen and so many others. They drifted out of him, and with each one of them went a little piece of the being that had once been called Aa. What had his name been again? Behind him, his only companion here in the dark shook, sending bubbles filled with both laughter and sobs to float up into nothingness. As much as Sokka would have liked to just pick his sister up and carry her out of this horrible bastion place, he knew his only real option right now was to let her go. As soon as he did, Ty Lee and Yagoda greeted her with their own enthusiastic hugs. While Sokka watched it all, he felt a hand rest on his shoulder, and turned to find Princess Yu giving him a smile. She said, "You found your sister when she needed you. Don't forget that. You're a good brother." Sokka couldn't figure out what to say to that. The combination of Yu's beauty being so close, her warm hand on his shoulder, and the sentiment that he didn't dare accept all combined to keep his tongue firmly stuck to the roof of his mouth. He was still staring at her in awe as more figures emerged from the shadows into the light of Iroha's torch-like fire bending. They were obviously Water Tribe, and they wore the same white clothes as Yagoda and the Dreamcatcher warriors who had come with Han to attempt to rescue, back up outside the fortress. But only one of them had a weapon, a rather nice machete. That one kept gaze and weapon pointed straight at Iroha. I don't suppose the whole tribe was liberated while we were down here and this colonizer is a decorative prisoner. Rafa. Yagoda came over to him and examined some of his scrapes. I must admit, I'm surprised to find you alive, but very glad. And no, I'm afraid the situation has gotten worse since we last talked. One of the catfish spirits joined the reunion, bopping its head against Rafa's back in some kind of greeting. In return, Rafa actually reached out to pet it. Mashinayak. Come to help me, have you? Then things must be very complicated, indeed. To Sokka's disappointment, that seemed to be the extent of the reunions. No one else stumbled out of the darkness to express how glad they were to see him, or even to beg for a way out of here. Specifically, there were two people whose bodies he, thankfully, hadn't yet found down here. Where's Aang? And Mai? Katara shook her head. They broke into the heart of the fortress. Aang thinks Lu Ten might be there. But they've been gone for a while, and we held the door against the soldiers, but then the whole place shook and the lights went out, and dash. The Rafa guy finished with, there's something here. Besides us and the soldiers. Something hunting us. We had to flee, and we think it managed to get some soldiers, before the rest of them retreated. We've gotten turned around in the dark, and thought you might be the hunter. Lu Ten. Iroh sighed. It's just as bad as I feared. It's likely the Avatar is dead, and the problem is up to us to resolve. Katara blinked, and seemed to finally realize that this was more than a rescue operation. What's going on? How can Aang be dead? Sokka said, it turns out that Iroh's big secret is that the northern tribe has these spirit fish that can raise people from the dead, but it only goes right in certain situations, so now Prince Lu Ten is another one of those crazy monsters that eats people's life force or something. Katara blinked, and then looked to Ty Lee, who confirmed it with a nod. Sokka didn't say anything about Aang. He could see Iroh's logic, and they had to assume the worst in this situation. But he wouldn't be leaving this place, one way or another, until he knew for sure. And if Aang was still alive, well, then Sokka would have to come up with something clever. He hated having to be clever. Iroh looked up at the ceiling, as if he could see through it to the sky above. The red light of the moon must mean that the darkness within my son is ascendant. He wavers between lucidity and in more troubled states. I'm afraid bringing him out of those is no easy task. But he has not yet attacked us, so we might have enough power to contain him. It was Ty Lee who said, so how do we find him? The whole group went quiet. It was Rafa who eventually answered with, we won't have to. He knows where we are. He's just waiting for the right opportunity. Zhao raised the hand he was using as a fire-bending torch even higher, as if trying to send the light farther. Well, we aren't going to give him one. Fire Lord, I recommend we move towards the inner sanctum. The platinum walls might protect us, and perhaps we will find a sign of the Avatar. Sokka realized that it was a little darker down here than before. That's why Zhao had raised the torch, but he didn't seem conscious of it. What could that mean? Imminent death, sure, but something more specific might help them prepare. An insightful recommendation, Admiral Zhao, Iroh said. Yes, that shall be our plan for now. If I could ask everyone to keep an eye out as we move dash. Maybe the weirdness was having more people around? No, wait, something was missing. But everyone was still here. No, all the humans were still here. The glowing catfish spirits were gone. What was that? Sokka interrupted, the pet was named Mashi something? Does he tend to hide in shadows and stop glowing sometimes? And then Rafa noticed it, too. No, he doesn't. Nor any of the others. Iroh stiffened. We need to move. Now. And everyone did. Except for you. She grabbed Sokka's arm and hissed, wait. I feel something dash. From somewhere behind Sokka, Malik screamed. And then the path ahead lit up with a light the color of dread. Dread was red. The source of the radiance was a hulking figure of almost human proportions, 2 arms and 2 legs coming off a central body, but the legs were too short and the arms were too long and everything was still shifting and changing shape. One arm stretched to become a whip-like tentacle and the other grew fingers that came to very sharp points. The face remained that of a catfish, with floating whiskers that brushed the ceiling and walls as the creature forced its bulk a step forward, but its mouth was that of a shark as it opened to reveal fields of sharp teeth. A similar red glow was coming from behind them, as well. All the paths were cut off. Mashinayak, Rafa called to the creature in front of them, but it only responded with a warbling growl. Sokka wished he had borrowed one of Mai's platinum weapons, but there was no way he could have kept a hold of even a knife while stuck as a prisoner. We'll have to fight our way past, Iroh said. Firebenders and waterbenders together. Katara shook her head. We're out of water. Great. So, what was their plan supposed to be, then? Iroh had wanted to get down here to fix things, and Sokka had kind of assumed that the big bad mastermind with all the secrets actually had a plan. Which was stupid. Never assume things. Never. You was the first to step towards Mashi. Sokka grabbed her arm. What are you going to do? She looked at him with wide eyes, and her lips were trembling. I don't know, but I have to try some dash. And then, one by one, those spirits began screaming. It was a horrible, keening sound, something between an injured polar bear dog and the blade of a knife scraping against a whetstone. It started with Mashinaak in front of them, the din echoing up and down the hall, but it was soon a chorus. Lu Ten was no longer the only thing hunting them. Or, maybe, he still was. In a way. But he was Iroh's son, and didn't see the need to get his hands dirty when he could force other people or catfish spirits to handle things for him. So he was a monster and a tactician. Great. And this was his home turf. But, as you had said, they had to try something. Sokka acted on pure instinct. He shoved Katara towards Ty Lee and Yu towards Yugoda, and then ran out in front of Mashinaak. Hey, Mashi. I didn't want to tell you this before, but you're ugly and you totally creep me out. Mashi swung a clawed hand towards him, but he dove between the thing's stubby legs and rolled and came up in a run and took the first turn he found. He was yelling the whole time he ran, but only partially because he was terrified. He needed the corrupted spirits to know where he was going. Away from his friends. Mashi gave chase. Lu Ten wasn't the only tactician around here. But Sokka hoped someone else came up with another plan, soon, because this one stunk. He tore down the hallways, taking turns at random, getting himself hopelessly lost and probably hopelessly dead, as heavy bodies stampeded after him. The airbender boy floated in the endless ocean, surrounded by figures that were both familiar and strangers. He didn't know who they were, but the sight of them bobbing through the currents made him feel like he had lost something. And he was so hungry. I feed, hissed a voice through the water, somehow. It came out of bubbles that ticked the back of the airbender's bald head and burst around his ears. It was a desperate, whining voice, and filled the airbender with even more hunger. That hunger was like the ocean, endless and surging. But through the connection to the owner of that voice, the airbender could feel the anticipation of sustenance. The feeding was about to begin. Right now. Somehow, the airbender couldn't help but prefer the hunger. Malik had decided that there was no longer any call for his expertise on this mission. His job had been to keep saboteurs out, and Lu Ten in the bastion. He had accomplished the former, as well as he could since it was unreasonable to expect an earthbender infiltrator, and now that Lu Ten was free there little more he could do on the latter. And he had his responsibilities as chief of the Northern Water Tribe to consider. He had to remember his people. Without him, they might never be made to see the glory of Fire Nation civilization, or the ways their lives could improve if they only embraced a sense of order and mechanical innovation. Otherwise, they'd be doomed to savagery like this Sokka brute, unable to see the beauty of things like the dryness engine. But the guy had a knack for names, Malik could give him that. So, completely selflessly, Malik screamed and ran for his life as the rogue spirits gave chase after Sokka and everyone else tried to flee deeper into the bastion. He knew this fortress better than the back of his hand, because he'd designed the thing, while the back of his hand was an accident of nature. He knew how long it had taken to construct, the materials used in every system, and the hidden infrastructure that made everything work. He knew that, if the lights were out, the natural waterfall that had been harnessed and locked away to power the bastion was probably escaping somewhere. And the waterfall was right behind the oasis. That's why he didn't take the most direct path back to the elevator. It might be quicker, but whatever else was down here wasn't entirely human, if at all. He knew the effects that platinum had on spirits, and knew where all the hidden platinum components were that might protect him from observation and manipulation. Some of the platinum had gone into walls and pylons to prevent the flow of unwanted energies, and the rest went into ingenious systems like the polished platinum mirror network that brought natural light down into Lu Ten's chamber. Malik chose his path based on where those constructs were and how they might shield him from detection. That was how the platinum worked, right? He was a genius, so he was sure he was correct. It was thinking like that made him stand out from the rest of his tribe, which was looked down upon by the rest of the world. Even his sister Malina sometimes worried about disrupting people's lives with his improvements, as if a few lives could stand in the way of progress. She supported him, but without his influence, would she stay on the true path of Fire Nation glory? Yes, he had to get out. He had to escape. He had to. He had to find a light. He'd let his thoughts wander. Had he taken the second left or the third? Without the lamps or the sound of machinery, it was hard to tell where he was right now. At least he was alone, while the others distracted those awful spirits. Imagine being stupid enough to take tame spirits into battle. That mistake would cost them their Li. Cold, wet, sticky hands pressed against his face. Malik screamed. He screamed as the darkness faded away, and the sun rose on the horizon. The light reflected off the ocean, making it a beautiful glistening ruby. But as he looked out at the light, he realized it wasn't the sun that was rising, it was the Fire Nation itself. The homeland that its soldiers spoke of so lovingly had come to the North Pole, to Malik, to share its glory. The ice would melt, bone tools would be replaced by metal, frigid air would be tinged with the bracing smell of oil and ash, and his genius would finally be recognized the world over. Malik reached for that sun. But it was out of his grasp. His body filled with a need, a hunger, and he knew he had to do everything in his power to sate it. He needed the Fire Nation, needed its ways. He would swim the ocean, or walk across the planet, or even learn to fly. It was the only thing that could feed this clawing emptiness in him. He channeled all his energy, all his self, into grasping it. But his hands fell short, and so he gave more of himself, and the horizon grew no closer, and so he grasped and grasped and grasped and grasped. But he wasn't the one grasping. Another body, strong and limber and soaking wet, was twisted up with Malik's, and he was losing heat everywhere it was touching him. The horizon was an illusion, while the dark. I feed, something hissed right in Malik's ear, the breath warm and fetid and more than a little damp. He tried to scream. And the last of his self was yanked up out of his mouth in a gasp, leaving an empty body in the dark of an empty fortress. His last sounds echoed, and then there was only silence. Maya woke up to the most awful racket. It was like an army of lemurs was making a hooting retreat from a shark mandrill. She wished the stupid things would shut up and go away. She had half a mind to get up and encourage that thought with some flung razors, but when she tested that idea out with her body, it protested with some whiny excuses about pain. Typical. So Mai just groaned. Surprisingly, there was an answer. A bright, familiar voice called back something like, "I heard something. I think it came from over there." Something about the unoriginal wording made the voice seem fairly slow on the uptake, which struck Mai as completely natural and more than a little comforting. And she was pretty sure she knew the voice's name. Ty Lee. Just thinking the name made Mai feel a little better. So when soft hands grabbed her, lifting her off the grass, she didn't make an attempt to stab anyone with anything. There was more talk after that, stuff about someone being burned and gratitude for finding some water. More voices sounded, and one of them struck Mai as reassuringly steady and recognizable. Another name, Katara, emerged into her thoughts. She was pretty sure things would be okay if Katara was here, for some reason. And then a feeling both warm and cool covered Mai's body, pulling the pain and stiffness straight out of her, leaving behind strength and relief. Mai opened her eyes to find her two favorite girls leaning over her, something like starlight illuminating their faces. "Hey. Thanks for that." Ty Lee and Katara both broke into smiles. Ty Lee said, "How did you get so burned?" Mai sat up gingerly, trying to figure out the answer herself. The pain she'd had was consistent with burns, and her robes were a charred mess but thankfully weren't falling off of her, so all clues pointed to burning, sure enough. She was still in the spirit oasis, only now the foliage and wooden spirit gate were blackened ruins. Ah, yes. She remembered them somehow bursting into flames when Lu Ten went feral or whatever, and she had the bad luck, or perhaps it was more purposeful, to be standing right in range of the fire blast. But what had happened after that? The formerly secure platinum walls were twisted and punctured by rocky outcroppings with the distinctive smoothness of earth-bending, which she didn't remember at all and didn't consider a good sign. The back wall had been damaged enough to spring a leak, and now something like a waterfall was pouring through a burst seam to create a moat around the garden. And standing behind Katara and Ty Lee was some woman with weird white hair along with Fire Lord Iroh. But he didn't have any soldiers with him, not so much as a pair of guards. Even if Lady Prematurely White was an enemy, the good guys had numerical superiority. That didn't mean they actually could beat Iroh, of course, but he wasn't attacking anyone right now. That was either kind of good or very, very bad. But there was one thing, one very important thing, that Mai couldn't find anywhere in the oasis. Aang. And the koi pond was completely opaque, as dark as oil. Where did Aang go? Ty Lee and Katara both frowned. Katara said, "We thought he was with you. How do we keep losing the boys?" Boys? Plural? Sokka's in trouble, too? Is he with Aang? No, maybe, I don't know. Katara blinked tears from her eyes. The Dreamcatcher spirits got corrupted and Sokka led them away, and we can't find him now, and we lost Rafa and the other Dreamcatchers while we were running, and we found the entrance to this place twisted. Nope, and now we're stuck in here while that thing is out there with our friends killing people, and now Aang is gone too and dash. Luten, Mai interrupted, looking at Iroh. Luten is the thing killing people. And he got Aang. She hopped to her feet, letting the ruins of her sleeves fall over her hands as she sought for some weapons. A rain of needles to throw Iroh off guard before a more lethal attack? Or should she just go for it with her first throw and try to sink one of the bigger blades right in his skull? No matter how she did it, she'd likely leave him a chance to get in a fatal blow of his own, so she was about to die, but that was okay because she'd failed to protect Aang. That was her whole purpose. She had, at one point or another, betrayed everyone and everything in her life. Aang was the one, the only one, to see her full awfulness and decide to forgive her anyway. Tom didn't really know her, and mother and father were now her enemies. Katara and Ty Lee were too optimistic to really see her, and Sokka was too flawed himself to hold it all against her. She and Zuko had left each other behind. Azula had wanted her dead before losing all sanity. Aang was the one she had betrayed who went on to eventually, well, fall in love with her. He was the best person she knew, someone who had every right to look down on her, and yet he thought she was the best thing since sharpened flint. And she'd let Luten destroy him. The least she could do to make up for it was murder the old man who caused this whole mess, even if it killed her. Not that, without Aang, anyone had any chance at all. But before Mai could let loose with her last rain of metal, Ty Lee grabbed her wrists and cried, "Wait. I think we can still save them." It was such an odd thing to say that Mai could only stop and blink. How? I dunno. Ty Lee smiled. But Fire Lord Iroh's aura hasn't gotten any worse since we got down here. So he thinks we can. Mai looked to Iroh, momentarily not evaluating him for attack, and had to bite back a groan when she realized she'd been trying to see his aura for herself. Iroh nodded and crouched down beside the fetid koi pond. I hesitated to say anything, as I do not know for sure, but look at the damage here. Luten cannot earthbend, as Malik pointed out when justifying his failures. And yet these rocks very clearly broke the seal of this platinum chamber and allowed Luten to exert his influence before escaping. Nor do I think it was a coincidence that our aggressive Lady Mai was injured by fire, which is well within Luten's control even during his little episodes. It was like listening to Sokka ramble on about his stupid deductions, except slower and coming from someone Mai hated. Get to the point. But it was the girl with the white hair who continued, the spirit oasis is a point where the spirit world overlaps with the material world. It is how the climate can be so warm. And there is more to this space than we can see. The spirit world is infinite, its landscape changeable. Entire lands can exist in its shadows. She turned to the koi pond. And an entire ocean and moon can be contained in a mere pond. The koi fish spirits. Luten had been going on about them. And how do you know all this? Ty Lee grabbed a bit of the girl's white hair and held it out for inspection. This is Princess Yu. She's my friend, and she was born dead, but the magic fish brought her back to life and made her hair white. She's like a storybook. This you managed to give a stiff smile. That's accurate enough. I have a connection to the moon spirit. But she moved towards the pond, pulling her hair from Ty Lee's loose grip. Something is wrong. I can feel Lu Ten's influence, but it's never been this strong before. He's been feeding on the people in this fortress, but there's something else going on. Another presence older even than the moon and ocean, but far weaker than it should be. Mai looked at the inky blackness of the pond. So let me get this straight, the pond is a magic door to the spirit world. Aang is probably inside waiting to be rescued, and it might be the only way to stop Lu Ten. So, how do we do this? We don't. Yu closed her eyes for a long moment, and when she opened them again, they were as dark and glossy as the koi pond was now. I share the life force of the moon spirit, and am bound to Lu Ten. I will end this. Oily black tears oozed down her cheeks. Mai found herself taking a step back. Okay, then. Good luck. Ty Lee leaned towards Mai and whispered, I don't think we should tell Sokka about this. He thinks she's cute. Wait, Katara whispered back, he does. Mai chose to not have anything to add to this conversation. Yu stepped into the koi pond, the sludgy waters coming up to her ankles. The hem of her dress floated on the surface and absorbed the staining liquid. Yu centered herself in the pond as Iroh shuffled away from it, leaving her a lone figure about to undertake a journey into the unknown. Then the entire bastion thundered with an echoing, no. It shook the ground, and Mai was barely able to keep on her feet. The light in the room shifted and flared red, making her eyes water, but she squinted through it and managed to see what was going on just in time to call, Ty Lee, incoming. Her friend moved too fast to have thought about it, moving her arms in a blur. Mai felt a wind rise up and whip at her hair just in time for it to cushion Yu's landing. Even so, the princess still had enough momentum to collide with the other girls, but they grabbed her together and managed to avoid a fall. The red glare faded, and Yu pulled away to stand on her own. She wiped sticky dark muck from her eyes, revealing vivid blue irises of the normal human variety. He's coming. Lu Ten knows what I tried to do. Oh, great. Mai grabbed her platinum knife with one hand and a razor disc with the other. Then we fight. Iroh stepped to stand in front of her, a head shorter than her but disconcertingly solid. No, we defend. And we continue to try to find a solution. There must be something we can do. Perhaps our friends Ty Lee and Katara can disable his bending and freeze him in place. Ty Lee and Katara exchanged glances that didn't have a lot of confidence between them. Mai eyed Iroh. And what about me and you? I will direct the efforts. You should guard you. The connection she shares might be the key to victory, or the path to our defeat. And you, my dear, have a limited choice of options against a foe who does not lack the strength to pull his clothes free from a knife in the wall. Now, quickly, before my son gets here, we must prepare defenses. He moved over to the entrance to the oasis, the shutter-like door that Mai and Aang had slipped through, before. It was bent and broken now, with a clear view of the obscuring darkness beyond. Katara and Ty Lee followed him, both of them looking back at Mai with helpless expressions. She could only shrug at them. Iroh was right, and he was one of the greatest tacticians the Fire Nation had ever produced. As awful as he was, and as responsible as he might be for this, he was their best option for a leader right now. After all, Aang and Sokka might be dead, they were the clever ones in the group. But maybe Mai could be the surprising one. She'd managed to make friends with the Dreamcatchers by choosing not to fight, before. Perhaps she really was capable of accomplishing things that didn't involve stabbing people. So she turned to face Yu and whispered, "What's your opinion on this?" Yu frowned. The key is still the moon and ocean spirits. We must reach them. But Lu Ten, his power pushed me back from the pond. I don't have the strength of spirit to push back. Mai gave the girl her sharpest smile. You're not a fighter, are you? Strength is for losers. Real fighters cheat. And then she held up her platinum knife. Yu blinked at it in confusion, and then she got it. She looked up at Mai and nodded. And so, while the others worked, Mai and Yu went hand in hand over to the koi pond. They stood at its edge, looking down at the obsidian sludge that glistened in the dim lighting. Ugh, only Farain would my subject herself to getting messy like this. She held out the platinum knife in front of her, took a deep breath, and then, together with you, dived into the pond. The tip of the blade touched the surface first, and in that moment the dark muck broke apart into blazing crimson light. Mai shut her eyes against it as she fell, but as the air brushed past her face, the knife in her hand blazed with heat. She reflexively let go and opened her mouth to cry out in pain from the burns on her fingers. And her cry was drowned by a torrent of salt water before it was even born. She was underwater, her clothes soaked and her hair floating around. Her only anchor was Yu's hand in her own. She opened her eyes to try to get some kind of sense of where they were. The ocean around them was endless, and somewhere in the infinite above, filtered by the depths, a red moon provided the only light. The platinum knife was nowhere to be seen. Her only effective weapon was gone. Chapter 75, The Price. Sokka's death came at the end of sharp claws made of luminescent darkness, which was the kind of stupid contradiction that had always annoyed him. Appropriate that it would be the end of him, really. He'd led the corrupted Dreamcatcher catfish spirits on a merry chase through the bowels of the bastion's lowest level, if merry meant confused and frantic and far too dark to see anything, accompanied by screaming terror and a few stubbed toes. It was as dark as his stay in the basement of Longfeng and the Daily Earth rebels, back before his and the gang liberated the Fire Nation for Iroh, an unpleasant memory that did nothing to improve his hopes right now. In that evil prison basement, Sokka had been forced to endure treatments that had left him tumbling through nightmares and gaps in wakefulness, not unlike the experience of running from monsters in the dark. King Topha's arrival had gotten him out of there, thankfully before Longfeng could do anything permanent, and he knew he wouldn't have been able to do it himself. This time, Sokka didn't want to escape. Not from this bastion fortress, or the Northern Water Tribe settlement around it. His only goal was to lead the spirit monsters away from his friends and family, which he had to hope he was doing because this place had the most convoluted floor plan of any evil fortress he had ever visited, and that included the impractical vertical one built into a mile-deep sinkhole in the Earth Kingdom, the time he and Mai had fallen on Ty Lee. Either that traitorous Malik guy was a pretty sub-par architect, or he had done this on purpose, the jerk. But running and taking random turns and hitting things with a salvaged spear and dodging around the claws and toothy bites could only work for so long. Specifically, it worked up until the point when Sokka tripped over a long solid object at shin height that had no business being in his path. It was tempting to hope, amidst the pain, that it had just been bad luck. But then the red glow of one of the spirits gone bad, a glow that somehow emanated from dark bodies that didn't have the healthy coloring of water tribe skin but rather the substance of shadow itself, lit up the hall in front of him, joining the similar light from behind, and he realized that this had been planned. The pipe had been torn from its boltings on the wall to hang across the path. Sokka had been set up. He wasn't fair enough to acknowledge it. He was too bitter as he jumped to his feet and raised his spear, and a massive clawed hand the size of his whole body swung and a cold pain lit up across his middle. It was just as well that the lighting provided by the spirits was red, the liquid that splattered on the wall, that was dripping on the ground from the holes in his body, looked like water. Still, he knew exactly what it was. "Ah, man," he said. He looked up at the spirit in front of him, and was surprised that it wasn't snarling or sneering. It wasn't displaying those endless rows of teeth in that wide mouth. The face was twisted, and the whiskery things on the sides and top of its head were droopy. Sokka thought it might be Mashinayak, the leader of the spirits that had once served the Dreamcatcher's Water Tribe rebels. Before Lu Ten had taken over that service without so much as asking. But Sokka didn't have time to wonder about it. His legs decided that they couldn't support his weight anymore and he fell into the puddle of his own blood. He knew he was dying, alone in the dark, bleeding out on floor. The life and warmth were ebbing from his body. He was on his way to reincarnate as a prey animal, to take on the twin duties of testing a hunter and feeding a tribe. He could already feel himself being pulled away from this world. As he listened for the calls of his ancestors welcoming him to his next life, he could only hope that someone else was taking a turn being clever about this situation, because he was obviously going to be done with that kind of thing very shortly. Mai was about to panic before you said, "This isn't real, not in the way you think. Your body is not here, so you cannot drown. Be at peace, my friend." Clearly, this you girl hadn't heard much about Mai, otherwise she'd know that saying garbage like, be at peace, was a good way to get Mai to do the exact opposite. But, in this case, the opposite consisted of drowning in a panic, and she wasn't quite that spiteful. So she closed her eyes, shutting out the moonlight ocean she was immersed in. She should be drowning, but you had spoken, the words audible without any bubbling or gagging or choking. So the water wasn't real, or breathing wasn't required, or some other stupid spirit nonsense like that. So Mai didn't have to worry about it. She could focus on something else. Like Aang. She thought of the boy who believed in her. Who loved her. The kid with more responsibility than a whole dynasty of monarchs. The young man who had been hurt and manipulated and betrayed but who still smiled. Ah, that's a good idea, you said. Mai's eyes snapped open. She was still in the depths of an ocean, her hair and robes bobbing on the underwater currents, but now there was no longer just an endless view of blue. Now, a glowing line like the light of the summer sun traced a path from the center of Mai's chest across the endless ocean. And beside her was a water-distorted collection of moonbeams that somehow look a lot like you, her illusory body clothed in a glistening, snowy wind. You held out a ghostly hand. Your connection to Aang is strong. Come, let us follow it. I think we'll like what we find at the other end. Mai reached out for Yu's hand, closing her eyes just before they made contact, and felt warm skin against her own. She didn't open her eyes again until they started moving through the water, and saw that Yu was still there, still made of light, and somehow was propelling herself without the tediousness of swimming, following the glowing line coming out of Mai's chest. Questions burned in Mai's mind, but she did her best to ignore them, lest they take her down a path of once again wondering why she wasn't drowning. So she returned her thoughts to Aang and said, "Do you come here often?" Yu's ghostly lips might have quirked. "I have been here since the beginning of time, and this is my first time here. It's confusing to me, too." Great. Stupid spirit nonsense. The cargo elevator rose into the cold air of the bastion's surface-level facilities with a racket of clanking chains, and Zhao found himself facing an array of Crimson Royal Guard soldiers in fire-bending stances. Ah. Well, he'd just survived inhuman monsters from a world beyond mortal understanding. Bamboozling a group of warriors should be no problem, especially considering that they couldn't conceive of greater success than guarding a man who could fight better than them. Zhao scowled at them and stepped off the elevator platform without fear. "What are you waiting for? The Fire Lord is down there and Prince Lu Ten has escaped. We need to dash. Admiral Zhao, you will surrender yourself on suspicion of treason." Two of the guards moved to block his path. "Where is the Fire Lord?" "That's what I'm trying to tell you. I came back to bring reinforcements. Lu Ten has escaped, do you understand?" Zhao couldn't know, though, how much they really did understand. He hadn't been apprised of the full situation. Otherwise, he never would have gone down into that disaster on the lower levels. Even now, there was so much about Iroha's plans that he still didn't know. When the spirits had become corrupted and turned on their allies, Zhao knew it had been time for him to leave the bastion. He'd let the annoying tribal, Sokka, lead some of the spirits away, and then the collaborator Malik had fled and drawn even more pursuit, while everyone else pressed on towards the supposed spirit oasis, a place that, by design, offered no escape. Ridiculous. That's when Zhao had started making his own way back to the elevator, retracing the steps he'd memorized. With his fire bending, he'd had light enough to see by, and he'd ignored the echoing screams that meant the others were serving as excellent distractions. Really, he'd probably been in more danger back in the capital, when Piandao had hunted him on the orders of the late Prince Oze. If the past year had proved anything, it was that he had formidable survival instincts. So he didn't flinch when the Crimson Guards all took a step towards him. "Wait," came the voice of Lien the Maker. "Considering what the moon's been doing, I think we better hear him out." Zhao couldn't stop himself from grinning. Lien stepped past the guards, her face tight enough to stretch the tattoo of the gear teeth under her left eye into something like a transcribed telegraph signal. "Lu Ten has escaped? That's confirmed. The Avatar, as Fire Lord Iroh feared, has created the worst-case scenario. The prince is free, and he's corrupted the spirits that the rebel tribals took into the bastion. We already have casualties. We need new solutions, now. Zhao spread his hands out. And I am here to provide you all the information you need to save the day, Lian the Maker. Her eyes narrowed. Don't think you are going to save yourself. You stole my Unscala head, and my work dash. Wait, Zhao said. Her outrage, or rather, the subject of it, gave him an idea. This was why he pushed forward, and put as many elements in play as could serve him. He might not be the omniscient planner that Iroh claimed to be, but that was fine. Iroh's machinations were currently falling apart, and Zhao was proving skilled at improvising. Before Lian could start on her rant again, Zhao continued, we need a weapon to use against spirits down there, and we've seen how limited a platinum blade can be. This Unscala thing can destroy spiritual entities at a distance, yes? Like the vines in your demonstration? There must be a way to weaponize it. Lian opened her mouth to speak, and then closed it again. Her eyes lost focus. Maib if there was a power source. And an amplifier. And enough platinum wiring. And a regulator. And dash. Don't tell me, Zhao cut in. Honestly, sometimes it was like everyone outside the military lacked all brains. Get to work. I'll make sure every soldier here is at your disposal. Thanks to my efforts that you call theft, you have materials from your lab, and this is a functioning military base with the best of Fire Navy technology. If you can't cobble together the necessary components, perhaps you aren't the genius the Fire Lord thinks you are. Lian glared at him. Don't think this is over. The Fire Lord will eventually get a full report. She spun on her heel and hurried out of the room. Zhao wondered if he'd have to ensure she suffered an accident, after she put together a weapon he could use to eliminate the threat of Lu Ten. Perhaps the same accident that would befall the Fire Lord. But he could worry about that later. He was, apparently, very good at improvising. Zhao looked to the Crimson Guard still standing around at a loss. Well? Shouldn't you be trying to save the Fire Lord's life? I can point you in his direction, if you like. I am in command here, after all. Unless time worked differently in this place, Mai's golden glowy tether had not brought her to Aang. The man's age was hard to determine, but he was definitely an adult, older than Mai, even. He seemed worn and drained, and in the silvery light that struggled through the vast waters around them, his long hair shifted between darkness and grays. But there weren't any traditional signs of aging, no wrinkles, or distillation on his face. And when he opened his eyes to watch her approach, his gaze and smile were youth incarnate. Hey, he said, I know you. The voice was completely unfamiliar, and in no way echoed Aang's. This couldn't just be an adult version of the boy who she had followed around the world. Besides, there were no arrow tattoos, and there was a hint of gold in his eyes. Mai shook her head. You're not who I'm searching for. So shut up. She looked to the collection of light that was Yu, still at her side. What's going on? Yu's form wavered for a moment, almost becoming lost in the currents of the waters. I don't know. But you are definitely connected to this man. Are you sure you don't know him? Mai was going to deny it again, but the man's grin widened, and he cut her off with, Mai knows me, but she's not aware of it. Just like Aang Hao knows me as well, but only when he's in full communion with the Avatar spirit. The light that was Yu's eyes flared. You're one of Aang's past lives. You were once the Avatar. Oh. More spirit nonsense. But the man brought his hands up to cradle the tether of light that joined his heart to Mai's, and then he blew on it, somehow, despite the water they were all floating in. And it was as if a cold wind tickled across her back, the sensation skipping over the skin she didn't have in this world to flow directly into her consciousness, flooding her with light and knowledge. Wan, she found herself saying. You're Avatar Wan. The first Avatar. And then, properly this time, she looked at him. It wasn't like before, when she was taking in his appearance. This time, she saw more than just roguish eyes, tiny nose, and tuft of hair on his chin. Reincarnation was a hard concept to process, sometimes, because new lives could be so different. Fictional stories liked to carry forward some aspect of the previous life to the next one, so that the audience would know for sure that the same spirit resided in each, but that wasn't how real life worked at all. Regular human perception couldn't find the trace of the old life in the new. A similar smile was at best coincidence and at worst a willful. But Maya wasn't really looking through her own eyes, here. Wherever her body was, it wasn't in this fake ocean. And so when she looked at Juan, it wasn't her eyes that found the aim within. But vision was a hard thing to let go of, especially for her, and so she tricked herself into seeing the thread of light that connected her to Juan extending out of his back and onward into the ocean. Good, Juan said, giving her a smirk that made her heart skip a beat despite the lack of physical, meaty heart. Aang's past life was rather nice looking, she had to admit. All of his past lives have been scattered, and Aang has been left alone, but you can find us. She can, you confirmed, which was nice, because Mai herself wasn't sure at all. So she shrugged and tried to scowl. We're in a bit of a hurry, though. There really isn't enough time for a whole quest. I've already got one of those. Juan winked at her. Good thing the first avatar was a thief, then. I've stolen all the time you need. And then he spread his hands out at his sides, and his form faded into a blue glow. And then Maya was flying through the trail of light, deeper into the ocean, so fast that bubbles, which made no sense at all, swirled around her. She was glowing, and realized it was the same full moonlight that Yu was made of. The princess was probably hitching a ride. Maya decided she must be traveling pretty fast, or whatever the closest equivalent was in the spirit world. She lighter than before, but also heavier. It didn't make sense until she realized that she was carrying Juan inside her. And, increasingly, more spirits. They clung to her essence as she flew through each of Aang's past lives on the way to his endpoint. Fire Lord Iroh stood in the ruins of the spirit oasis, hands folded in the sleeves of his royal robes to keep them from shaking. How he had come to be living his worst nightmare, he could not be sure. He had worked so hard to prevent this, done so much and, yes, inflicted so much hurt. It wasn't yet wasted effort, but it was becoming a wide avenue for doubt, at least. Although, he could not help but feel a little bit of wonder, as well, at how this had finally come to pass. He never could have imagined that when this moment finally came, he would be confronting his son alongside a waterbender and a circus acrobat. Soldiers would have been a reasonable guess. Lien, certainly, had been a strong possibility. Pakku at one time, had been compelled by Iroh's control of the moon and ocean spirits to offer his assistance, before his death. Even Zhao might have had to play a part. Iroh had also been hoping for the Avatar, or some of the more spiritual members of White Lotus. But none of his plans had come to pass in the way he either hoped or planned for, which just proved how interesting and adventurous life could be. Honestly, Iroh could do with a bit less interest in adventure, especially in this matter. So he stood in the Northern Water Tribe's spirit oasis, right next to the door, patiently waiting for the hungry presence he could feel approaching, and quietly listened to the panicking of his companions. They're gone, Katara of the South said. Where did they go? Mai and you were right here and I thought they were supposed to find a way to free Aang. I think that's what they're doing. Lady Caldera Utai Li, although a reordering of titles was in order once the devastation at the capital was fully processed, picked up a glistening object from amidst the oasis's charred grasses. But why would Maya leave her platinum knife behind? She loves her knives. And this one seems to be especially comforting to her when she's dealing with the supernatural. What do you mean that's what they're doing? How is disappearing like Aang supposed to bring Aang back? Katara moaned. We need less people disappearing, not more. Not after Sokka. We can win this by staying together. Iroh recognized the tortured desperation in the girl's voice. She was losing companions, losing family, one by one, and it was destroying her. From what he'd pieced together, she never had much to lose in the first place. Her parents had died trying to protect her from the Fire Nation, and then she'd grown up in captivity on Crescent Island. The fact that she wasn't turned into a festering figure of fear and anger was a testament to a resilient spirit, but since her liberation she had been given a taste of comfort and freedom and family. Truly, the cruelest thing to do to a person dying of thirst was to give her a drop of water before leaving. Perhaps that was why Iroh had done what he did. After his father, his wife, his brother, well, after a life with so little expression of love, how could he not invest everything in his son? He shivered as he remembered that day, when the triumph of conquest gave way upon the sight of his son's body, soaked in blue, a mere physical object with no sense of life. That sight had nearly killed him. Was it any wonder? But then, that was just another way of shifting the blame. Iroh had made his choices, elevating his love for his son over all other concerns. And now it was time to face the consequences. Literally. I sympathize with your worries, Iroh said to Katara. Her gaze moved to him, and her eyes begged him for wisdom that could save her family. Of course, he had no such wisdom to offer. However, I am afraid we have more immediate concerns. His voice nearly hitched, and he quickly shifted his words. Our enemy is here. Katara and Ty Lee both turned to face the oasis's damaged portal. He didn't miss that Ty Lee tossed Mai's knife to the waterbender, which was quite wise, considering that waterbending had probably been nullified by the strange phenomenon with the moon. There had been reports of the same thing happening years ago when, hopefully, that knife would not be used. But let it comfort the girls, for now. Lieutenant, Iroh called out. My son, please, let us not fight. The darkness remained silent for a long moment, and then, I am hungry, father. Iroh forced himself to smile for his little boy. I know. It must be awful for you. But none of this is helping. If you could just dash. You are trying to take the Avatar away. Something moved in the shadow of the gate. I feel them. But he is mine, now. Mine. Katara and Ty Lee each moved towards the gate, but Iroh waved them back. Either in victory or loss, there was no way violence could bring this to a good end. My son, the Avatar can help you, but only if you let him go. The voice choked, and it no longer had any strength in it. I don't think I can. I'm sorry, father. It's okay, Lieutenant. It's okay. He hoped that was true. He wanted to go to his son, to wrap his suffering boy in a hug, but he knew better. You don't have to do anything, then. Princess Yu is going to take care of it. You know her. Why yes. Yes. The voice wavered, as though holding back sobs, and something hunched over in the shadows. She was there. When you did this. To me. Made me like this. Iroh found himself struggling to breathe. Lieutenant, I didn't want you to be like this. I never wanted you to suffer. Then why didn't you let me die? A figure lurched out of the shadows, into the starlight-like illumination created by polished platinum mirrors. Iroh forced himself to look at his son. The burn wounds across the face were new, perhaps a legacy of the flames that had torn through the foliage of the oasis. Incongruously, Lieutenant's uniform was soaking wet, dripping as he stumbled forward, and Iroh caught a scent of the sea, of the night that Lieutenant had drowned. But the worst part went beyond Lieutenant's mere appearance. Iroh had seen so many things since that awful night, learned so much, and traveled to the spirit world. He had not emerged unmarked from any of those experiences, leaving him with perceptions that went beyond the human senses and opened the door to awareness of so much that existed beyond the elements. There was a lack of realness to Lieutenant that could almost allow Iroh to believe this was all a dream, or, more accurately, a nightmare, were it not for the extra heaviness that made him more real than anything around him. But Lieutenant seemed oblivious to it all, his eyes unfocused and his expression twisted in grief. I was dead, but you wouldn't let me stay. I was yanked. I was warm, and then it became so very, very cold. It was wrong. Felt wrong. And, I'm always hungry, now. So hungry I can't think, except how I can feed. You could have just let me die. Why didn't you let me die? No, my son. What kind of a father, what kind of family, would I be if I did that? Iroh could smell the waters of that night. The ash and burning oil of his assault on the Northern Water Tribe had been unable to completely cover the frigid, stinging scent of salt water. It was the seawater that Iroh most remembered about holding his son's lifeless body in his arms. He knew he had seen his son's body, he had to have seen it, but his memories were so faded. Just little glimpses remained, like Lieutenant's pale skin and blue lips, or of the way his wet hair clung to his forehead. But the full picture would never come to him. Perhaps his mind would not allow it, perhaps it was self-preservation, of a sort. But Iroh remembered the smell of the seawater, and the way his world had smashed to pieces when he realized Lu Ten wasn't breathing. And, of course, he remembered what he had demanded of the Water Tribe. "I saved you," he told his son. "I know you've paying a terrible price for that. So many others have, as well. But I will save you from your hunger. I've done so much work, and we're so close. Leave it to us. Go back outside, and please do not hurt anyone. This will be over soon." "I can't. There's people hurt out there, father." Lu Ten giggled and ran his hands over his burned face, through his soaked hair. "There's people dead." Iroh raised his hands again to motion the girls to remain back from the gate, but Katara was already stalking forward, tears trailing down her cheeks. She held the platinum knife in front of her. "Where's Sokka? What did you dash?" And Lu Ten sprang towards her. Katara bent her arm and shifted her stance in preparation to stab with the knife that might very well kill her attacker. And before Iroh could leap between them, he was nearly thrown off his feet by the shaking of the entire oasis. He dropped into a squat to give himself more balance, and felt the air rise into winds as Ty Lee pranced across the ground towards Lu Ten with a lightness that didn't match even her meager weight. But Katara had been shaken to the ground and dropped the knife on impact, leaving her vulnerable. Iroh could have punched a fireball out to intercept the attacking figure. But his body was frozen, because he knew. He knew that it would hurt his son. So he just stood there, leaving Ty Lee as their only defense, and hoped that Yu and Mai would fix things soon. It turned out that finding Aang was only the beginning of Mai's problems. She felt crushed, pressed in all sides with impossible amounts of weight. She felt that at any moment she would be compressed down to the size of a single fleck of dust, and somehow that pressure was coming from inside as well, giving her the sensation of imminent explosion into 10,000 motes of light. She hadn't been bothered by the weight and vastness of the endless ocean around her until she'd begun taking on the spirits of Aang's past lives. She had lost count of how many she'd picked up as she followed her connection to Aang, the line of golden light that floated through the ocean. Each one was different, each one heavy, and she'd felt herself slow down as they accumulated within her essence. She wondered how many spirits she could take on before she was dragged to a halt. Not enough, it turned out. Mai came to the end of the line, approaching a dark spot at the end of her glowing tether, which soon was discernible as two separate bodies. Aang was in the clutches of Lu Ten, the prince's arms locked around Aang's neck and shoulders. They were floating together in the waters, and neither one seemed conscious. The corona of moonlight around Mai drifted away to form an image like the body of a beautiful water tribe princess named Yu. The ghost princess shook her ghost head. "I cannot interfere with them. If I do, I may not remain myself. Lu Ten and I are drawing on the same moon, and share a connection to the same ocean. His hunger is so great, and I dash." Mai got it. You didn't think she could fight? Well, whatever. Mai herself was only about to be crushed under the power of a dynasty of avatars that stretched back beyond time, and her own experience with fighting consisted mainly of throwing sharp metal at people. But yeah, let the Moon Princess take a break while Mai figured things out. If only she had her platinum knife, she could just jam it into one of Lu Ten's ears and get on with life. Any help from the passengers? Wan? Roku? Anyone? Mai tried looking within herself, but just ended up looking down and spinning herself around in the water. I'll even take Suki's favorite. What was her name? Kyoshi. Voices filled her head like the patter of raindrops during a storm, and there wasn't a single word she could understand in the whole mess. Fine, then. It was up to her. She reached out, pushing past the crushing weight of water and spirits and expectation, grabbing Lu Ten with one hand and Aang with the other and pulling them apart. And she dropped like a stone as heavy as the moon, plummeting into the darkest depths of the ocean. Zhao had a heavy feeling in his stomach as he looked on Lien's contraption, assembled in the center of the Bastion's garage, and that was only partially because of the severed monster head in the center of it. You're sure this is going to work? Of course not. Lien adjusted the green skull cap on her head, perhaps making sure that the platinum ring hidden within was properly protecting her mind, or maybe just getting it to rest more comfortably. I'm applying the principles of a brand new science, with an unknown number and nature of factors in play, using whatever materials I could scrounge around here, in extremely stressful circumstances. But I am a genius, so we have that much going for us. Zhao resolved that if this didn't work, Lien was getting all of the blame. Wonderful. And what, precisely, is this supposed to do? Lien moved over to the device, joining the various mechanics and mechanically inclined soldiers who were using pliers and clamps and hammers to get the last pieces in place, and tweaked a fastening around which platinum wire had been coiled. Well, I had to be careful. We have people still inside the bastion, including the Fire Lord. It wouldn't do to kill everyone and everything within. Zhao didn't voice his disagreement. With Iroh and Lu Ten both dead, and Zuko and Azula in self-imposed exile on the colonial continent, there would be a power vacuum in the Fire Nation. The military council might still be sailing back to the homeland, or perhaps just arrived, but the seat of government was still buried within an active volcano. It was entirely possible that, with the last Fire Lord having made his home here at the North Pole, and Zhao being that Fire Lord's most recent direct promotion, well, ruling the world had a certain appeal, didn't it? But he knew the limits of his ambition, of course. So what is your device going to do? Lien looked back at him. We need something that will have an outsized effect on spiritual entities, compared to regular humans, but not one so powerful that we'd destroy anything. Fortunately, the Unscala process that we've replicated is still fairly inefficient, and that's with the best materials, so the device might not have any noticeable effect at all. Zhao waved the possibility away. That would be easy enough to blame on the maker, too. And if there is an effect? Then with the platinum installments throughout the bastion acting as a focusing array, the Unscala's feeding power should be channeled down through the structure, where it will weaken any non-biological entities. Lien shrugged. That might be enough for whoever's down there to take control of the situation, or at least allow us go ourselves to determine if there are any survivors. That's it? Well, Zhao could live with providing a factor that turned the tide, if he couldn't be the conquering hero. Time was running out here, after all. And, as much as he might enjoy the thought of becoming Fire Lord, all he was really looking to do was survive. Survive Iroh, survive the forces he was meddling with, and survive the Avatar. Very well, he said. You may activate the device when ready. Lien turned a glower at him. I don't take your orders. But I agree with your recommendation. She waved the soldiers away, and flipped a switch wired into the device just below the Unscala head. The device began shaking. All the soldiers got some distance. The main structure of the contraption had started as a snow crawler. Its internal combustion engine, as well as those of the rest of the crawler fleet, started first, providing the power necessary to start the process. Gears turned, glass bulbs began glowing, and metal wires heated until they were shining. Lien pointed at the soldiers she'd recruited. Initiation is complete. Make the connections. They scrambled into motion, snapping together structures made out of scavenged metal piping into makeshift circuits. The piping shook as it conveyed power from the hydroelectric heart of the bastion, transferring the motion of the waterfall that had once fallen into the spirit oasis into the energy that fed the fortress. The power was out on the lower levels, indicating a problem somewhere in the mechanism, but the scuttled battleship that was serving as the head of the bastion was right above the start of the waterfall, and was still producing power. The lights went out, except for the gas lanterns. The device shook even harder, and the Unscala. It opened its mouth and began screaming with a voice that scraped somewhere between the sound of a large animal and the cries of a hurt human baby. Lien clapped. It's working. Oh, Zhao said over the din, good. Katara started to feel hope again when Lu Ten suddenly doubled over in pain, because, up to that point, she and Ty Lee had been losing pretty bad. Iroh hadn't been any help at all. He'd just stood there as Lu Ten rushed in towards the koi pond. It had been up to the girls to fight him off. Not that Katara was much help. Her waterbending wasn't working. She'd felt something, earlier, when the lights went out. Ty Lee, when she'd passed on Mai's knife, had described how Yugoda lost the ability to feel the ocean when the moon turned red. And now Katara couldn't work with even the waters right here in the oasis, neither the waters of the koi pond or the moat being fed by the rushing leak in the broken wall in the back of the room. And yet, even after the lights had gone out and Lu Ten escaped, Katara did waterbend, once. It was when she and the dream catchers had been lost and alone and had seen a light approaching them. She'd reached out to the approaching shadow figures, seizing the blood of the person in front. And Sokka had cried out in pain. She stopped immediately. She'd used blood bending on her own brother. The very memory made her feel sick. So she made do with the platinum knife that Mai had left behind. Or rather, tried to make do but mostly just failed to help Ty Lee at all. Lu Ten was unstoppable. He was fast and tricky and could hold his own even against a weapon of the Fire Nation. Katara had learned self-defense from Mai and Ty Lee, but couldn't even tag the prince. He had inhuman strength and movements that didn't seem to match the way a body was supposed to move. He didn't use bending the way Katara had always experienced it. It was as if the elements themselves were fighting as his allies, without him even calling for them, shaking the whole fortress and freezing the air in her lungs and lighting the very ground on fire. The flames licked at her boots and pants, sending Katara dancing away even as Ty Lee leaped the flames and rode a wind to close in on Lu Ten. Well, if she couldn't command the water, she might still be able to use it. She jumped into the haphazard moat that ringed the room, escaping the fires and dousing the bit of her coat that had caught aflame. She waded downstream until she had circled around the brawl, and then climbed up into the garden proper to hopefully get a chance to stab Lu Ten in the back. Lu Ten was gripping Ty Lee by the wrists and forcing her to the ground, leaning over her and hissing, "Hungry aye." Ty Lee gasped, eyes unfocused. Katara readied the knife. And that's when Lu Ten let out a cry of his own, let go of Ty Lee, and hunched as if a spear had been shoved through his stomach. Katara knew what that looked like. She'd seen her mother die that way. Ty Lee scrambled away, holding her arms too stiffly, and Katara stepped out to defend her friend if necessary. But Lu Ten was turned back towards the entrance to the oasis, snarling, "Something is happening. My hunter spirit's dying y dash." And then he leaped up to the ruined and twisted metal walls of the oasis. He grabbed onto one of the loose plates and climbed up into the darkness of the distant ceiling. Katara heard the pounding of metal from somewhere up there, but couldn't place the source of the echoes. Was he trying to escape? Or break something up in the darkness? There was a shattering, and then silence. Katara wasn't sure if that was good or bad. So for now, she focused on Ty Lee. "How badly are you hurt?" "Just a sprain." Ty Lee forced a smile that almost covered her whimper. "In both my wrists, both my elbows, and I think he tore something in at least one of my shoulders, too." Ty Lee was out of the fight. If only Katara could still use her waterbending. And then a cry came from the broken gate of the oasis, the worst thing Katara could ever think to hear. "Quickly, Sokka's dying." It was purely by instinct that Mai grabbed at the line of shining sunlight that connected her to Aang. It didn't make any sense, of course. That light was just a visualization of the emotional bond they shared, and her hand couldn't have any substance, either, since this was the spirit world. There was no friction, no materials to catch onto, nothing that should have prevented her from plummeting further into this endless ocean that also wasn't real, probably. And yet, somehow, she was saved by her connection to Aang. The spirit world, apparently, was the place where metaphors went to roam free. She held onto that line of light, and began pulling herself upward, one hand at a time. She was still weighed down by the past lives of the Avatar, but the line didn't break, and she found the strength in her arms to keep pulling herself up. It was no harder, really, than sticking by her friends even after she had betrayed them. Compared to that, hauling up 10,000 lazy dead slobs was no problem. Eventually, she reached up a hand, and instead of finding more solid light, her fingers encountered fabric and the thin body beneath it. She looked up into the face of Aang. His eyes opened, and he gazed down at her as if from across a distant dream. A cluster of bubbles escaped from his mouth. "Hey," she said. He stared at her. "Who are you?" She looked at the glowing line that represented her connection to Aang. So much for metaphors. "Aang, it's Mai. Do you remember? When you came out of the iceberg? And in all this time dash." He blinked sleepily. "Who's Aang?" Above him, Lu Ten let out a bubbling noise that could have been laughing, could have been crying, or could have just been the sound of drowning. Ty Lee's heart ached as Katara's aura went a mix of black and bright yellow, an ugly combination that was all the fear and pain of losing a brother like Sokka. Rafa and Yugoda stumbled through the gate of the oasis, followed by the Dreamcatcher waterbender warriors, all of them working together to carry a body as quickly and comfortably as possible. It was Sokka. The first thing that Ty Lee noticed about him was that he had no aura whatsoever. The second thing she noticed was the blood all over his coat. Yugoda reached out for the water of the koi pond as the other Dreamcatchers laid Sokka out on the burnt grass, but nothing happened, and the healer's aura fizzled with black. Oh. Waterbending doesn't work here, either. Ty Lee's own aura went murky brown. Katara and Iroh both hurried over, but Ty Lee remained where she was, starting a breathing exercise and beginning the process of reconciling her negative emotions. She didn't meant to be negative or leech the energy from the room, but she had seen enough life to know what its absence looked like. Even so, she realized this was the first time in her life that an actual friend was dying on her. People she knew had died in the war, of course, including her own father. But he had only come home from the war a few times, and he spent all of those visits ordering her to learn how to fight and calling her stupid for not wanting to hurt anyone permanently, so she didn't really consider him a friend. A secret she'd never tell her sisters is that she had been kind of relieved when they heard about his death at Omashu. But Sokka, she loved Sokka. He'd been nice about crushing on her, and let it go when he realized she didn't love him that way. He wanted to take care of everyone while pretending to be cranky about it. It made him one of the most generous people she knew, even if he hated sharing his food. But death was part of life. The price for living was dying, and the reward for dying was getting to live again. Ty Lee focused on the fact that Sokka had died saving his family and friends. The best way to honor his passing was not an outpouring of grief, but by taking over his role and making sure that everyone got out of this to live happy lives. She took her urge to cry, to just sit down and give up, and rolled it into a little ball. She balanced the ball on her nose, just to let it know that there were no hard feelings, and then tossed it away. What was left was sorrow, but sorrow was okay. It was a color on the path to a glorious pink aura, a path that had to be walked time and time again. She knew Sokka would approve of this. After all, she had to keep it together for his sister. Katara was already bawling as she ran over to her brother's still form. Sokka! Sokka! What happened? We tracked him as best we could, but we were too late. Yugoda shook her head. He was still breathing when we found him. It was all we could do to get him away from the spirits. We barely made it here. If they hadn't just stopped chasing us when they did, and we hoped that the special spirit water here would help him, considering his injuries, but dash. That's when Yugoda looked down and noticed that Sokka had, in fact, stopped breathing. The silence that followed hung over them all. Katara raised her platinum knife and sliced the blade across the palm of her hand. Tell me about this, spirit water. Please. Her aura flared a bright, beautiful red. Ty Lee had no idea what was going on, but she could see that it was going to be profound. Yugoda's eyes were wide, but she kept her voice even. The waters of this oasis are said to have unique healing power. Certain death has been staved off more than once by them, and many think they bring similar healing to the spirit. I see. Katara cupped her hand so that the blood of her wound pooled in the palm. Ty Lee, could you please get me some? Ty Lee remembered how Katara had used her waterbending to defeat Master Pakku, when they were trying to escape from the secret Fire Navy base near the Northern Air Temple. She'd taken control of Pakku's blood, and so his whole body. Katara hadn't seemed happy about it. But Ty Lee knew that Katara would rather the pain of blood bending than that of losing her brother. Okay. Moving carefully to accommodate her sprains, she got a water skin from Rafa and used it to collect some of the water of the koi pond. She didn't see any actual koi, which was too bad, because she couldn't help but wonder what a spirit fish looked like. At least the water was clear, proper water now, and not the black sludge from when they had first arrived. Mai had fixed that, somehow. Ty Lee brought the water skin back to Katara, and at a nod, poured it into the cupped hand along with the blood. Katara used her other hand, her fingers waving precisely in intricate patterns, to float the diluted blood into the air. This time, Yugoda stepped back, and her aura flickered with yellow fear. How are you doing that? Our waterbending dash isn't working, Katara finished. But blood bending is. I don't know how, but maybe I can use it to save Sokka. Ty Lee twiddled the empty water skin in her hands. Well, it makes sense. Lu Ten and you both draw from the moon spirit. Lu Ten is probably the one messing with the waterbending. And maybe the moon is what usually make waterbending happen, like the sun and fire bending, but well, blood has some salt in it, right? Katara inhaled. Our blood is just a little ocean we carry inside of all of us. And the ocean spirit wants to help us. Her aura went iridescent. Ty Lee smiled. So use your little ocean to save your brother. And so Katara went to work. She floated the mix of blood and spirit water into the gashes of his coat. She closed her eyes as she worked, moving her hands back and forth in the air, and tears leaked down her face. I can't find there's so little chi. I don't know dash. Ty Lee leaned against Katara's back, reaching out to lay her hands on top of Katara's and intertwine their fingers, and said, I know how chi flows, and I've seen Sokka's aura. Let's see if we can find a little, together. Katara's eyes opened a bit, and she gave a nod. Ty Lee watched carefully as she guided Katara's hands. She watched for even the slightest flicker of an aura, of any of Sokka's usual tans and blues and deep reds. Sokka's aura didn't return now, but there's something of increasing brightness within, a light that wasn't a light that was shining through his skin. Ty Lee wasn't even sure if anyone else was seeing it. They weren't reacting at all, and it's so beautiful that she couldn't imagine anyone ignoring it. Too bad it didn't work. Eventually, Katara let herself go limp. It's gone. The blood and water are mixed in with his. I can't dash. Her voice cracked, and she raised her hands to cover her face. Ty Lee had to fight off her own urge to cry. Knowing how much this would hurt Katara, Ty Lee turned her posture into a hug, letting Katara know that she wasn't alone, that the universe wasn't all loss. Sometimes, that was all Ty Lee could do, for Mai or Katara or any of her friends, let them know that they weren't alone. Sometimes, that could be an important job. And sometimes, it wasn't enough. Katara said nothing. She stood up, shaking free of Ty Lee. She stared down at Sokka, perhaps searching for something, or perhaps just taking one final look at him. Then Katara's aura went fully black, and she turned to the koi pond once again. Ty Lee didn't get it until Fire Lord Iroh said in a low voice, I will help you, if this is what you want. He walked over to Katara and put a hand on her shoulder. Knowing your grief, I could never stand against you. In fact, it occurs to me. His eyes went over to the dream catchers, who were standing in mourning, and then back to Ty Lee and Katara. If we both have family troubled in the same way, it would be so nice to work together to dash. No. Ty Lee's own aura swirled with browns and grays, her imagination providing vivid images of Sokka tortured in the same way as Lu Ten and what being responsible would do to Katara. He'd never want this. Katara, he dash. I know what Sokka would want. Katara's hands became fists. Even if it meant living on like Lu Ten, Sokka would do whatever I need. He started on this whole path to save me, after a decade of not even knowing if I was alive. I don't know if I'm strong enough to survive without my family. Ty Lee's heart broke. Katara dash. Katara squared her shoulders, shook off Iroh's hand, and stepped away from him. But he gave me the chance to try, and with people like Ty Lee and Aang and Mai and everyone beside me, I'm not going to make the same mistake you did. And Katara's aura turned golden, shining with enlightenment. Ty Lee's heart skipped a beat at the wondrous sight. Iroh lowered his head. You are right. It would be to my benefit if you agreed, but you have made the right choice. And so I must apologize for not heeding your wishes. Ty Lee was so dazzled by Katara's aura that she almost missed Iroh's attack. Almost. Iroh had beaten her back in the laboratory, but even though he'd knocked her head hard enough to give her, yet another, concussion, she remembered very, very clearly how he had beaten her. He wasn't faster than her. No one was. He'd just known where she was going to be, put his hands and legs into those places, and then used leverage and a really good knowledge of hand-to-hand fighting. So, this time, Ty Lee didn't do what anyone would expect her to. And so, as Iroh raised a hand towards Katara that was accumulating flames as it rose, Ty Lee didn't use her arms or her fists, the way she usually did. They were injured, anyway. Instead, she threw herself into a forward flip and kicked out a storm wind towards her Fire Lord. He responded by abandoning his attack and falling into a low stance with crossed arms. But the great thing about airbending was that it didn't need to obey the usual rules of fighting. It was all around. So while Iroh was dealing with her frontal attack, she backflipped, this time using her kick to pull a storm wind towards her. And Iroh is back. He stumbled forward, his hands flailing out in front of him instinctively to break a possible fall. And Ty Lee's knuckles were there to meet them. Pain exploded in each of her sprained joints, and she wasn't even trying to use the arm with the torn shoulder. That slowed her down a little bit, so even as his arms dropped limply, Iroh looked straight at her and huffed a fireball at her face. She was so shocked and appalled that she blew a gust of wind right back at him. It didn't do much as an attack, but it dispersed the flames long enough for her to duck and jam a fist into one of his thighs, and then the other. Fire Lord Iroh fell flat on his face, and Ty Lee let herself have a little smile. Then Lu Ten dropped down on her head with a screech of, "Father." Mai was being pulled in two directions at once, and she knew it was only a matter of time until she was torn apart. The weight of the avatars and whatever forces controlled this stupid spirit ocean world were pushing her into the darkness. The only thing keeping her from falling was her connection to Aang and the metaphorical arms she was using to hold onto it. She knew the weight would never go away, while the connection could not be broken this way. And she refused to let herself fall. Aang couldn't help. He didn't even know himself, never mind her. So she would be torn in half or whatever that represented in this metaphorical place. There was no fighting this situation. But, maybe, she could do something clever. So Mai pulled herself up just a little further and pressed her lips against Aang's in a kiss. It probably wasn't a real kiss, since they weren't physically present. It was a connection of spirits, a conduit between their hearts, and through that conduit, Mai passed on everything that was weighing her down. She sent every single one of the past avatars into the embrace, and it was like kissing them all one by one. It started with one and progressed through a line of faces and lips and lives that blurred together. It was the strangest sensation of her entire life, but, somehow also a familiar one. She passed each one to Aang, and in turn felt a hunger that threatened to drain her of all life. She knew it wasn't Aang's hunger, it felt nothing like him, and Aang didn't use things up like that. Well, she didn't take kindly to threats, and she had every avatar who had ever lived to back her up. She was betting that, together, she and Aang, were better than a little unnatural hunger. So she gave it all up. She sent all of the avatars into the hunger, as well as all of herself, her experiences and thoughts and real emotions and the fake emotions she used to cover her real emotions and her quirks and fears and joys and flaws. Because if Aang liked her so much, maybe there was something to her, after all. The kiss stretched on for an eternity, but she wasn't just kissing Aang. Or, at least, not the Aang she knew back in the material world. She was kissing the baby he once was and the child who had so many friends and the growing boy who lost them all for a title he didn't want and the near adult who ran away from everything and the avatar returned who worked so hard to run back to everything to set it right. She herself was the baby left alone while mother and father did important things and the child who was slapped for singing too loudly and the growing girl who was so good at disappearing into the background of life and the near adult who lost her prince to corrupted honor and the weapon who worked so hard to hurt the world before it could hurt her first. The kiss broke, and Mai found that she was no longer sinking. She was a bubble of individuality in the endless ocean, tethered to another person-like bubble who looked at her with grey eyes and smiled. "Mai," Aang said, "you found me." His form flickered through all the Aangs she had experienced, the baby and the child and the boy and the teenager and even a handsome adult she hadn't met yet. Was she doing the same thing? She decided not to worry about, and gave him a smile in return that probably looked awkward on every single version of herself. "Well, I couldn't just let you go. You never let me go." They turned together to check behind Aang, and found that while Lu Ten, or some version of him, was still there, he no longer had a grip on Aang. Lu Ten drifted on the currents, reaching out futilely, lips blue and face puffy. The collection of moonbeams in the form of a woman clad in snow, floated over to Lu Ten and laid a hand on his forehead. "I'm sorry for what was done to you. I wish you well in your next life." She pushed, and Lu Ten glowed until the light was all there was to him. Then his light faded, and hers grew brighter. Goodbye. When your body is destroyed, you will at last be at peace. She turned to Mai and Aang. Are you ready to go? Mai looked to Aang, all him, who nodded back at her. Let's get out of this stupid place. Her non-lips were still tingling. How many people had she kissed just now? Sokka woke up when he heard something scream with what seemed like a human voice mixed with the sound of reality turning itself inside out. He wasn't sure what was going on, but he knew he couldn't be dead. He heard far too much, unless he had been reincarnated with full knowledge of his past life into something like an ant that had been stepped on the moment it was born, which admittedly would be pretty much his luck. Still, he was reasonably certain that even avatars didn't have to put up with that kind of nonsense, so he was probably still alive. He opened his eyes. He seemed to be in a garden that someone had burned down, contained with haphazard metal walls that had seen better days and were letting in leaks of water and outcroppings of stone through the gaps. He looked down at himself, and saw that he was wearing a well-made water tribe parka that had been ruined by scary-looking gash marks and massive still damp blood stains. So, he was definitely himself, although this raised other questions, none of which were very pressing at the moment, such as why he was alive. He sat up, and now, he might not be bleeding anymore, but his abdomen did not like this kind of motion, and looked around. A fight must have just finished, on the other side of the garden. People were scattered on the ground, and Sokka didn't recognize all of them. Their white water tribe coats seemed familiar. Yeah, hadn't he teamed up with people like that? And there was one in pink Ty Lee. She wasn't moving. In fact, no one was moving. Iroh was down, too, but he was different from the others. His eyes were open, his expression twisted in outright terror, and he had that loose-limbed look of Ty Lee's victims. This situation did not seem to be anything close to good. And then Sokka saw that one last person seemed to be in the fight. A man in a Fire Navy uniform was advancing on Katara. She had her hands out as if she was waterbending, but there was no liquid in the air. The man, he had to be this Prince Lu Ten guy, the monster, seemed to be struggling to approach her, one crooked step at a time, so maybe the water was invisible? Whatever it was only delaying Lu Ten. Sokka felt really awful. His body was fragile, like it was barely holding together, and he was tired in a way that he'd never experienced before. He'd felt exhaustion, real exhaustion, several times in his life, and this was worse. This was a weariness that went even deeper than his bones. The closest thing he could compare it to was waking up from a really deep and vivid dream, when reality itself seemed less real than the dream that just ended and was still echoing through the brain. Only this was about 1,000,000 times worse. Sokka felt like he had walked from a whole other world to get here. He was suspicious that spirit stuff was involved. He was pretty sure he remembered dying. But he was still him. That much he knew. So that's good. Well, he could get the answers later, if he decided that he wanted them. For now, it looked like his sister and allies were in trouble. Again. And he wasn't feeling at all clever right now. Well, in doubt, stick with the basics. First, he needed a weapon. He looked around, dismissing charred grass, his boots, a piece of burnt wood that seemed to be more ash than anything, a shiny pointed thing with wet blood on one edge. Oh. He had no idea why Mai's platinum knife was here and not Mai herself, but that was one of those later problems he was starting to collect. For now, he solved one of his now problems by picking the knife up. There, he was armed. He had one less now problem. Lu Ten was the other big now problem. Well, hey, as long as Sokka was keeping things simple, perhaps the platinum knife solution that had worked on the first problem could also solve this one. He got to his feet. He took his time with this, because his abdomen and all the squishy things inside it still weren't so crazy about the newfangled moving around business, and his legs seemed to have forgotten how to support weight. Plus his head had taken up dizziness as a hobby while he was asleep, or dead or whatever, and that wasn't helping anything. But he kept his eyes locked on the fight. On Lu Ten, who got closer to Katara one stiff step at a time. The monster prince didn't have much further to go. But he didn't look like he was winning. Or even hoped to win. He looked like he was trying not to cry, and it was all he could do to still pay attention to the woman he was about to attack. Well, okay. Sokka liked a distracted enemy. He made himself walk, but that didn't work and he wound up falling into a crawl. But crawl he did, because he had to help. No one seemed to be paying any attention to him as he came right up behind Lu Ten. Monster Prince's hands grasped towards Katara. And Sokka shouted, "Sneak attack!" as he jammed the platinum knife right into Lu Ten's back. Lu Ten jerked away and screamed like a storm, and yeah, it was the same weird noise that had woken Sokka up. What could have caused the prince to scream like that before? And Iroh was moaning, a long tortured sound that made Sokka think of a wounded wolf stuck alone on an ice plain. But, more importantly, Katara was looking at him with tears in her eyes and a smile that could heal the world. It was like she wasn't expecting him to save the day, which was ridiculous. He'd done that at least a few times before, right? Probably. Who was keeping count anymore? Lu Ten was still screaming, on his knees in front of Sokka. Best to finish this off before another alarming twist caused trouble again. Sokka angled the knife for another stab. And then Iroh said, "Sokka, the Earth King invites you to Lake Laogai." Where did that come from? Reality turned itself off. Aang felt happier than he had since he'd woken up at the South Pole, even though he was on his way to a fight he maybe couldn't win. His lips still tingled from the kiss Mai had given him, and her hands were firmly clasped in his as they rose up through the ocean waters with Yu's power. The princess's ghostly form floated above them, as insubstantial as a soaked piece of silk, but nothing about her strength was flimsy. Mai had introduced her as someone who shared the power of the moon spirit with Lu Ten, their guide here in this manifestation of the spirit world. They were all ascending so quickly that the moonlight was growing visibly brighter with every moment, but who said distance and speed meant anything in this place? Aang and Mai were on their way back to the real world, to all the dangers and enemies waiting for them. Yet they had conquered so much already, even the spirit world itself. There had been losses, and pain, but they'd kept moving forward. Perhaps, soon, they'd emerge into the fresh air. The light grew brighter until there seemed to be more of it than the ocean itself. And then there was no more ocean, no more salty water, no more resistance. Just the light. Aang felt the air against his face, real, living air against real, living skin, for the first time in an eternity. He opened her eyes, letting the light in, and shook off the water of the ocean. He was rising in the center of the spirit oasis, still half submerged, Mai beside him and Yu behind them both. Except the garden was nothing like Aang remembered. When last he saw it, it was a perfect little piece of paradise fully contained in a polished metal prison. Sweet grass had ringed the shallow koi pond, while a backdrop of healthy bushes stood at worship to a carved wooden spirit gate, and something like starlight twinkled down on it all. Now, the grass was ash and bushes and spirit gate were all just a mix of scorched remnants. The platinum walls were ripped and twisted and battered by stone spikes. One gash even had something like a waterfall spilling out of it to create a messy moat around the oasis. And the raised garden was littered with bodies Ty Lee and Sokka and Iroh and Lu Ten and the dream catchers. Katara was the only one upright, and she was kneeling over Sokka, shaking him and calling for him to wake up. What had happened here? How was Lu Ten defeated? Aang hopped out of the koi pond first, riding a wind over the biggest cluster of bodies. He landed near Lu Ten, who turned his head slowly and forced his eyes open. He mumbled, "Thank you for freeing us both dash." And then his body collapsed into black dust. Yu gasped, and the koi pond flared with white light. Aang turned around and had to squint through the light. Katara was still calling for Sokka, but Mai hadn't gotten free of the koi pond yet, and Aang had to make sure she was alright. He blinked repeatedly against the glare and was able to make out Yu collapsing onto the scorched grass, and Mai pulled some razor discs from her sleeves and stumbled over to the pond's edge. And beyond her, Iroh had risen to shaky feet and was moving towards the pond. Aang leaped back to try to reach Mai. And then Iroh's voice rang out, echoing against the ravaged metal walls, saying, "Mai, the Earth King had invited you to Lake Laogai." And Mai collapsed in an instant, falling into the unreal depths of the shallow koi pond and becoming completely lost to sight. She'd fallen back into the spirit world. Aang shifted the winds to carry him in after her, and he straightened himself into a dive as his hands splashed into the pond. And then a fireball struck the water, making it boil in an instant. Aang's hands were burned by the steam and the liquid heat, but he was able to grasp something alive, something moving. And the koi pond exploded into scalding mists, sending Aang crashing back. His face burned and his wet clothes stung against his chest, but he concentrated on the living motion in his embrace. He had saved Mai, he had grabbed her and pulled her free. But the thing in his arms was too small. He shook the burning water off his face and made himself open his eyes. A pair of fish, one black and one white, struggled in his arms. He'd save the moon and the ocean spirits. But not Mai. He looked back at the koi pond, now a blackened hole of dried mud. A frigid wind brushed at his injuries, an arctic wind. He could feel the garden changing around him, becoming bereft in a way that none of his physical senses could explain. But Aang understood. This place no longer overlapped with the spirit world. The connection was broken. And Mai was trapped on the other side. Aang's cry was answered by that of every single avatar that came before him, the past lives whose connections Mai had restored to him. And all four elements responded with his pain. Zhao was about ready to declare himself acting Fire Lord when Iroh arrived, a little worse for wear but still quite alive. Ah, too bad. The evacuation from the bastion had been rather panicked, and there had been no time to worry about searching for Iroh. Even the Crimson Guards had fled when the ground began shaking and the snows ripped their way into the scuttled battleship that was the fortress's top levels. There was no doubt as to the cause. It seemed that the Avatar had triumphed over whatever else was inside. So Zhao had taken command of the evacuation, heroically leading the way, at the front of the group, and brought all the soldiers who had been able to get out to an emergency supply depot a short distance away from the cliffs overlooking the northern water tribe city. The ground wasn't shaking much, there, so there was little chance of it falling into the sea. Unlike the bastion itself. Once a site like a massive dam holding back the ice cliffs, but really a prison around the spirit oasis, the fortress died that night. Light and mists and snows and smoke and ice and water filled the sky. Zhao had no idea if the water tribe city behind the fortress was also being torn apart, but he was sure that the soldiers down there were capable of taking care of themselves. Zhao himself had focused on the survivors from the bastion, taking account of their supplies and trying to establish some lines of communication to the lab back near the North Pole. And now Fire Lord Iroh had arrived to see Zhao's professionalism. Well, he had to work with what he had. Zhao bowed as Iroh stalked into the storage room he was using as an office. "My lord, I am so relieved to see you alive. We feared the worst." Iroh slowly turned his gaze on Zhao, almost as if he hadn't recognized him. "Yes. I am sure. I admit, I am surprised to find you here, Admiral Zhao. I last saw you in the bastion, when the rebel spirits turned on us." Zhao bowed again. "I am sorry, my lord. I became separated from the group, and Malik just insisted I escape and bring reinforcements. Actually, it was one of my plans that perhaps saved your life. You see, I foresaw the need to evacuate some of the materials from the forest laboratory, and ordered Lien to create a device from the Unskul ahead dash." "Yes," Iroh interrupted. He turned and stared at something that didn't seem to exist. "I passed her on the way here. She was upset about something, I believe. Were you able to save those materials from the destruction of the fortress?" "I made sure Lien saw to that." And he had, in a way. Confirming after the fact that she had done so on her own self-destructive initiative that was indeed making sure. Iroh gave a short nod, as if he was barely paying attention. "Good. Our time and efforts here are at an end, but I can think of uses for those resources." "Yes, it is good." "At an end? My lord." Iroh sighed, and finally focused his gaze on Zhao. "My son is dead. Completely and truly, this time. So it is time for a backup plan that I never hoped to use." Zhao remembered the tour he'd tagged along with, back at the North Pole Laboratory, where Lien had showed that annoying tribal her strange miniature swamp. The matter of the swamp and the platinum spider. Iroh's eyebrows rose. "Very well done, Admiral." "Yes, that is it exactly. Some time ago, I arranged for a new invention, a kind of flying vehicle, to be hidden in the snows not far from here. Could you detail a group of firebenders to uncover and prepare it? We need to get to Foggy Swamp, in the southern Earth Kingdom, as soon as possible." We only have a maximum of 49 days before Lu Ten reincarnates. Zhao had already been moving to issue the orders when he'd registered that last part. What? That is my backup plan. In case my efforts to save my son failed, I identified a spiritual nexus that contains the essence of time itself. It is amazing, Zhao. It must touch everything in the universe. The platinum spider will penetrate the tree's form with its legs, paralyzing the flow of energy through the nexus, and ending death itself. Then I enter the nexus, and set everything right. Zhao's jaw had dropped. He couldn't think of even the first thing to say. Iroh gave a rueful smile. There's a reason it was a backup plan. But to defeat death itself, and restore balance to the world, is worth the loss of the North Pole, yes? Now, while you see to our escape, I think I need some tea. It was a long walk out of the fortress. And that's when Zhao was finally sure that he was working for a madman. End of Act 4, Spirit Purer Than Snow. Check the description for the links to the author.